And we're back. It's time for something new. This is Hardrock After Dark. I'm Chris Warden, joined by the one, the only Andy Jones-Wilkins. Andy,
Chris, good to be here.
I am so excited. I have been hanging out on the course and following the lead pack, watching the live stream from the hot springs at Ouray, and I was biding my minutes until we got into the studio. How have you spent your Hard Rock day?
Well, I was on the live stream early. We had a great little opener from 5 to 10 a.m. and then I hopped in my car and headed out to Animas Forks, where I worked with Megan Hicks for about 8 hours doing I Run Far coverage, and hauled butt back in here, and here I am.
It's so great. And right now we are spotlighting, I believe that was Chris Price.
That is Chris Price, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ouray local.
It is Chris Price.
So what's funny is that when I went to the hot spring and went into the admission area, the guy who was helping me was watching the live stream, and he was talking about how he was tracking local boy Chris Price. So I was like, I know who he is. I know where he's at.
All right, excuse me, sir.
And right there on the left side of your screen, you can also see the women's leaderboard. I do believe it needs to possibly refresh because we're under the understanding we have a brand new women's leader. And it is none other than Courtney DeWalter. Yeah. And we're going to talk about several things going on in the women's race. As you can see on the right-hand side, got Annie Hughes.
Annie is into Ouray.
Yeah, and being paced by one of the best possible pacers in Devin Yanko.
Right, so there's Annie. That's Olga King, her coach/mentor.
Yep.
I spent a fair bit of time with Olga up at Animas Forks. She's animated, fun, as I mentioned in this morning's discussion, a true OG. And this is some good stuff. She's just... Annie's taking in her food.
Right here?
Olga's shoving
Ready?
her pack
Go
full
for
of
it, go
gear,
for it.
and they're going to be good to go shortly.
Yeah, one thing I've known from watching Annie run in multiple races is that she does her own race. And if it makes her a winner, she does it.
Oh, hang on. Break right here. She is being spoon-fed.
That's crewing right there. So for those of you who have ever wondered like what it's like to crew an elite runner, there is some spoon feeding involved. But no, as I was saying, Annie, when she's running something, you know, and in control of it, like at Cocodona or Run Rabbit
We're
Run,
about the same height. I got
it's
one
because
for
she
you.
ran her race. And if she has a race where maybe she underperformed some of her high expectations, such as Javelina, it's because she ran her race, and she is. I think that's a testament, because things can go wrong when you start to get pulled along in somebody else's race.
I gotta stop you right here. Olga is not saying, Annie, would you like this? Olga is saying, eat this, drink this, take this. You'll thank me later. And after Devin brought her over, engineer, and down the long 5,000-foot descent to Ouray, the other thing that you need to know, Ouray is the lowest point on the course. This is a time when you can get calories down that you might not otherwise be able to get down. And you can tell, look at those cheeks just filled with food. And that's Olga's focus right here. Olga's focus is fill Annie with food and get her on her way up to Governor Basin.
So for those just tuning in that aren't familiar with the Hardrock course, as you mentioned, Ouray is the low point on the course in terms of elevation. What do the runners have ahead of them now?
So they're at about 56 miles, and they are going up one of the ramps, Camp Bird Road. It's a legendary road. It ranges from 5 to 10% grade. It's usually smooth, and it's 7 miles long, 7 ruthless uphill miles. Hopefully it's cooling down a bit, but at the top of that 7 miles, they get the Governor Basin Aid Station, which is usually a wonderful aid station. Now they're 62. They're at about 100K into the race, and they have a 2,400-foot climb
From there.
about 3 miles from there up to Kroger's Canteen.
And Kroger's is... don't go there.
Yeah, right.
If you're not familiar with Kroger's Canteen, that's something we'll probably talk about tonight, because we just had our first runner hit Kroger's Canteen
Did
not
we
too long
really?
ago. Yeah, Aurelian has passed Kroger's Canteen,
These
as we
are-
see
these are Paul. There
Annie
you go.
Hughes. one of
Okay.
the prohibitive favorites for the race here today, actually getting ready to depart Leadville. Is Devin pacing her from here, or
Nope. They're switching pacers.
switching out?
So Devin did this section. There's Olga with her. I've been speaking about Olga with the yellow shorts.
Okay.
And we might see who Annie is picking up as a new pacer, but I know she has 3 pacers there in that maroon shirt. That will be her second pacer. That'll probably take her to Telluride, I suspect. And then if someone in the chat knows who that is, please let us know. And then from there, from Telluride in, she'll probably have her third pacer. But they cross the bridge right here, make a from their perspective, make a left-hand turn, kind of wander a bit through the other the eastern side of Ouray city streets, and then they get onto Camp Bird Road, and it's 7 miles uphill.
There's also a small stretch on the Ouray perimeter trail as well. They
that's right.
cross Box Canyon
They've
that
got to
way.
get up and through there. Yeah.
And
I
again,
forgot that part.
when talking about how to spectate Hardrock, I'm learning this as years go on. Oh, we're gonna switch to Skylar.
Hear what Skylar has to say.
Or just real quick before we lose daylight. Yes, you guys were all correct in all the commentary you're providing there. Just a quick update on what was exactly happening with Annie and the aid station. In there for just over 4 minutes, and took some fruits, took some juice down, got some proteins in the system, switched to the cold weather gear and the light, and headed right back out. Devin Yanko, her pacer coming in, said that
Thank you.
you know, she's good. She's crushing the downhills. She's just frustrated because this is at altitude, and her pulse ox is a little lower than one would particularly enjoy when they were 50 some odd miles into a 100-mile journey. But all things considered, her spirits are still in the right place, and as long as she's encouraged by her new pacer, they should be perfectly fine holding on to this third place position. So looks like Annie's in a good spot, and you guys will be able to track her as we make the long climb up to ultimately Kroger's Canteen and the party that is up there. But I'll let you guys get back to the after dark fun while we get out of the dark, and I'll see you guys soon.
One
Back to you guys in
quick
the studio.
question before you go, Skylar. Are you available?
Yeah.
we lost- Well, somebody else is coming in.
Yeah.
See, this is the magic of Ouray also. Because it's such a huge aid station in terms of spectators, you get that energy as you're hanging out there. And back to spectating Hardrock, I cannot recommend enough how great this. You there, Skylar?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. This is going to be a weird question, but obviously you had eyes on Annie in the aid station. And AJW pointed out the notion that she was literally being spoon-fed.
Yeah.
Was that because she was just not thinking about it, or she was apprehensive, or are we just reading a little bit too much into that situation?
You know, when you've been grinding for, what are we at, 14, almost 15 hours, sometimes you just want to save a couple in steps.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
guess.
easier to have your crew handle business. They had already mashed up the food, and it's just like, here, we're already here. Help me help you do the thing. And yeah, she wasn't bothered by it, and it was all smooth.
Yeah, I guess that everybody approaches it differently, but a couple of
Great job, you guys.
bites that aren't taken
Working.
on your own, or maybe a couple of strokes with trekking
got
poles or
this.
something.
Yeah. This is
Exactly.
Right
And
on the
that's
live
the thing.
stream's
When you've been
rooting for
holding
you right
poles
now.
that long
Yeah, you got like thousands
for
of
that
people.
much of a descent, just give your hands a rest. Devin actually broke her pole on the way down, and so there's clearly been some grind on the way down here. So yeah, save the grip strength. You know, bulking season can be spared for a few moments while you eat, but they'll hop back in as she climbs her way up the Bird Camp Road.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again, Skylar. You're doing an amazing job.
I'll see you guys soon.
And this is some great runner cam footage here as they make their way out of town. They're going to make a right turn, and then the climb should begin in earnest. Looks like they have somebody helping them out. This is great stuff.
Yeah, Ouray, one of the cool things about it, I would assume not everybody gets the opportunity, but those who are there in daylight get some amazing views as they're heading across the perimeter trail as they connect to the road.
This is good, and it's almost like you go up someone's driveway, and then you are on a trail, and it's game on.
That's probably why I lost the trail when I went there last time, because I don't remember actually heading into somebody's driveway. But yeah, as you can see, the town of Ouray below, absolutely fantastic. We'll see if we can take a quick look at our leaderboard here on the women's side. We'll pull that up. I'm not quite comfortable with the order of the top two right now. I think we're under the impression, based on the tracker, that we're operating under the belief that Courtney Dauwalter has taken the lead in the women's race. Now, the tracker might not say that, but that's what we're believing as of right now.
Oh, this is our first look on the ground at the guys in Telluride. This is the Telluride Aid Station. It'll be a little while till we have some runners here, but our team that's been at Cunningham and Animas Forks has now made it to Telluride. Guys, can you hear us?
Mael.
Been a long day for Mael. How's it going, Mael?
Just here with my good man Jeff Ross. And life's good. We're in Telluride. The sun has just set it down here. The sun has just left all the peaks and the mountains around, and it's quiet. It's quiet, but we're ready to rock and roll. The fairy lights are out here at the Telluride Aid Station, which is very important. Let me tell you about that. Medical crew is ready to go. Also a very important thing. We're excited. We reckon Aurelian is not too far out, and we're just going to sit here, wait for him. It's Telluride on a Friday night, so if the runners don't come in soon, Jeff and I have a date at a pizza shop, and we're ready to roll that if things don't get too exciting here. But I guarantee things are going to get heated up here. It's gonna be a great moment of Hardrock 100 as normal.
Well, have you seen our friends that we talked to 12 hours ago in Cunningham? Aurelian's crew, are they around yet?
Oh yeah, they're here.
They're here.
Here, as is. Benoit's crew is also here.
Fantastic. The French crews have been making their way across the San Juans, and it's been fun to follow.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss Aurelian's crew out there. They're definitely animated, and they're having a great time. Aurelian looks like he's perhaps 3.5 miles out from Telluride 8, so not very far. How you doing? You want to come on? Sure.
And this on the main screen, it looks like Annie Hughes has is this person sort of making sure they get the right way through the perimeter trail? Or
I didn't think it was that tricky to follow that trail. I don't know who that follow cam was, but they've gone a fair amount from the park.
Yeah, they definitely have.
You want to join us? All right.
Great view. So the Telluride City Park, massive tent area there. I think we're back in Ouray now.
Yep. Yeah, Ouray was hopping when we were there. Obviously, it's a great mountain retreat, whether there's an amazing race or not. Yeah, Amy, I'm with you there. It's impossible to get off course on Camp Bird Road.
Yeah.
And even getting to Camp Bird Road on that side. The other side of the perimeter trail is where you might lose the trail, like on the eastern side of town.
Yeah, but just you wait. Oscar's Pass and all the snowy wasteland up there, those pacers better be paying attention.
So one of the things I wanted to talk about, there's a bit of I guess a mystery to those of us who have never been there and probably will never be there because you can't get in. You can't go to this place unless you're a member of the race or you know people and you've run the race anyways. Kroger's Canteen. Let's talk about it.
All right.
So Kroger's Canteen is an aid station about 65 miles away, 65 miles into the race. And I know that it's hard to get to. And I know that if you show up unexpected, they're not going to want you there. So can you explain what Kroger's Canteen is and why it's so difficult to get there?
Yeah, so the race organizers realized that the area between Governor's Basin, the aid station that those runners, like that Annie is just starting to make her trip up to on Camp Bird Road, and Telluride, is a really long way, regardless of which direction. So they had this idea to create an aid station right at the top of that pass. It's about a 14 by 10 foot sort of flat area, literally in a notch between the mountains, where there's an aid station. And about 18 years ago, they said, let's get some volunteers. Let's start carting stuff up there from the Telluride side and make an aid station. Became known as Kroger's Canteen, and it is now legendary. So beginning about a week before the race, Joe Grant, who's the current aid station captain there, organizes volunteers. These volunteers have to be experienced in navigating in the mountains. They wear gear. There's harnesses. They set fixed lines. There will probably be a fixed line from about maybe 600 meters below the summit to the summit, and they'll fix those lines. They'll get up there. They'll have food and drink and everything that you might expect to find in an aid station on this tiny little square chunk of rock. About 15 years ago, somebody decided that it would be nice to offer the runners a special treat when they got there. And typically when you arrive at Kroger's Canteen, you sit down because you're at 13,000 feet, and somebody comes up to you with a small metal saucer filled with magic elixir, and they tell you to drink it. So you drink it. And then someone comes up to you with a plate of food, not a big plate of food, not a tri-tip sandwich, but a small plate of food that you can digest at 13,000 feet. Maybe 4 M&Ms, 3 Cheez-Its, a small piece of cheese, maybe a slice of salami, where you can get some energy and then get out of there. Because when you begin the descent off Kroger's Canteen, you have to have your wits about you. So that's where they're headed. We know that our first runner is over there. Our second runner's on the way, and now our top 3 women are headed there, and hopefully they'll all avail themselves of the special elixir.
This makes me sad that I'm never running this race and I'll never experience Kroger's Canteen for myself. But yeah, that's just one of the many things that makes Hardrock so unique. Obviously, it's a very difficult race to get into. It's limited in terms of accessibility in a lot of areas. But I think that in a lot of ways that contributes to the magic.
I want to say too that when Rock Horton is a 10-time Hardrock finisher, and after he finished his 10th, he committed to 10 years of volunteering at the race, and for most of those 10 years, he was the aid station captain at Kroger's Canteen, and he estimated, this was around 2014, 2015, that his was the only aid station that actually had a waiting list. And there were some times when I ran the race in 2016, I got up there and I looked around, and there was Jared Campbell and Jeff Browning and Diana Finkel and Joe Grant,
Legends.
and Ty Draney, and legends in the sport, basically there for me. And they were there from the first runner to the last runner. Rock's calling in on the satellite phone. Now they have cell service. They do the I Run Far coverage from up there. So
That's
Joe
amazing.
Grant is calling in to Megan Hicks, who's actually right across the street, who's then calling into their office and getting those results out. We'll probably even get some pictures
That's
from
wild.
from Kroger's Canteen. So it is an extremely special place. I encourage you. I commend to you all that to watch the video. Kroger's Canteen. It's on YouTube. It's about 12 minutes long. Rock tells the story of the aid station, and it is a whatever direction you're going. It's a seminal moment in the Hard Rock experience.
That sounds amazing. I'm going to have to look that up after we're done with this coverage. Folks, for those of you just tuning in, or for those not as familiar with how things work at Hard Rock After Dark, when AJW and I are on the call, we're a little bit lacking in terms of cameras around the course. We do what we can. We're limited in terms of just manpower, visuals. And so maybe we go a little bit off the rails, but we try and corral things back in a fairly consistent manner. One of the things that I love about being a co-host with AJW is that the races we cover, he has an encyclopedic knowledge of the terrain, the people, and frankly, if this is a sport you love or you're interested in, the man sitting to my right is the guy you definitely want to hear from. And if you ever get the chance to speak to him, he'll talk your ear off. I'll tell you that. AJW and I drove to Western States training camp 12 hours each way and never once turned on the radio.
Yeah.
So I'll just say that.
I'd like to thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Those are kind words, and I see that I have some friends on the chat commenting. I'll try to ignore it, but I want to comment on a couple of things about the race thus far.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Chris is absolutely right. As we get into the after dark time, our cameras are less active. We'll have some camera coverage. We'll certainly stop anytime one of our remote crews is able to report, especially from that team at Telluride, and if we hear anything more from Ouray. But the heat. It's official, and this is something I spoke about with several people, but it is official now. The high temperature in Silverton, Colorado today was higher than the high temperature in Auburn, California on Western States race day. And as far as we can tell, that's the first time that's ever happened.
And you're talking elevation,
9,300
feet.
Exposure heat above tree line. I mean, I was out at Animas Forks for 8 hours, and literally I was hotter at Animas Forks today than I was at Michigan Bluff 3 weeks ago.
And Animas Forks is like 11,000 feet.
It's 11,000 feet. Yeah. So I've officially dubbed this year's race Hot Rock.
I like it.
Hot
Hashtag Rock. Hot Rock.
Right.
Make it happen, folks.
The second thing I want to comment on is the second 5 in both races. In fact, the second 7 in the men's race. The second 5 in the women's race is really closely bunched together. It's got a bunch of runners who are here for the first time, who are running with enthusiasm and energy and joy, like a lot of first-timers to Hard Rock do. And it'll be really fun to see how that second 5 of the women's top 10 navigates the second half of the race.
So actually, to that point, of the second 5, as you can see the list right there, I was only familiar with 2 names entering today. So that's actually interesting. Christina Bauer's name I knew.
Yep.
And also Emily Holland's name was familiar, but only because she literally
came off the wait list at the last
just got into the race at the last minute. So that's something I've been well aware of. But yeah, these women are putting together a great day.
and very close together. And I want to talk about the men. So Megan Hicks and I were out at Animas Forks, as I mentioned, and Megan turned to me at one point. Wait, hang on just a second. Let's see what we have here for the footage.
Aurelian comes in.
Is this
Javi? Tour
Javi?
of the aid station. Like, this is where drop bags are. So we're not.
Okay, I gotta tell you. I was born.
Say good day to you folks.
Okay.
Yeah, ideally get a little.
Is that feed
little
coming
of
from
the-
you,
the
Race? Oh, Jose
character
Cruz.
of the Telluride aid
Jose Cruz.
Out of Utah.
So
Right.
he's at Ouray right there.
Okay.
A couple
Right
people
now-
were actually mentioning that we might be sleeping on Jose because he wasn't coming up in much of the pre-race coverage. But he's acquitting himself extremely well at this point. So 16th overall, looking good.
Daniel Dixon in the chat asking about the magic elixir. You know what, Daniel? You're just going to have to keep getting your qualifiers. Eventually, you'll get chosen for the race, and then you can go up there and learn for yourself.
Bryce, do we have something that we need to jump on?
Looks like Mael might be giving us a check-in from Telluride.
Oh,
Oh,
excellent.
perfect.
Hey, can you guys hear us all right? Are the,
Absolutely.
headphones still messing up. Yeah?
It's a little bit choppy, but we can hear
We have
you.
audio.
You've got audio.
Okay. We're gonna try to do a little walking tour of the Telluride aid station.
Perfect. Bryce, can we flip our cams on that? Awesome.
Hey folks.
Hey.
I hope we've got some good audio. Look, what do you reckon of this, eh? Welcome to Telluride Aid Station, mile 74.7.
You know, my lucky numbers are 7 and 4, so this is a pretty special one.
Here we go. Well, Jeff, let's hope we all get special right here in Telluride tonight. What we're going to do is take you through a walk here. This is the Telluride Aid Station. It's beautiful. It's like right in town. It's like right next to the park. It's lovely. The fairy lights are out. People are starting to gather. The thing is, it's gone dark, really. It's gone dark, and there's a lot of trees around. So the thing is, people just keep popping out from trees, and it gets a little bit scary. It's not too bad. So I think this is the timing chair. It's going to tick the timers off. Going to walk in here. I've got a bunch of crew here, timing crew, bunch of volunteers, legends. This is the welcome to Telluride sign here. Some roast turkey slices and all the good things, popsicles and fruit. That sounds like a I think that's going to be one for tomorrow morning. And we've got the drop bags over here. We're hearing a bit of noise at the moment, and I don't know if you can hear that, but that's the French horn, the French horn. That's
The French horn.
The
Aurelian.
French horn.
The French horn is getting
The
close.
French mining horn
So that means that Aurelian
is coming
definitely
right
on
up.
his way.
You guys ready for the first runner?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, we're really ready.
Well, this is what else is going on here. Spread pretty similar to the rest of them, except these are Telluride Snickers bars, so they're way more expensive. So yeah, we've got the beautiful aspen trees here that hold the Telluride sign. So yeah, I mean, there's not too much more to show you other than just creating a bit of suspense for Aurelian to arrive into the aid station here. I don't have my iPad because we didn't have the budget for that, but I'm sure you guys can fill us in on what the splits are. If he comes in here in the next couple of minutes, what's he looking like in terms of course splits at the moment?
Let me see. Brett
terms
was
of
kind
course
enough to
records
leave
as
us
well.
some data, and I'll see if I can pour through that and pull up some historic splits. Otherwise, Liam, if you're paying attention, save my rear.
Wow, we got to start collecting invoices from Liam.
Yeah,
Someone needs to pay that man.
yeah, and we're gonna start buying some more iPads or something. What do you guys think? They've got a beautiful shade cloth. I don't think they set that up for the race, but the town made it look brilliant.
Yeah.
The
I think this is the biggest event all summer is the Hardrock Aid Station in Telluride. I don't think Telluride Bluegrass really quite stands up in comparison.
Yeah. I mean, the crowd we've pulled is incredible tonight. So
It actually looks like great
can't
mood
imagine.
lighting, very romantic.
Yeah, well, we were thinking about having a little pizza date ourselves, but I think Arlen is going to come in and steal the show here. I'm going to hand off. There's just going to be one of us in the aid station, so
Sure.
Mael has the camera and the audio.
Now,
Yeah, with our last ping from Aurelian was right at mile 68 about 28 minutes ago. So, yeah, I'm thinking maybe in the next 2 to 5 minutes, probably on the shorter end of that we're going to see him hit the aid.
Good, man. Good to see you. Good to see you.
A little course update. So they summit Kroger's Canteen that we've just been talking about. There's some definite technical, probably pretty snowy, sloppy sections.
Maybe
and
have a couple
then
minutes.
it gets more and more runnable, and the momentum builds, and you just feel Telluride pulling you down. The last mile.
Check. Where are they allowed to crew?
only within here.
Crew's not allowed to access out there.
They can cheer, but they can't crew out there. I don't know if
Sorry, we're getting a little bit of audio there, but they're just hammering down that road. Then they enter the city streets of Telluride, and boom, they're in there. So it's a fast little stretch, especially that last 3 miles into Telluride.
I just got a heads up from Liam. Again, shout out Aid Station Fireball. 15:08 is where we're at right now on the clock. 15:09, and the record was it was Francois Dehane's number in 2021, and that was 14:38. So he's about 30 minutes behind course record.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing a course record today, and that's fine. I mean, it's been a different day. It's been hot. It's really snowy. They're still going into quite a bit of snow over these last 28 miles. I'm thinking a sub 24 for sure.
That's Aurelian right there.
We've got a follow cam on Aurelian.
Yeah.
Guys, we're hanging out here in the Telluride Aid Station.
You're about to have
Hear
visitors.
Aurelian's crew. We can hear his crew somewhere in the distance, maybe a couple of 100 meters away, because that French mining horn is loud, and we're just unsure exactly if that's half of his crew that's out of the aid station and half of them in the aid station waiting for him. And we've just sent one of the aid station crew down the road to find our man with the mining horn, just to make sure that they know he can't get crewed outside of the aid station.
We're hitting the pavement right now.
That's actually a beautiful shot right there, kind of coming down the hill.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing right now is our race leader.
His crew is here. It's just the men are out there.
Our race leader Arlen is hitting Telluride, being flanked by his pacer Ludo Pomeray, and the sun is starting to disappear off into the west, and Telluride is a beautiful town for those who haven't been there.
But good for you guys for trying to get the word out. Sometimes with the language gap, people aren't sure. No crew support outside of the aid station, and he's into town right now. He's probably got 3-4 minutes until he gets to the aid station, and he needs to be on his own. There's their horn.
Yeah, he has to run clear across town in Telluride, which is about 4 blocks north to south.
And as we've said, 80% of the people in Telluride don't know this event's going on. So
they know now.
Yeah.
For what it's worth,
Here we go.
We do see some good outfits and
How good is this?
fancy mountain town hats.
Usually that kind of horn honking is reserved for a Saturday afternoon when somebody won't get moving down Colorado Street.
Hey! Bonsoir!
In the chat asking about the mile. This is mile 72. Telluride comes at mile 72 in the race. They've got some monster climbs still to go in these last 28 miles. We'll talk about those in a little while.
Oh, yeah.
It's not your grandma's 28 miler left to go. Here you can see they're coming down the city streets, and they'll be in the aid station probably in 2 minutes or so.
Yeah. The part of town they run through is actually north to south across Telluride, which, as I was mentioning, is really only about 4 blocks at that stretch.
Mm-hmm.
So we would expect to see our team, Miel and Jeff, I believe, being able to see him really quickly here.
A request for an update on Courtney in the chat. We unofficially, we think she has taken the lead. We do think she's still on her way to Governor Basin. So on Camp Bird Road, we should get data when she gets to Governor Basin, and then, of course, up and over Kroger.
Yep, and there's the sign, I think, that we just saw not too long ago. Yep.
This is really good footage entering the aid station. Thank you, Runner Cam. That was beautiful. Thank you, folks on the chat. We're getting Jory Boswell's getting live information from her husband, who's at Governor's Basin, with the thought that Courtney is within a minute or so from that aid station. Again, that's the 7-mile climb that we saw Annie Hughes starting a short while ago. And so we're thinking she's well on her way and just about there. Here's some good aid station footage of Aurelian.
Looks like Benoit and Avery are both coming either super close to or have hit Kroger's Cantina as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm seeing on our tracker. Great shot.
This is excellent foot care. 72 miles into 100. It's always a gamble taking those shoes off. But this seems NASCAR style right here. Those feet look good. Great camera work, guys. Love this. He's eating and drinking while his crew is working on his feet.
Yeah, I was actually right in front of Avery and when he hit Ouray Aid, and having Ludo there is probably a heck of a bonus.
Oh, yeah.
You know, talk about a guy who knows how to run and knows how to. I wonder if he's going to stay with him the rest of the way. Is he going to push him the way he pushes himself? Push Ariane the way he pushes himself at Western States? Could be interesting to see what happens here.
He's 18 years older than Aurelian, so he can.
That never stopped Ludo from dropping a hammer.
He will drop the hammer.
Yeah, you're right, Brian.
This is a good aid station stop right here.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the shoe change or sock change notwithstanding. This is really how it kind of looked when he was at Ouray a few hours ago.
See, we promised you Hardrock After Dark, so we're giving you the raw material here.
Yeah. Once the lights are out.
Here's Courtney. Oh, Courtney DeWalter at Governor Basin. Great footage right here. Excellent.
Great catch. Mile 64, Courtney DeWalter.
So again, Governor Basin, this is the top of Camp Bird Road, so 7 miles uphill from Ouray, and 3 miles, little less than 3 miles, and 2,484 feet to Kroger's Canteen and the magic elixir that awaits.
Of course, she's had this elixir, but earlier in the race last time.
Correct.
Coming from the
correct.
other side.
Yep.
This is, it's not, I guess I got to qualify. This is uncharted territory for Courtney in this race because the last time she raced this, counter-clockwise, her day ended at Ouray.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So while she is no stranger to these mountains and running these distances, this is new for her as far as part
a
of Hardrock.
good aid station stop there as well.
Always so quick.
And so it's just it's literally a few flat steps and then boom, as you see that sun setting up in the top left of your screen.
I love the contrast.
That's where they're headed.
That's a beautiful shot right there. You can see the sun and the waning hours of light and the silhouette of the mountain and the trees. That's what this sport is all about.
Camera crew at Governor Basin, thank you so much. If you can just stay with us here and get Annelise when she gets in, we'll get a clock on that. I know that we had some confusion about the pass and when it took place and what the gap was. We now can confirm that Courtney Dauwalter is first woman through Governor Basin in about 9:17 p.m. So 15:17 elapsed and is on her way to Kroger's Canteen. Probably not in the business for a sub 24, as I predicted in our earlier show, but certainly in the business for a potential 27-ish finish, which would be in that kind of Diana Finkel range, which was set back in 2009. We'll see. The snow will be interesting, especially up and over Oscars Pass. So Aurelian is really taking his time here. Quick response to the chat. The hand braces, those are actually part of Lecky poles. They're a strap that they put around their hands, and then they can just click into the poles. They're really effective. They kind of come from cross-country skiing. And here we go. Our leader leaving Telluride.
Liam mentioning that Courtney is just 6 minutes off the Diana Finkel course record at Governor's.
Yeah, so a lot will happen with the snow. Perhaps we'll hear from our team at Telluride in a bit, but that was a great aid station stop. Very smart to take care of feet, eat a lot of food, get hydrated, get that nighttime setup all set. And here we go. How you doing, guys?
Masterclass. How good is that? Like, that was just incredible to see him come through. But I mean, his crew is so dialed on that. There was soup going, food going, just everything you needed. I'm not sure. I mean, it was, it's either his mum or his auntie, who's probably a bloody masseuse. She was just working on his leg there. But he seemed cool and calm and collected. His pacer, Ludwig, he is, he's such an experienced UTMB champion back in 2016. He was joking around. He was having a good laugh. So I think that's a good sign. And it seemed like overall everything was a good energy. And he didn't seem stressed at all. He didn't raise his voice at all. He was very calm. You saw him get his shoes off, dry his feet completely, new socks, the same shoes he put on, so he didn't do new shoes. Had a couple of cups of soup, and then he looked like he was in good, composed state and ready to roll. I don't know what you think, Jeff, from what you saw, but I mean, for 74 miles into this race, he looks like he's just dialed and ready to go. Dialed.
Yeah, he was smiling, which is like a key indicator. It was a couple minutes longer than I expected him to take, but when he was having that final sip of Coke, he had a big smile and he stood up and just booked it out of here. He is one of the strongest athletes in the sport, and to have Ludo with him, I think they're going to have a great mission through the San Juans tonight.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like is that Brian Como from Governors that we've got on the screen right now? Yeah, it looks like because he was not too far behind Courtney.
So he's just come in just after Courtney left. A question about the climbs remaining from Telluride, and
Yes.
there are 3, and they are beefy. The first climb is up and over Oscars Pass. We've talked about this a couple of times. It's about 2,600 feet. It's very, very snowy and remote at the top, and then a really technical, rocky descent back into the Chapman Aid Station, where crews can access again.
Hey, Willie. Hey, Willie. How are you?
And then once they arrive at Chapman, where they can be crewed off Overpass Road, they then begin the second massive climb. I'm sure one that you've all seen and heard about, Grant Swamp Pass. Massive scree field coming up from this direction, and then the descent by wonderful scenic Island Lake. They descent down to the KT Aid Station, and then the final climb up to Putnam, Porcupine Pass, which is got some cross country. It's really a challenging climb. It also has a lot of snow lingering, and then there's a drop to the Putnam Aid Station, a left-hand turn onto a really kind of rocky, remote trail that takes them down to South Mineral Creek, across the creek, and the final 2.5 miles back to the Silverton High School gym. So they still have 3 beefy climbs left, probably just short of 8,000 feet of vertical climbing over those 3 climbs, and it's far from over. We've seen in the last 20 years that a lot of stuff can happen going in the counterclockwise direction between Telluride and the finish.
So even though it's not the highest climb on the course, Grand Swamp Pass, is it the toughest, do you think?
Well, in this direction, where it comes, as the second to last climb after 80 miles, really sandy and slippery and kind of just it's really if it was a climbing route, they would call it a kind of a dirty route, a dangerous route, and so you don't know exactly how much time it's going to take you to get up that thing, and it's an energy sapper because it's one of those 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So you have 3 unique challenges in these climbs. Oscars, big, burly, and potential to get lost at the top. I mean, really lost, wander off into the darkness, lost, snow, everything looks the same. They try and get up there and mark it all the time, but it's tricky. Second, Grant Swamp, this scree, sandy, gnarly thing. And then Putnam, kind of grassy, steep, a little bit of route finding. One of the true sort of cross-country portions of the course where you're just running, you're running kind of from marker to marker. It's a really unique final way to finish this race. So it'll be interesting. Aurelian is absolutely crushing it right now, but there's no sure thing, especially with the way this is unfolding.
It's one of the beautiful things about the Hardrock course is that all of the different climbs seem to have their own character. And, even though Handy's is the highest climb on the course, it's debatable whether or not it's the toughest climb. Maybe some people might look at it that way, but I think the consensus is that there is no consensus in terms of what the toughest climb is on the course, and especially which direction. We could have this discussion next year. Hint, hint, maybe we'll do this again sometime, that, depending on which way you're going, the climbs are going to be entirely different. And you've mentioned that yesterday. I guess for those who didn't tune in, describing the fact that in one direction it's sloping then dropping, or I guess if you could talk about the difference in directions as far as the climbs go.
Right. So they're one of the theories about the different directions, and it's mainly due. We've been talking now for a little while about the Camp Bird Road, the 7-mile road from Ouray to Governor Basin. Mm-hmm. It's a 7-mile road at between 5 and 10% grade. When you go up that road, you walk some of it, you run some of it. Even if you run some of it, you don't run it that fast. When you go down that road, you bomb it. Kyle Skaggs in 2008 did that at 6-minute pace.
I watched last year as Killian, Francois, and Dakota all came down at the same time.
Exactly. So there are 3 of those roads. Okay, there's Camp Bird, which is the biggest one, 7 miles. And then there are 2 4-mile roads, the road between Sherman and Burroughs Park and the road between what used to be the Grouse Gulch Aid Station and Engineer Pass. Okay, between those 3 roads, you have 15 miles of road. In the direction they're going this year, you're going up those roads. In the direction they're going next year, they're going down those roads.
Yeah.
I'll never forget talking to Hal Kerner after the year he won this race. And he said, I've been waiting for years to get in the race when it's going in the clockwise direction. Because he knew, if you've ever run with Hal Kerner, that guy can run downhills like nobody's business. And he knew for those 15 miles of downhill, he was just going to be able to explode. And so he did. The walls, on the other hand, okay, so what they're going to go down in another year off the back of Grant Swamp Pass are so steep that you can't run them fast. You got to feel your way down. You've got to try and get yourself down. So the what you lose running up the ramps, you can't possibly gain back going down the walls. Whereas going up the walls, you're just going to crawl up those things, and then you're going to get to the ramps and bomb it. So my theory, and a lot of people disagree with me, is that this year's direction is the more difficult one.
Okay, that totally makes sense. Because, I would rather get the climbing done over with in a short distance because, frankly, I'm going to be slow anyways. And maybe that's how other runners would approach it. All right, it looks like
I think we're back at Governor Basin, aren't we?
No, that's Telluride.
Oh, that's Telluride.
Yeah.
Okay. So perhaps awaiting Benoit's arrival?
Yeah, him or Avery. They're not very far apart.
They're still up there.
Okay.
So there's still a pretty good gap. We're learning there's still a pretty good gap between first and second, third place.
Well, it looks like our leaderboard has updated with regards.
According to Mount Progress, it's like a 55-minute gap right now.
55-minute.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so...
looks like a comfortable lead at this point.
And perhaps that's partially why Arlen felt like he could take his time in that aid station. Aurelian.
I've struggled with that all day. Thank you, Jamil. By the way, Jamil's back in the studio after spending most of the day out in the field, and it's wonderful to have Jamil back, and it's Aurelian.
The shots that he was getting from Stony Pass.
Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely amazing. Loved that stuff.
That was
French
amazing.
the chef's kiss right there. It was perfect.
Yeah.
And my favorite part was knowing how hard he was working to keep up with Courtney.
Yeah.
Courtney's got poles and grinding up the hill, and Jamil's following up without poles and a gimbal. So I knew that he was selling out to make sure he got some great Courtney DeWalter coverage earlier in the race. That was during, I believe, live stream 1. So after all is said and done, of course, you're going to want to go back and watch that if you're a Courtney fan.
I know we had some drama at Telluride, and we might get some. Can I go back to my old man train story that I was telling about the second 10 on the men's side?
Yes.
Because
that's right. We got to circle back.
So we talked about the second 5 on the women's side. The second 10 on the men's side, second 5. And really it's basically 8th place through about 13th place is made up of some of the OGs of the sport. As we've seen through the day, some of whom have waited a long time to get into this race, like Paul Terranova, others who are almost repeat customers, like Jeff Browning, others who seem to be ageless, like Jesse Haynes, or Nick Price, or Mark Hammond. Those 5 guys, they probably have a combined age of 250 years old. 50 times 5. Some of them are a little bit over 50. Some of them are a little bit under 50. They've got a bunch of Hardrock finishes between them, and they are rocking it today. They ran through the heat. They're running through the snow. I would encourage anybody who wants to there's our list right now. So once you get through Como, you have Terra Nova, Browning, Hammond, and underneath, we can't switch the page, but you're going to have Haynes and Price. And it is I would go to battle with those 5 guys as a mid-50s runner myself. Like those guys are inspirational to me. They're probably not going to move very far up the field. But you know what? They might be creeping up on Arlen Glick. They might be creeping up on Brian Como. I wouldn't want to turn around and see Jeff Browning pounding.
Absolutely not. Not in this race.
Up Grant Swamp Pass, grunting and groaning and telling some story to his pacer about something he did in 2003.
Yeah, if you are heading up one of those big climbs and Jeff Browning is behind you, just hang on for dear life.
So I think the stories, while we have these very fascinating stories at the front of the pack, we also, as is always the case in this sport, have these stories. And I can assure you, particularly for Paul Terranova, one of the great men in the sport, been running the sport for 20 plus years. He and his wife Meredith give back to the sport in so many ways. Just 3 weeks ago, they were the ace crew for Courtney Dauwalter's incredible era-defining finish at Western States. Like, Paul deserves everything he's going to get out of this. And when I saw him at Animas Forks and I said, Paul, was it worth the wait? He's like, damn right it was worth the wait.
Yeah, one of the other stories that's been interesting to follow, obviously what Courtney's doing out there is doing Courtney things, but I don't know what I expected out of Arlen Glick today, but he has been having a great day, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of people just assumed that he might have some problems up in the mountains and up in these ridiculous climbs because he's a, quote, flat, fast guy, but he's had a great day. Are we back at Governor? And Annelise is coming into view. Our second female.
Annelise coming in. It looks like
to Governor at mile 64.
It'll be about 16 minutes behind Courtney.
Courtney came in at 9:17 local time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 9:33, 9:34. So about a 16, 17 minute gap.
Veggie broth, watermelon, banana.
Annelise ran boldly in the daylight, as we've talked about. She is an experienced 100-mile runner, Diagonal des Fous, and an FKT of 160K, but that's it. And certainly not at this kind of altitude, but she seems to be taking care of herself, changing clothes. She probably knows she has Kroger's Canteen ahead of her.
Yeah. She's got kind of a sizable gap between herself and Annie at this point. So.
Oh, yeah.
But with the climbs that are on their way, this race is far from decided as far as the women's podium goes. And to be honest, the gap between her and Courtney is not big at this point in this race.
Right.
I mean, we know how Courtney operates, and we assume that she's just going to keep doing Courtney things, but these are 100-milers for a reason.
Yeah, I guess the qualifier I would put on that, and I think Courtney has managed this, but in the middle part of the race, as I know Brett talked about during the day, she was struggling on the downhills. Whether it was quad issues left over from Western States or maybe a little something. And so through a lot of the middle of the day, Annelise was pulling out to the lead on the downhills, and Courtney was catching up to her on the uphills. Of course, we're right now in the midst of the biggest uphill of the course in this direction, the 7-mile road up to Governor, and now the 3-mile insane climb up to Kroger's Canteen. So if there is a place for Courtney to establish a gap, it's here. But there's still 3 long, hard descents to go, and it'll be interesting. Will Annelise have the legs to reel Courtney in? Will she have the will to reel Courtney in? Or will she end up being content enough to run her race and see where the chips fall?
As we've got eyes on Annelise, I suppose it would be as good of a time as any to pull up our women's leaderboard. As you were talking about earlier on, that second 5 is basically a welcome to the party group.
It really is, yeah. It really is. Mickelson, Bates, Halnon, Krakow. I mean, I think many of us know Christina Bauer.
Yeah.
A great runner, but also well known as the incredibly supportive partner of Rob Krar.
Looks like
2-time Western States champion.
Looks like Annelise left at 9:37. It looks like my scribbling indicates that I believe Courtney left at 9:19. So
it's
about 18 to 20 minutes.
18, 19, 20 minutes when all said and done. So.
Oh, Christina Bauer just hit. Actually, there's been a little bit of movement right there. Looks like Miyazaki has dropped back a little bit, down to 7th from 5th.
Is it Whitney Mickelson? Is that Whitney's? Is Mickelson? Is Whitney Mickelson's first name? We'll have to look that up. If someone in the chat could help me. Yes, it's Whitney. She's moved. She has moved.
Yeah, moving up to 5th place. And right now, our runners are somewhat spread out.
Yeah.
The day has taken its course. Courtney about 65 miles in, whereas at the back end of the top 10, Animas Forks is mile 44.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about a 20-mile gap between first place and the bottom half of the top 10.
Yeah. So as the race is taking shape and we see men's leader almost an hour ahead, women's leader now about 20 minutes ahead. Hey, let's hear from y'all in the chat. I know those of you in Australia and New Zealand are probably awake on Saturday morning wondering what's going on. So we'd love to hear how things are going with all y'all. The rest of you maybe in East Asia might be waking up to see how your athletes are doing here at Hardrock. And of course, there might be some of you who are in Europe and just can't sleep. It's 4 or 5 in the morning and you're waking up. So let's hear how it's going. What's on your mind? We do know we have some commanding leads in both races, and some fascinating stories, by the way, in the middle of the back of the pack. Someone mentioned Rick Hodges, 74 years old, still out there. And so would love to hear from you. Kelly Harris from Pennsylvania, you're up early or up late?
Well, I guess we could just ask them what they're cracking open right now. You are known to crack a brew from time to time.
Are you cracking a brew?
So, folks, let us know where you're at and what you're imbibing in the chat. We'll hopefully have a chance to touch base.
We'd love to hear from you, and we hope you're enjoying this first ever Hardrock live stream.
What a beautiful shot. Looks like Telluride in the background. And this is Ouray right here. I recognize that sign. So Ouray is about mile 57, and it's 58, and it's right down in the park in Ouray on the north end.
Good stuff, and they stay open. I believe the absolute cutoff in Ouray in this direction is 8 in the morning. No, it's later than that. It's got to be.
The cutoff for Ouray is 9 in the morning.
9 in the morning.
Yeah.
So these guys they're going strong all the way through the night.
Yeah, it's a double shifter. as far as staffing the aid.
Good,
One of our
good to hear in the chat from folks in Vermont. I feel so bad
Brutal.
for you Vermonters. Tomorrow would have been the Vermont 100-mile race, a race that's near and dear to my heart. I've run it 5 times. Amy Ruzicki, the race director, is a great, great friend of mine. Really had no choice but to cancel the race. But wow, you've had to cancel 3 out of the last 4 years. So heart goes out to all of you in Vermont, and hope that you're recovering from those floods.
That was your first 100-mile win, if I remember correctly.
Something like that's what they say.
You know, collect your flowers when they're handed your way.
All right. What do we got on the screen here?
We have runners at Ouray Aid still, I believe.
Okay, got it. This is great. Thank you for a four beer night at Ouray. Netherlands, good to hear from you. Buckeye, Arizona. Scottsdale. Melbourne, Australia. Good morning to you. Yes, it does look like Darla Askew had a rough patch at some point. I don't think she's far off the top 10, but she has slipped a bit over the last stretch.
They're saying Claire Banworth on screen.
That's Claire. Yeah. Okay, so that must be Claire at Ouray. So again, Claire at Ouray,
currently holding fourth place.
Annelise got through Governor's Basin. In between the two are Annie Hughes, who is on her way up to Governor Basin.
Yeah, we'll keep it here on Ouray for the moment.
And Claire, from what I understand, is going to be running the Tahoe 200 in a few short days, and then take a stab at the Colorado Trail. So this is just a warm-up.
Yeah, this is the short run
yeah.
for her. That's one of the amazing things about this sport. People are not only doing like one amazing, crazy, insane race, they've got other things stacked on other things. One of the people we hope to be seeing finish this race probably sometime tomorrow or maybe early Sunday would be Pam Reed.
Yes,
doing other crazy things. We'll see if we have moments as the night moves on as to whether we can kind of drag the tracker a little bit further back and see what we've got going on.
We certainly will. Good. We just heard from Antarctica. Someone's watching the live stream in Antarctica. It's already 3:43 tomorrow there. Great to hear from you. And
I have to assume that now we've live streamed to all seven continents.
Well, this may be a first for Antarctica, but yes.
Yeah.
That would be all 7.
As far as commenters go.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some commenters that wish we were on the moon, but...
Are we seeing Paul Terranova in Governor?
Yeah, Paul Terranova at Governor there.
Got Zach Miller pacing.
Looks like Zach Miller pacing him.
That's one of the cool things about this race. It's not just the runners who are in it, but the people who want to come and be a part of it. Look at some of the names that we see pacing. We see Zach Miller, Devin Yanko, Casey Lichtig, all coming out. Topher Gaylord. Some amazing runners and ambassadors for the sport coming out to share in the Hardrock experience.
Yes, and Paul Terranova always brings the A team.
Tell me about Paul.
Well, Paul is coached by Jason Koop. He's a U.S. Army, retired U.S. Army veteran. His better half is Meredith Terranova, perhaps one of the best and most well-known nutritionists in the sport, and is just, he's been going at. I think he waited 9 years to get into this race, and so he's going to get his money's worth.
That's amazing. Some of these runners have been waiting a long time.
And we're getting some Debo requests. Have we seen Debo up to Governor yet?
Not. Oh, actually, I do believe Debo's past Governor at this point.
So he's on his way to Kroger's.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was just short of Kroger's the last time his tracker pinged a few minutes ago. It looks like that said he was about.
I think
Got
we have
Benoit.
second place coming into Telluride. Well, that's
Benoit
a lot
heading
less.
into-
That's a lot less than 55 minutes
Yeah, that's
from Aurelian.
much less. But Benoit making his way across Telluride towards the aid station.
Good race. He looks smooth. The streets of Telluride it's probably a little too early for them to be lonely, but when I ran in this direction, I think I got to Telluride about midnight, and it's kind of quiet and lonely and eerie.
Some of these mountain towns call it a little bit earlier than those
they
of us
do.
that are from major cities. I'll just leave that one on the doorstep.
Great job with the follow cam here.
Absolutely. Great shot. And there's the sign signifying the entryway to the aid station.
Yeah, Dimitro, no footage from Kroger's. I know that Joe Grant is up there, and he's certainly phoning in to Megan at I Run Far with some still shots. But yeah, we don't have a camera up at Kroger's. Maybe
think
one
I've
of these
seen-
days.
I've
Maybe
seen
one of
one
these
still shot from there, and it was pretty amazing.
Oh yeah. So here's Benoit.
Benoit Marmissolle, currently running second.
Barrett asking about a finish time prediction for the men's winner. Aurelian, I think it's going to be just north of 23 hours. But
You think
under
it's going to be that
24.
fast?
Maybe a Kyle Skaggs-ish 23-23. A lot will depend on that snow, especially up around Oscars. So still hard to say, but I could see it. Oh, look, and Liam agrees with me.
Uh-oh. If Liam agrees, then I kind of have to roll with it.
Yeah. But, Liam's not been up Oscars as far as I know.
No, probably not.
Sorry, Liam. Had to get that one in there.
E-bikes would be great. The problem is that on most of this course, you couldn't really use a follow cam unless you're like a very talented mountain biker.
Dude, they don't allow drones. They're not going to allow e-bikes. If they allow e-bikes, we're gonna petition for drones.
Yeah, really the only points where you'd be able to do that kind of thing would be, in the towns. Because could you imagine somebody trying to follow on a bike in and out of Cunningham or in and out of Animas Forks? It would be impossible. But we're glad to bring you what we can. I'm having a blast. I hope that all of you watching and listening are having a blast as well, because this is unprecedented footage for Hardrock. So
Questions about Debo, about Courtney, about others. We do have a group of runners, including those two, as well as Annelise, that are out of Governor Basin and on their way to Kroger's. And that's that 2,800-foot climb in 3 miles with some fixed ropes on the last little bit, and that small aid station at the top with an all-star crew led by Joe Grant, ready to cater to your every need before you cascade off the backside and make your way down to Telluride, where Benoit is right now.
yeah, if you have questions about a specific runner that we haven't covered, we do have the runner tracking linked at the top of the chat. However, as somebody just pointed out in the chat, live tracking doesn't have asterisks, though, like, quote, vomited at last aid or left in a jiffy. I mean, I would love to have that technology, but I feel like when we're doing coverage, and when I'm at an aid station and I'm follow filming or something like that, I have to be careful because you want to get the information, but you also want to respect the space of the runners.
Yeah.
In a race like this, especially because I don't know the runners, I would have a hard time really trying to get too deep into it.
Got it. Look at this footage right here. The dude is crawling under the picnic table to get the footage.
Next level.
Of Benoit. Benoit is up and looking like ready to go. By the way, Javi looked good coming out of Ouray. I know we haven't had an update from him in a while, but
yeah,
he had spring in his step, and I'd be worried if that dude was behind me, especially with some of the downhills left to go. So there's still a lot of racing to go on. But Benoit kind of I'll be curious to get a report from our field correspondents at Telluride about this aid station stop, because it even seems a little bit longer than Aurelian's at this point.
Well, look at the setup there. Look at how many options he has for fueling right there. They've got a whole spread right there, and it looks dynamite.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned here in the chat about Casey Lichtide pacing. I think she is pacing Christina Bauer.
I think so. I think that's what I heard.
Great friends from a long time ago.
Yeah. When you know the runners on a personal level, you can occasionally get a little bit more intel. One of the other events that I've done, Desert Solstice, you see the same people every year and you get to know them. They've been around a long time. In a case such as Hardrock, I would be a little bit more hesitant to try and really get in there and get information.
Mm-hmm.
I will provide what the camera allows and maybe ask a couple general questions, but you don't really want to stick the camera in their face and make them or their crew feel apprehensive about the coverage, because we're here to give. We got some visuals back out there. I'm seeing Telluride Aid. I hope you are all as well. We look like we've got everything back. I think that one of the cows in the pasture might have kicked something over, but we are back up and running as near as I can tell. If my feeds are indeed correct, it looks like we're catching Telluride, or at least we were. Yep, we've got Telluride. And we're back in the studio here. I am Chris Warden. Thanks for joining us. Looks like we had a bit of a hiccup. We are now looking at the final destination for all 140 some odd runners that are still running this race. Now we're pinning around to, I believe that's Governors. We're just taking a big old wrap around of the Hardrock course here, folks. Live sports, nothing like it. Looks like we're back at Governors, about mile 60. Let me know if you're hearing me in the chat. I just want to make sure that I'm not. Oh, you got me? Fantastic. All right. Thanks a lot. Thumbs up, everybody. We are now back at Telluride. I'm hoping to see Avery Collins hit Telluride, if not now, very, very soon. So we could be seeing our third place male hit Telluride here sooner rather than later at mile 72. Currently running in fourth is Dylan Bowman. And in fifth place, it looks like things are getting pretty tight. Arlen Glick is... Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize we had Mael on the line. Mael, are you at Telluride?
He looked like he was trying to talk to you.
Oh, I couldn't hear him.
I can't hear him right now.
Oh, yeah, because he was playing with the dog earlier. Mael, sorry about that. What's going on out at Telluride? We've got visual on.
Do you guys have
Telluride.
us?
We do. Looks like we've got our feed at Telluride ready to go. If Mael is ready to give us an update, we'd love to hear it.
Can you guys hear us here in
We can.
Telluride?
Yep. We got you.
Hey, we can start to hear you guys a little bit. Can you guys hear us here in Telluride?
Yes, we can hear you. We hear you great. We've got great visuals. We're ready to rock.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So there was a question before about how much longer Benoit stayed here than
Aurelian?
than Orléans, and it was probably a couple minutes. He did a shirt change. He got his layers for the night, but it seemed that he might have been having some stomach trouble. Hard to say, considering French.
A mile out.
But he was refusing a lot of foods and appointed to different foods.
Benet is refusing a lot of foods.
He seemed to be, turning down some of the food options and asking for other things. So he was eating, but he seemed to be picky about what he was taking down.
You know how it is. You're 74 miles deep into a 100-mile race, and everything looks like food you don't want to eat, but the food you think you want to eat is looks like the food that you're looking at, but it's not, and then nothing works. And all you want
at
to
that
do
point
is
of the day,
eat a popsicle, and you ain't getting anything. It's a tough one. Jeff, I'm sure you experienced that. You're looking at a stroop waffle, but you really want a fig roll. But you think the stroop waffle looks like the fig roll, and then all of a sudden you end up with some chicken soup and you still just don't feel great.
Yeah, that seemed to be what was going on there. It was also a very efficient aid station until some indecision toward the end of it, but he left and is on his way, and the gap that he has on Avery is definitely bigger than we thought it was. We thought they were a little bit closer together. Sounds like we're still 5 to 8 minutes out on Avery coming into the aid station here.
Yeah, it looks like Avery is well into the descent and perhaps a little bit less than a mile out. At least that's my understanding based on the tracker.
Yep.
And like I said before, watch out for Javi, Dominguez, who certainly had the most spring in his step coming through Ouray, and the old man train. Terranova, Brown, and Hammond, Price.
Have you got one?
Hammond.
Yeah, I'll grab one for Jeff and I. Yeah, we'll do one.
Can I tell a quick personal story?
Sure.
You guys were, I know I left for a little while. So my son, Logan, who's been around ultra running since he was born, is 23 years old and is here with my wife, Shelly. Shelly is crewing our dear friend, Brian Powell, and Logan is going to pace him. And when they ran into each other at Animas Forks, Brian asked if Logan could start sooner than he was originally planning on. So in other words, starting to pace at Ouray rather than Telluride. And Logan gave me a call in a bit of a panic to ask for a little course description from Ouray to Telluride. And so, when your kid calls, even if he's 23 and out in the world, he's got a pacing gig with one of your best buddies, you got to take the call.
Sure.
So, and just so you know, Brian is like an uncle to our kids. He's known Logan since he was 2 years old, and it's going to be a real treat for Logan to pace Brian up and over.
We had dinner with Brian last night. That was the first time I've spoken with him at length. Had a great time talking with him.
So anyway, I'm back. Sorry I had to leave for a little while.
Sometimes you just got to take the calls.
Yeah,
and
you do.
That's part of the fun of being in these events. It's very interactive. You're getting text messages and phone calls from family who are on the course. I've gotten text messages from coaches and from crew people who have fed me intel. We literally had a situation where we almost had one of our co-hosts pulled into the race.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, there's nothing like ultra running.
Oh, we got some cheering coming from Telluride.
And a headlamp.
Avery Collins, we're going to guess.
Looks like our
think
third
that was a
male
bit of a
is
false
hitting
alarm.
Telluride.
Bit of a false alarm. There's a practice clap.
Oh, it was a
Practice
false
clap here.
alarm.
Oh, false alarm.
Practice clap.
Practice clap. I love it. And by the way, just to finish the story, Logan paced me like 4 times. So
Okay.
It's not his rookie pacing gig. It is his rookie pacing gig at Hardrock, because the 2 times I ran Hardrock, I had other pacers.
As we mentioned, the men's leaderboard. Let's take a look at the women's as well. As we mentioned, Courtney DeWalter has what we believe to be about maybe a 17, 18-minute lead on Annelise. Annie Hughes in third. Skylar Hall dancing across the way. No distractions whatsoever in the gym here in Silverton.
Hard Rock After Dark.
Hard Rock
All
After
bets are
Dark.
off.
It's a good thing we don't have like a cam like on the
Big going
behind the
that
scenes
way.
stuff.
Yeah.
Like a Hearts of Darkness type thing. It would be out of control.
They're just eating all the pizza and drinking all the Flota.
That explains it.
We got someone checked in from
What's happening,
Nepal
kids?
who's enjoying a tailwind
Got a bit of
smoothie.
floater going on here.
A tailwind smoothie.
Tailwind smoothie.
We've got a bit of floater here. We smuggled over there.
Oh, there we go.
Into
Floating.
Telluride.
Oh my goodness! I
Don't-
don't know if
don't tell me the
Telluride has ever
Telluride
seen the
locals.
likes of Flota.
You wait till Jeff Colt and Mael Backhausen get on a couple of cans of floater.
You guys are eventually going to make it back to Silverton, aren't you?
Carver floater.
That's what the float is there for, to help
How's
them they
it
get back
taste?
to Silverton. You have to be wide awake driving back to Silverton from
There we
the
go.
Oh,
$1 million
yeah, you do.
highway. You cannot be
Yeah, we do.
tired.
Who says we're driving back? We're running.
They're coming over the pass.
Yeah, running today.
Grand
That's right.
Swamp Pass.
Your work will be done.
Yeah. When you're navigating the roads around this course, you really have to be completely on, because
Yeah.
it could be a
Thanks,
very
buddy.
dangerous thing to drive from Ouray to Silverton
that's
and
the
not
headlamp.
have your wits. There we go. Avery Collins has hit Telluride.
It is warm here.
Of course, as we've mentioned, Avery is from here in Silverton, and basically is just heading back to appreciate his hard work
Yeah.
earlier this week, helping
Exactly.
set up the finish line.
So do we have a gap between Benoit and? I see you have notes over there, but maybe you're
Let
just
me
scribbling
take
stuff.
a look and see how. Benoit didn't leave that long ago.
No, he
it's
didn't.
more than we expected, but not significant.
Avery's not sitting. I mean, he might. Yeah, this is impressive. Sabrina's handing him stuff. He's getting rid of his trash, and yeah.
Maybe about 10 to 12 minutes.
This is a good aid station stop right here.
Oh, was it 18 minutes? Thanks, Liam.
Time has a different way of moving here at the After Dark.
Yes.
10 becomes 18.
Something
becomes
about the
28.
Canadian exchange rate as well. 10 minutes becomes 18 in Canada. Just kidding. We love you, Liam.
How you feeling, Devin? That was awesome.
That was fantastic.
Did someone just puke?
That had been a float.
No, that was a belch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a belch, and that is the issue with drinking carbonated sodas. So that's why we should all drink flat soda.
That's
such
why
as
you got Flota, to avoid those embarrassing loud belches when you're mile 72 of an
Because
ultra.
there's about 100 people here, and no one appreciates it. Avery is looking pretty good. He looks like he's very clear and direct with his communication right now. He's like, I want this, I don't want that, and that is, yeah, he's obviously on a mission. He's just not here to muck about.
And for everyone out there, 28 miles and about 8,000 feet of climbing still to go. You know, sometimes you feel like Telluride, you can smell the barn, but
This way, man.
Here he goes. That was an impressive aid station. Didn't sit. And the local fans getting behind their boy, Avery Collins.
So good.
Yeah, very efficient stop for Avery there, who, as we mentioned, is currently sitting third. It is showing him as not having hit the Telluride timing mat yet, but we all saw him do it. So our next men to come in could be Dylan, could be Javier, it could even be Arlen. They're all fairly close based on what the tracker's telling us. I did not check to see when each one pinged, but they're not, in any event, they're probably within a mile of one another. So we could actually see
a little bit of a flurry.
Yeah, although the one separating line there is Kroger's. So Courtney, Arlen, and Javier look like they're either still climbing to Kroger's or have possibly hit Kroger's, whereas Dylan has left Kroger's. So that's a huge difference, even if the distance is not.
Hey, guys, Jeff, what do you guys think of that aid station stop for Avery?
I was going to see Sabrina. Do you have any comment on that aid station stop?
I mean, he's been moving really well all day. He hasn't sat down, I don't think, a single time.
It's a little sit down.
Zero sit down. Yeah. According to what he had mapped out and it was perfect. So yeah, I think on the next stage, take those minutes. But yeah, he's feeling really good.
Bring him home.
Pacing himself accordingly.
Way to go, crew.
And Sabrina knows she's got herself a Hardrock Championship trophy at her house.
Yeah,
so
she knows the
good
drill.
Stuff.
Yeah, I think you heard it right there, folks. Like the zero sit all day. He's been moving through aid station really well, and definitely going out there with more energy than any of the other runners. But you'll see how that translates over Oscar.
And as I mentioned before, our likely next people to hit Telluride would be one of the following. It could be Dylan Bowman. It could be Javier Dominguez. It could be Arlen Glick. Or it could be women's race leader Courtney Dauwalter. It could be any one of those four. In all likelihood, it's going to be Debo, but we can't be quite sure based on runner tracking, number one. And number two, where they're at is an incredibly difficult stretch of trail. So it could be any one of those four that come into Telluride next. Yeah, folks, for those of you who have had the honor, the privilege, and the ability to try Flota, let us know what you thought of it. I know that there's probably only a handful of you that have had the chance, but as we sip our delicious Flota here in Hardrock After Dark, we're curious to see what your thoughts are in regards to Flota.
Yeah, and we have plenty, by the way. So if you're in the area and you want to sample some, come on by the gym.
That looks like Governor's, if I don't miss my guess, as far as the aid station is currently on. Governor's is about mile 60. Is that right, Bryce? Is this Governor's?
Yes,
okay,
correct.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, Dimitro, I was wondering if Mr. Free Outside was Jeff Garmeyer as well. Looks like we've got another aid station. Oh, that's Telluride in the picture-in-picture down on the lower right. RSG asking, HAW, did you ever run the depletion mile?
No, we didn't have it back in the day.
Do you know when that was instituted?
Yeah, Wardian did it.
Okay.
So the first year Wardian ran, which was 2017, because he's good at that stuff. I did it. He did it at Western States one year in 2015, and I did it then. But yeah, no, I haven't done the depletion mile. No interest in doing that.
It is. I've seen posters for it around town.
Yeah.
That's one of the cool things. If you've never been to Silverton during Hardrock, this is my third or fourth year up here during the race, and seeing how much the town embraces what happens here this week is awesome. And it's not just the race. If you can make it here for the race, that's great. But if you can stay here all week, if you can find a place to stay, or if you're willing to camp, you got to do it sometime. I mean, the Camp Hardrock experience, the veterans panels, the women's panels, the fundraising dinners where you're just, able to meet new people and make new friends, walking up and down the street and seeing the best of the best. Last year, it was fascinating to see Killian Jornet try and make his way down Green Street, just wanting a cup of coffee or a donut. He couldn't do it because every 4 feet he was getting stopped. It was amazing. And that's what happens in Silverton, because if you think about it, it's a town of about 500 people. Mm-hmm. Pretty quiet little hamlet most of the year. But then for a few weeks in July, things just get wild.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Telluride, we're hoping to get another runner here sometime in the next, it might be a little bit based on what I'm seeing. It looks like Dylan Bowman is currently about 2.5 miles out and has begun the descent from Kroger's Canteen, whereas Arlen, Courtney, Brian Culmo are all on their way up.
Again, a little bit about this descent. It's 4,000 feet from Kroger's to what we're looking at right there, the park in Telluride. It starts steeply with some off-camber stuff, some snow. It becomes kind of a classic alpine single track, somewhat difficult to follow. It's nice to have a pacer with you. And then it hits tree line, it smooths out, and it's a bomber for that last 1,500 feet, probably 3 miles, when they then get into town here. So it's a descent that if you have quads, if you're ready to roll, if your feet are holding together, you can probably make pretty quick work of it. I suspect Avery made pretty quick work of it, looking at how he handled himself in that aid station transfer there. So we'll see. And I agree with you, Chris. I think we could see Debo, we could see Javi, we could see Arlen, we could see Courtney.
Absolutely.
We could see them coming in pretty close succession too.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. Based on what we've seen, even though Courtney isn't in the lead of that pack, she seems to have stronger legs than perhaps a couple of the other people we mentioned. So when you've run this race twice, 2007 and 2016?
09 and 16.
Oh, 2009 and 2016.
So and 09 was we've been looking at the women's course record splits. That was the year Diana Finkel set the women's course record in the counter-clockwise direction.
Okay.
It's weird. It's like all the media just showed up when Courtney's.
Uh-oh, that's a hint. All the media and fans showed up, so we should be expecting Courtney DeWalter somewhere here. I would assume if that's the case, sometime in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Kirk asking a little bit of a sidebar question. If someone were going to travel and spectate an Air Viper race, do you recommend Black Canyon or Javelina? It's Javelina. But we are here for Hardrock this week, so we will table all those questions. If you want to hit us up on Twitter, on social media about those kind of things, we can definitely answer those questions. But this week we are celebrating the 146 people who towed the line this morning for the Hardrock 100.
Great job, guys, at the Telluride Aid Station. What's the vibe like out there, guys? Is it actually as fun as it looks?
Not sure if they're catching our audio, but we're loving their video.
Oh, here we go.
Can we unmute Mael? Yep. Awesome. Hold on, Mael. We're going to get unmuted. There we go.
All right, cool. That was muted.
That was.
We're ready.
You're unmuted, yeah.
Yeah, we're ready now.
So let's hop back.
So it's kind of like, it's great. There's a lot of people going down. It's good. I have noticed this good mate of ours, Ryan, and he's sitting here. Ryan is one of those people that from the outside looking in, you're like, this guy looks exciting. But right now, he's not very exciting. But it's not a sign of the whole aid station. It's just one individual. We've got a lot of other characters here that are pretty so I've never.
It looks like we might have lost the feed.
Being here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Here we go.
Kim is here. Kim, how are you?
I'm good.
What's happening?
I was just checking out what are all the soup options we can offer Dylan.
Soup options are pretty good here, I've heard. Yeah.
They even have a miso soup.
Yeah.
Nice.
How do you think your husband Topher's going over that Kroger's canteen there?
I think there's been a lot of spiritual talking out there on the trail.
Spiritual talking.
Up here. Yeah.
What do you think? Get passed on the rest of the
Well, that's good.
I went to the last bit
a lot of
scrambled and I just
his spirit, just calm down and let things settle down.
That's, I think that's one of the skills.
He's an experienced runner. We were saying in the last year, he said that Toth is the highest placed male from America.
His new role is he's like a professional pacer now. He prefers to help his friends versus run the races.
Yeah, and then, well, you're basically you come up team that make sure he's able to pace it.
Exactly. It's a team effort.
It's the true sign of a mentor.
Yeah.
When you prefer pacing over racing.
Exactly. But it's the sign you've gone to the well enough over the years and you help your friends reach their potential. So, but Dylan, he was in a hard place. It was rough. It was tough. And they obviously
I was like a trooper,
like a lot of it. Yeah. But they haven't updated the timing, but we saw his track.
It looks like we might have lost our audio.
So this is Kim Gaylord,
yes,
who is the wife of Topher Gaylord, and Topher is pacing Dylan, and so it was a little disjointed there. But you were hearing a little bit of Kim's comments about how here they are, but how Topher was helping Dylan kind of dig out of his hole in Ouray.
That was Mark Hammond, and that was at Governor's.
I know. Okay. I know what it's like though.
And now we've got Mael and Kim and our feedback at Telluride.
We got Mr. Lockwood ready to run through the night.
Si, senor. Night shift with Debo.
Graveyard. We call it the graveyard.
Graveyard shift.
Yeah.
And is Butch going to continue on with Arlen?
He's hoping to from here to the next one, and then someone else is picking him up.
At Chapman?
Yeah.
Nice. It seems like Arlen's feeling good after Ouray.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Yeah. So exciting. And then we also have the first trickles of the DeWalter crew coming in. So there's definitely energy heightening here at Telluride. We have a steady stream of Hardrock dogs, which is always a plus.
How many buses did Courtney's crew take in her fan club?
It is funny. We've been the only media here for 2.5 hours, and now there's like 12 or 15 cameras around. So we sense something changing.
Yeah, I actually left Ouray perhaps 5 minutes, 10 minutes before she got there. And that wasn't intentional, but in hindsight, I'm kind of glad I did because I don't know if I would have been able to get to my car.
Yeah, that is real.
But yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on Telluride Aid because there are a lot of contenders that are going to be sliding into town here as they hit Kroger's Canteen and head on down. Looks like...
Yeah, we can feel the anticipation here.
Looks like Courtney has potentially hit Kroger's, Javier as well. And there's a possibility that Arlen is there too. Dylan Bowman is past Kroger's Canteen, but we don't know the state of these runners and what condition they're in, what mindset. So it's one of those hurry up and wait and see situations where we have trackers, we have guesses. We've been following the race pretty closely, but it's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at until we're looking at it. But the Telluride Aid does feel a little bit mood lighting, a little bit dimly lit there. I actually did not go and check out the aid station when I went to Telluride the other day. I stayed on the other side of town when I went by, but it looks like we've got a whole lot of people sliding in there now because that's a lot more puffy coats than I saw about 20 minutes ago.
Looks almost kind of dance party-ish, or...
Yeah, they got some lights. Is that a DJ up there? Where did Skylar go? Is he spinning maybe over at Telluride? I could see him wanting to DJ a party in Telluride. Sounds like his kind of thing.
Lots of questions about Courtney and the potential for her to run the fastest time for the Western States Hardrock Double. And she would have to break the women's course record to do that. She'd run 26, I think it's 26:48 or somewhere in that range to combine with her 15:29 to do that.
Let's
bring it down. Bring it out to Telluride.
Gentlemen and ladies and folks, this is Jack. What's up, Jack?
Oh, nothing much. Party's just getting started in Telluride.
Damn, I knew you were going to come out with a ripper line like that.
Thanks.
Mate, so you're like aid station captains for the night here?
Yeah, I'm working a graveyard shift tonight. I'm off at 4 a.m. tentatively, and then back on at like 6 a.m. or so.
Yeah, so how did you get the golden ticket to do the late night shift and have the actual party?
This is my third year here.
Jeez,
first
how
year.
old are you?
I'm 20.
Wow.
2 months ago, actually. So, yeah.
Okay. It's going to be a dry aid station.
Unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure any runners would want anything either.
You'd be surprised, dude. You'd be surprised.
It is the San Juans.
It is, and it is Telluride. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So anyway, Jack, sorry, man, I interrupted you. So how'd you come about being a aid station chief here?
Oh, man, so way back, Jamil Curry's 2017 Hardrock video got me into running, and I was like, wow, I want to get a part of this event. I grew up in Durango, so I was just like, okay, well, I can get a part of this. So I started volunteering at Telluride. This year, they knew the captain was going to be racing in the next few years, so they just wanted to bring someone on to co-captain with the reins for a bit, and that's how I ended up here. working the night shift, let her sleep. Let the young guys stay up all night.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so, have you got any good stories about moments that have happened here at Telluride? Because this is either really early.
I got
really
medical
late.
stories, but
I mean, let's go there. Yeah, we've got time.
Last year we got
time.
Yeah, we had a dislocated shoulder last year. We popped it back into place, gave him some ice, and slapped him on the back and got him. Told him to get on up to Kroger's and
For real.
Yeah.
Did he finish?
As far as I know, yeah. I mean, he was middle of the pack, soldier. So I mean, you'd be surprised how many people, especially when the pack comes in tomorrow morning, they're beating up. You know, crazy hard descent down into Telluride in the start of the day. You know, starting the second day.
Yeah.
So you're beating up, and people crying. You know, 2 years ago we had a lot of pukers. A couple people didn't know where they were. Or seeing a few things that weren't quite there. And
see, I told you, man, they do things up
yeah.
before they come down here.
Yeah, you guys need to go hike up to Joe and see what he's doing up there, man.
Yeah, or stay away. It depends what floats your boat. You know what I mean? Yeah.
What does your boat
I don't know exactly, but yeah.
This is low for course, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. So, do you love it, man? Like, you stoked
oh my gosh, it's fantastic.
Came into your life and infiltrated your influence with that video.
Yeah, but I'm sure I've met him at some point. But dude, yeah, he's had so much influence over my running career personally, which is really cool.
Yeah, and I can tell as well with your hairstyle.
Yeah. I mean, the mullet's it's a good mountain. If you're a mountain endurance athlete, I think the mullet's a appropriate haircut.
Oh, dude, I think you've got a good wave going on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't have the mow though. I'm just wondering. Like,
I tried for a while.
Oh yeah,
I'm still young.
Yeah. I mean, dude,
we'll work up to it.
Yeah. And if this live stream goes well, we'll be back for years, and you'll be here, and it'll all be good.
Maybe depending on how this night shift goes, I might have a few more hairs on my chin in the morning, but we'll see.
Well, the good thing is, Jack, so at the end of the day, do you want to run Hardrock?
Oh yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
Not next year or the year after, but eventually.
Okay. All right. That's great. Well, that's it. You know, you're gonna be a wise person by the time you get to run on this loop. I mean, you're wise already, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But you're gonna be ready for it. And so, do you get out and train on these mountains as well?
Yeah, so I grew up in Durango. I just finished my second year of school at Western Colorado University in Gunnison, so tucked over on the northeast side of the San Juans. Of course, a lot closer to Lake City than Telluride, but my school is the only university in the country with the collegiate trail running team, funded by the university. So I race for my school, which has really excelled my career as an athlete.
And you've got a class act coach, Josh Avery.
Josh Avery, an athlete for Adidas Terex. We make cool friends and connections. Like I hang out with Sabrina a minute ago, watching Avery come through, which is really cool. But yeah, having that growth, and then I love these mountains so much. Growing up and still being in a location where I can go to school but get down here this easily is really awesome.
Yeah. Dude, that's right.
Wow, I haven't looked up to a 20-year-old in a minute. But I'm definitely looking up to Jack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm shamelessly plugging my school, but we also got ski mountaineering team, which I represent, and then mountain biking, free ride, all Nordic as well, all collegiately funded teams.
Wait,
So,
what school is this?
Really, really cool program.
Western Colorado.
Oh.
It just goes by Western.
There's some old nicknames that I won't share on the live stream, but
Yeah.
you don't have to dig deep to hear them.
Seriously, we're
late night Hard Rock.
I want to check in
Don't
with
do anything
Jack.
you're uncomfortable
He's
with.
killing it.
Hardrock show's begun.
Used to be known as Wasted State, and then they dropped the state from the name because it just had too good of a ring to the nickname. So now it's Western Colorado University. So,
Ripper. So man, like, it's great. Like, where are all your other 20-year-old mates? Why haven't you broken into this experience yet?
this is Zane. Zane, get over here.
Zane, yes.
We got Zane now.
Zane is one of my skimo and trail running teammates.
At Western?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice. Is Jack? I mean, Jack's been talking to us for about 20 minutes. Is anything true, or is it? for lots of things.
You think he's good at trail running?
I got to dip out. I'll be back.
Jack, thank you.
Sandy, yeah.
Zane, is this your first year with the aid station?
Yeah, first year at Western, and then first year on the trail running team, and Jack brought me into doing this year, and it's been really fun so far.
Nice.
Using my physical French to talk to Frenchmen, and it's been fun.
Oh, you were doing some of the negotiating with Benoit?
Yeah, it was a lot easier with Avery when he spoke the same language. It's been really cool seeing the whole 100 ride, and it's been really fun.
You reckon you're getting tempted into going and doing this kind of distance?
If I was ever to do 100, this would be the one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, you got to do 2 to do this one, though.
Well, yeah, this would be like the goal one. I mean, what I really love doing is moving really fast in technical alpine terrain and just having a town ridge line. This seems like 100 to match that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've only done shorter trails, like a 30K. I'm moving up to 50K this year in the fall. Talking to the coach, see what's best for me. But I mean, eventually, I would like to do it well and got a good time once I get to that 100 distance.
Yeah.
Down the line, sure.
Well, I'll tell you this. We've actually got a gentleman on the live stream. His name's AJW. And, you know, if you ever need any advice or anything about trail running, just, like, make sure you don't go to him.
Okay.
Probably speak to Jeff Colt.
Okay.
There's heaps of other people around.
Not AJ?
He'll always tell you that he knows the most, but
Okay.
just that one, okay?
I will do.
Yeah. Even if you can't find anyone in America, it's elsewhere in the world, okay?
Yeah.
To do another plug for Western Colorado, their team, like Josh brings all the runners to, the different Cirque Series races, different races, spring, summer, and fall. And there's no other program in the country that's actually fostering mountain running and trail running like Western. There's certainly a number of incredibly talented runners like Timmy Parr and many others who've come out of Western.
Jesh from Smalls.
Yep, Jeshran, yep. So it's a really cool program, and so cool to see an aid station at Hardrock being manned up and operated by a 20-year-old Western.
By the future of the sport, man.
Yeah, the future is strong.
It's really cool with our whole mountain sports program that we have skimo team and Nori team, so we have a lot of trail running guys. Like me and Jack do skimo in the winter. It's great cross training and staying in the mountains. It's really special to have the school that supports us like that. And travel, it's a pretty amazing opportunity.
Yeah. So, dude, are you ready for what's about to happen here over the next 12 hours?
I don't know. I think so. I think it's going to be the next rush to be really busy. With a lot of media here and a lot of big names, but I think in the next 20 minutes we're going to have a pretty hectic time.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow as well.
So cool.
It seems like you're ready.
I'm really excited for it. It should be good. A little sleep in between maybe.
Well, look, mate, there's this little product that some people might be selling around the streets here. It's called Floater. And if you need a pick-me-up at any point throughout the night, just, I don't know, duck down one of these dark back streets and someone might be able to sell you a Floater. It's pretty exclusive stuff. It's pretty expensive too, but yeah.
What's good about it?
Well, it's like
it's amazing.
Soda, but it's flat.
So it's like juice?
It's not juice. It's nothing like juice.
It is flat soda. That's why it's called Floater. So yeah.
I'll give it a shot. I just gotta get my hands on something.
Yeah, it's pretty exclusive. Yeah. But we know people. Jeff knows people. Yeah.
Does AJ know people? Talk to AJ about it.
Yeah. Actually, that's probably one thing you could get hooked up with AJ. Yeah. He's got some Floater. Yeah, man. Well, Zane, thanks a lot, bro.
Yeah, of course. You guys.
Yeah. Thanks for not kicking us out of the aid station.
Yeah.
And
how long are you guys here for?
As long as we need to. No need to get pushy. We're just around.
No, are you any other agenda? Any stuff?
No, I don't think we do. We're probably gonna go to the finish line after this. Yeah. But hopefully we'll be able to spend the night here with you guys for a little bit.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's pretty exciting too.
Yeah. Who knows if I need some chicken soup and you need some Floater, then we can organise something. Yeah.
Make an arrangement.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Settlers of Catan in modern day.
Yeah.
2 miles. Okay, well. Yeah. Sweet.
What's Jack
That's
up
our-
to
is-
now?
We got Jack just checking in on things.
I want everybody watching to timestamp this moment in their brains when they met Jack and Zane for the first time, because these guys are going to be podium finishers at Western States and at Hardrock and at UTMB sometime in the next 10 to 15 years.
But the dude is really ahead of his time. Look at him managing while walking around, delegating. He's not raising a hand. I mean, he's not doing any work. He's just running everything.
Okay.
Somebody very cool and collected with long hair at a trail race. It's almost
Arlen
as if
or
we're
Courtney?
like looking at the next Jamil.
Yeah, and he's got the bucket hat. The next thing you know, he's going to be flying drones and sleeping too much.
Javi, AJW is talking about your future on the podium of Hard Rock and Western States, but did you guys hear that update from Jack?
No.
Yeah,
Jack, tell us again. I'm sorry. I know you're used to everybody hanging on your every word, so go ahead.
Yeah, hit us with that little posse update again.
So we got 4 runners just under or just about 2 miles out from Telluride right now. We got Debo leading. Then we believe it's Javier, followed by Arlen, and then Courtney DeWalter, first place female. And that would have her 7th or 8th, though. I think 8th overall. Do my math right. So.
But a good pack of 4.
Yeah.
So, dude, who's your favorite runner in the scene?
Oh man,
besides
Jeff, that's a big. Yeah. It's a big question.
Courtney passed Arlen. Ooh, okay. Courtney's passed Arlen. That's the word on the street just now. So anyway, back to that important question.
Man, it's a tough question. I look up to so many people. One guy I really look up to is Adidas Terex runner Jetron Small. He's been entering the scene these last few years, really starting to step out and get his name out there. Mostly because he went through the program I'm in right now and is running professionally now. I also lived with him this past year and Gunnison. Just really look up to him. He's kind of been a mentor of mine now for a while. Really good guy. Fortunate to have runner friends like him in my life.
Yeah. So this is an important question, my friend. Is it better to be a fast runner or a good human?
Good human, without a doubt.
There we go.
I mean, you could be the fastest person in the world, but man, if you're Canadian, like, no one's gonna care. You're not gonna they'll be rooting against you, you know.
Totally.
If you're fast and a good person, like, what is there not to like about you?
That's what I say about Jeff all the time. That's what I say about Jeff all the time.
That might be a stretch, but
yeah, I mean, like, he's pretty good at both. Pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. Is it like, have you got any other things you want to rip on Jeff about? Whilst we're here.
Putting me on the spot. Take a while to flip through that textbook, but
nah. Anyway, well, Jack, we're gonna be, you're welcome on the screen anytime, my friend. So if you any points of wisdom come and that you want to share with the global international community of trail runners here that are tuning into the live stream.
We got all our European friends probably waking up right now, right?
Yeah. Well, Europeans got to bed, but
yeah.
Part of the world.
Okay.
It's like Australia, New Zealand, like kangaroos and wombats are going to be waking up there, and they'll be stoked to watch this.
Yeah.
So, so she looks like she's taking a little break.
People around the world. Cool. All right. Yeah. Well, so guys, we'll sign Jack out from his dual role as commentator here, and we appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see you on these. Can't wait to run with you on these trails one day, dude.
You'll race him before you know it.
Yeah.
Probably yeah.
See me on the live stream one day, just chugging along out there.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you very much,
Cheers,
guys.
man.
In case you were wondering, I'm pretty sure Jack was standing on a platform there because Mael's a legit 6'2", and I don't think that Jack was pushing 7 foot. But
we've got Annie Hughes here at Governor Basin, again, mile 66 on the way up to Kroger, or 67 on the way up to Kroger's Canteen. We also did just get word that Courtney has summited Kroger's Canteen, took some Jolly Ranchers, and was on her way. I forgot to mention that about Kroger's Canteen. In addition to the special elixir, they're also known for their Jolly Ranchers. But that's Annie's headlamp, you see. It looks like she is taking a little time out after that long 7-mile slog up Camp Bird Road and before taking on the climb to Kroger's Virginia's Pass. And as we heard from Jack, our man on the street, we do have 4 runners relatively close together in uncertain order coming into Telluride, mile 72. Dylan Bowman, Javier Dominguez, Arlen Glick, and Courtney DeWalter. All within, let's just say, 2-3 miles of Telluride. Once you summit Kroger's, I mean, Francois ran that in 43 minutes. 50 would be an admirable time. Anything under an hour is what I think any of these runners would expect to do. So once they roll through Kroger's, the gravitational pull to Telluride is real.
I just got a heads up from our friend Liam. Shout out Aid Station Fireball on Twitter. Really, and his first still through Telluride, descended from Kroger's Canteen to Telluride in 49 minutes. The second fastest split of all time for that descent. Francois did it in 46 minutes in 2021.
This is the descent from Kroger's to
Telluride.
Oh, I thought Benoit's was faster, but maybe not. Okay.
Could be. Actually, that might have been a possibility. I'll see if I can pull up the split times.
Amy Murphy asking about footage further along the course. You know, we're at nighttime right now
in the San Juans,
and we're in the San Juans. We do have footage at mile 72 at Telluride, and we'll see as the day goes on whether we can get something up in Chapman or at KT or even at Putnam. We'll certainly have footage at the South Mineral Creek crossing, and then 100% guaranteed finish line footage with chase runners and follow runners, hopefully bringing every runner as they come down from Shrine of the Mines, take that little straight single track down onto the streets of Silverton, make that left-hand turn onto to the main drag, and then the right-hand turn into the finish chute. So we will have coverage further down the course, but again, in these evening hours, it's a little difficult, and we also need our on-course correspondents to get rested up. Of course, Chris and I don't need to rest up. That's why we're here just yapping into microphones. But
that's what we do because we love doing it.
And this is Hardrock After Dark.
Absolutely. The inaugural edition of Hardrock After Dark. Hopefully they invite us back for next year. But I've been having a blast out here as part of the live stream team. It's been a wonderful experience. Every year, Hardrock is great. At least from my perspective, I've never participated, never volunteered, never crewed, never paced. I've just come up to be a spectator every year. This is the first year I've ever had any responsibilities, but I'll take this one in a heartbeat.
Yeah. So this is Governor.
Yeah. Mile 60.
And there's Annie Hughes.
We'll keep an eye on Annie here at mile 60. She's currently third place on the female side. Pull up our leaderboard. See if there's been any movement. Looks like Kimiko Miyazaki has moved back into 5th, so our possible shift might have been just a pinging situation because for a brief time there we thought Kimiko might have dropped down to about 7th place, but there really hasn't been much movement on the women's side in the top 10 in the last hour or two, at least from what I can see, other than
Courtney taking the lead. Yeah.
The first thing that I basically sat down and found out was that Courtney had passed Annelise.
And Governor Basin, by the way, this aid station is it's just in a little circle, dirt circle at the top of Camp Bird Road. There's a single track trail that just goes straight up to Kroger's out of it. The road continues if you wanted to continue up the road, or the right fork goes up and there's a place to climb up the iconic 14er here in the San Juan Sneffels Peak. So this is a real popular area for people to come weekend day hikes, climbers, gravel bikers, and this aid station in particular, no crew. I don't think even any drop bags at this aid station. So a lot of you're depending a lot on the aid station workers, and so it's a great aid station, and one that, as you can see, is happening here with Annie. The excitement of Ouray wears off. The reality of the fact that you still have 33, 34 miles to go, 4 climbs. It's rough.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's just another symptom or indicative of what the runners are engaging upon every single time they step onto a new segment of this course. It's amazing to me because we talk about these segments and each one has its own set of challenges and difficulties for all of these runners, whether it be, the first time up Little Giant going this direction, or, heading up on the backside of the race, between Grand Swamp Pass. I mean, that's 75, 80 miles separating two distinctly different painful climbs. Absolutely amazing to me.
And distinctly painful.
Yes. We'll be keeping an eye on Annie, as we mentioned. We'll take a quick look at the men's leaderboard. So far, the first 3 men have made it through Telluride. We caught them all. Aurelian, Benoit, and Avery Collins have all hit Telluride and are on their way beyond. Dylan Bowman is one of the people we potentially expect next, as well as Javier Dominguez, Arlen Glick, or possibly Courtney DeWalter.
Mm-hmm. And then in between, here's Annie. She does seem to be laboring a bit here. This is one of the things that the live video of ultras has been able to kind of show to the world that was, in my day was all rather private and secret.
Yeah.
But here we have a couple thousand people watching this 25-year-old make her way. She's up. She looks like she's put on a warmer jacket. Looks a little stiff. Lights on, and she's going to make her way up to Kroger's.
If you're interested in a runner that we don't have on screen or we haven't seen on camera, we do have the live tracker up top. It is fairly sensitive, but that's pretty much all we have. As you can see right now on screen, we are limited in our views. We've lost those beautiful background shots of the San Juans, but we'll do what we can to bring it on. So Annie's on her way.
And we're back to Telluride. And
By the way, up and wait game.
Annie is a 200-mile veteran. She has come back from harder times than this.
Yeah.
And I'm sure what she was struggling with during those 5-7 minutes at Governor's was something that she was not experiencing for the first time. And she got up, she put her jacket on, she flipped on her light, and she's making her move. So Annelise is on her way to Kroger's. We don't think she's hit Kroger's yet, but she's second-place woman, and probably, I would guess by now, 35-ish minutes behind Courtney.
Yeah, it looks like it's possible she's hit Kroger's, but if not, very close.
V Vega, we would love to know the ETA for that group of 4, Debo, Javi, Arlen, and Courtney, and even the order. But what we do know is they're in range. They're all through Kroger's, and
Bryce,
they're making that descent.
Can you pull up that tracker from the iPad? I'll just show everybody what we're looking at here. So right here is Telluride. The 8 is the little cross right there. Dylan is right there, and he pinged about 3 minutes ago. Courtney maybe a mile and change back. Javier actually hasn't pinged in 16 minutes, so could potentially be ahead of Courtney at this point. And Arlen pinged 6 minutes ago, but that's what we've got, and that's what we're expecting to see coming into Telluride next.
And by the way, that pink line between Courtney and Debo is super fast. I mean, they're out of the snow. They're under tree line. It's nice soft trail. The switchbacks that are just below Dylan's name are a little bit tight, but then they bring that long right-hand turn and then the big right-hand switchback. That's back onto road, and then just a screaming descent into the aid station, into the town, across the river and into the aid station. So you should see pretty much from where Courtney's name is, Javi, that where they're traversing east to west, Arlen, Javi, Courtney, straight down. They're going to be able to move if they have quads left. If their stomachs are not failing them, they should be able to make real good time there. Can we see like Annelise up there?
Potentially having left Kroger's Canteen. Looks like Brian potentially has made it there, and Paul probably not too far away as well. Giving chase to the top 10 right now is Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning, the 2018 winner.
See that old man train? I told y'all. I told you. You were asking about what's going on in places 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Well, there it is.
Yeah. I'm thinking
they know the pull of that special elixir, by the way. They know the pull of the special elixir.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see Dylan Bowman next.
By the way, race director Dale Garland just came in to say hi. The guy never sleeps. It's 11 o'clock at night, and he just came by to say hi. So
he's always smiling, too.
I know. The guy's amazing. The guy's amazing.
I've gotten to meet Dale once or twice, and he always seems like he's having a great time. I'm sure that the logistics and putting together of this race is a Herculean effort, but it seems that he enjoys it every step of the way.
Yeah.
We got movement on Courtney's tracker. You can see it in live action for those who are wondering. Yeah, these trackers are dynamic. They're not the letter of the law, but they're a tool that we have at our disposal. So if, as you just saw, Courtney's tracker just moved ever so slightly down the hill into Telluride. So looks like we've got our eyes on Telluride Aid. We'll keep an eye there. As we are now 17 hours in?
That's right.
17 hours into the race.
And meanwhile, on the other side of town, on the climb up to Oscars, brutal 4,000-foot climb. Starts relatively benignly for the first 1,000 feet. It's kind of like a neighborhood trail, but it ramps up quickly. And as you get up to the top, Wasatch Basin, filled with snow, a little bit of confusion. It's a place where you really want, especially if you have a pacer with you, that all of our front 3 runners have. You want them really paying attention to find those course markers and make sure that they're not wandering off into the woods.
I think it's going to be real soon here before we catch our next runner in. 6 minutes ago, Dylan Bowman pinged just on the outskirts of Telluride, less than a mile from the aid station. I think it's going to be real fast. Looks like we're going to pull audio. If we can make that the big shot, Bryce. Thank you. We're going to keep our eyes
That
locked
was
right
just
here.
a classic walker walking their dog with a headlamp down the course.
Safety first. Of course, Dylan is being paced by Topher Gaylord. For those not familiar, Topher is a very accomplished runner in his own right. I believe still holds the one of the best, or if not the best, UTMB performance by an American male.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely a fantastic runner and a really nice guy.
No, less. Yeah, 20 minutes. I think so, maybe. Yeah, maybe 30. All right, now we have some runners coming across town. So, AJW, I don't know if you're back with me, but we've got...
Yeah, I'm here.
Yep, we got headlamps coming in that are actually runners. And we're certainly expecting it to be Dylan Bowman. And I think being followed by his pacer and live cam.
0 seconds out.
All right, so we're expecting Dylan Bowman along with Topher Gaylord.
Meet you guys minus live stream. Can you guys stay here and not enter the aid station once the runners do arrive? We're just trying to keep media out of here. You can go in the grass back there, though.
Am I okay right here?
Yeah, no, this is great right here. Yeah.
Looks like we might have something down the street.
Here we come.
And
oh yeah.
It's really interesting. Remember the last time we saw Dylan in an aid station, we missed him at Governor's Basin. So we did see him at Ouray, and he was struggling. So we're all hoping that he's gotten a little second wind. The nighttime and the cool has helped settle his stomach, as well as the calming presence of his pacer, Topher Gaylord. That's Topher in the blue shorts. That's Debo, obviously, his wife, Harmony. Fourth place into Telluride Aid Station, mile 72, Dylan Bowman. 17:07 elapsed.
Currently the holder of the fastest time in the counter-clockwise direction by an American male, and one of the two fastest times counter-clockwise overall.
Yeah, that looks pretty gnarly.
We'll keep eyes on Debo here and see how long he takes an aid. Let's see, he checked in about 10:06 local time. Sorry, 11:06.
11:06, yeah. So 17:06 elapsed.
My laptop is still reading Arizona numbers.
Oh, yeah, that's probably why I'm not tired. I'm still on Arizona time.
Well, you just got here.
Yeah.
Legendary. Wow. Do you need anything?
See, Dylan is flanked by Harmony and Topher. We just saw Kim Gaylord there as well. I know that his parents are in town, as well as his brother.
I saw both his dad and brother out at Animas Forks today. In fact, his dad almost left his brother up on the mountain because his brother took so long to get back down from Handy's. He was like, I'm just going to make him walk back to Silverton. He was joking, of course, but that Bowman sense of humor was out in full force with both dad and brother.
I can tell you all about the Bowman sense of humor. I've known the family for 25 years.
Nice, Debo. Hell yeah, man. Yeah,
Debo.
Good thinking of it. Get back.
After Debo, if you have it.
James asked a question about a pacer's job. Well, they're multiple. Originally, in the early days of the sport, the pacer was there to keep a runner safe, help them find the course markings, make sure that they didn't get lost, didn't get into some state where they, wandered off and maybe hurt themselves. In recent years, especially for competitive runners, the pacer has become a really valuable strategic part of the race. Sometimes they run ahead of the runner. Sometimes they run behind the runner. Often they remind them to eat, remind them to drink, give them time or distance to the next aid station. So a pacer really plays a variety of different roles for a runner, and certainly in the case of Debo and Topher right here, these are guys who've known each other for a decade or two. They've worked well together, both personally and professionally. And the pacer, especially given the fact that Debo's had a rough day, is going to be fundamental in these next 28 miles.
We actually just saw Dylan's father, Jim, just off to the left. He's in the black and wearing the glasses, standing next to Topher right there. So, yeah, the Pacers do not carry items for the runners. That is called muling, and it is a big no-no. I just use Pacers to keep my mind going.
Yeah.
Pacer is bear bait. Absolutely. Yeah. There you go. Help your runner finish by any means possible, even if it means taking one for the team.
And I typically like to ask people to pace me who are, some of my closest friends or my own children. I mean, I think it's a very meaningful experience to share something like this with someone else, and you're out there alone for a long time. It can be a game changer. And
in the case of somebody like Dylan, he's probably got no shortage of people who are capable and willing to pace him. But for some of us who maybe are, not quite as desirable of a target to pace, for instance, when I did a race last year, rather than having somebody pace me in the final 20 or 30 miles, I actually thought strategically to use them at miles 49 to 70, because then at that point I could stomach the idea of 50K by myself. So they helped me get to a certain point, and then from there move beyond. So this is a fairly quick stop for Debo.
This is definitely quick.
This is 5 minutes and out. So 11:12, somewhere in there. So about 5 to 5.5 minutes here that Dylan Bowman is taking before heading out onto the course.
And I think he switched pacers.
Let's go, Dylan. Let's go, Rich. Keep this train moving, Rich.
Wait.
We'll get the intel.
Who's
from
facing
Jeff.
him, Rich?
Yeah.
Yeah, pacer is Rich Lockwood.
Oh, Rich Lockwood. He's no slouch.
Yeah.
That Rich Lockwood.
Like I said, when you're a guy like Dylan Bowman, you're going to have a roster of people who are going to be willing to step up for you. How did Dylan look in the aid station? He moved really quick, and that's a positive sign.
Okay, let's just work on today. Let's just go up.
No, let's figure out all right.
So he got hit like this.
Can we talk to Topher about how the last segment went, possibly?
Yeah, let's check in with him. I want to give him a chance to continue debriefing with
sure.
with
Absolutely.
the crew.
When they're
it just
done.
sounded like there might have been. Yep. Yeah.
There's Dylan's dad, Jim. He's having a blast this week.
Oh,
you know, I talked with him about the idea. What's it like for you to be
Good work,
walking around
Jack.
town and seeing your son basically treated like a rock star, and he couldn't be more proud.
Both went down, like going down Virginia. So it's worse than the snow. It's just ball bearings, like, and we both just skidded out. You know,
Yeah, that's Billy Yang to the left as well. Fantastic filmmaker, Western State streamer.
I didn't have a shot to the right. I went down. That's where the fall. That's right. Right on top. still just pretty runnable after that? Yeah, it's pretty shitty runnable. Yeah, like scree, snow, surfing, and then yeah, it was good. It was good. Good job.
Topher.
Hey, right on. Right on. So fun. So fun. You guys, great job rallying him out of there. He was like, hey, I sort of hit my head. I'm like, but did you hit it bad or are you okay? And he was okay. He's fine. He's fine. He's gonna make it. Boy, I didn't think so. He's gonna make it. He's actually gonna hang in there. Like his legs are good. Yeah. As long as he just keeps eating and drinking, he's good. And he is. He's just green. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what we did. That's what we did at Kroger. Kroger's was so cool. They had the whole thing all dialed in, lights up there, and pierogies, soup, Coke, water, shots. Yeah, a little bit of everything. Joe gave me a little few more shots.
Topher, mind if we get a little rundown on how that last section went? There's a request from AJW on the live feed. Yeah. So from Ouray to Telluride, how was it?
Well, I mean, Debo dug himself out of the hole, literally, from Ouray to Virginius, and by the time we got to Virginius, he was moving pretty damn well all the way up. As we got higher, he just kept getting stronger. But you know, it was hard. He was in a dark place in Ouray. I think we all experienced it together with the crew. You know, he was in a dark place, but he was always moving. His legs are moving really, really well, and he's eating really well.
What's up, Tuff?
Hey, man.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just yeah, I had a broken pole. Oh, I would say the descent off of Virginia, it was just like ball bearings. There's no snow, so there's no.
It's because you don't have the speed lands on, bro.
I know. I know the speed lands.
That's what's up there.
Sounds. Cool.
Well, thanks so much, Topher.
Right, cool.
Yeah. All right, the commotion here will continue to amplify.
Oh,
as
yeah,
we've got
absolutely.
our pack of three coming in next. Jack is going to continue to try to fend off the media, and the media are going to be more pernicious than ever, just fiending to get close to these athletes.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the next three runners that we're potentially expecting, I'm familiar with two of them, and they're very big names. Two of those three. Not to take anything away from Javier Dominguez, but he's a bit of an unknown for a lot of American followers. But Courtney Dauwalter and Arlen Glick, yeah, they're going to bring some attention to that aid station. Quite a bit of attention. So there's a balance.
We might try to say hi to another Hardrock dog. This dog was going to run the whole course, but he ended up deciding just to come to Telluride and crew here instead. He's very cute.
And he knows Daddy's looking.
Steph, what's your pup's name?
This is Welly.
Welly. All right. Sounds like we've got another runner coming in.
If it's who I think it is, it's going to be a big
I'll believe it when I
crowd.
see it. I do. It's Javi Dominguez.
Oh, this guy's been looking smooth.
He's killing it. Yeah,
this is impressive.
He hasn't pinged for 35 minutes. That makes sense, actually.
Get a clock on this aid station.
Yeah, this is 17:19.
Yeah. So he's in about 5 minutes after Debo left. Javier Dominguez, certainly of the top runners leaving Ouray, had the most spring in his step, looked smooth, looked comfortable, looked calm. as I think we're seeing right here.
No pacer going out? I don't know. No, thank you.
All right, Javi will be leaving with no pacer. He's just going out and hunting solo.
Well, it'll be
That's
interesting
great.
to see how quickly he departs, because there is a runner that he will be able to pretty much see on the ascents.
Yeah.
He seems to be moving very quickly through the aid station. I also think we just saw other lights, or no?
Yeah, I gotta admit, this is a section where I would really want a pacer if I had to have.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
So,
but you know, like Matt Carpenter said way back when he set that Leadville record in 2005, some people, having a pacer saps their energy. They direct energy to that other person rather than focusing completely on themselves. So if he feels confident about his course knowledge, about being able to follow the markers, about being able to take care of himself, about not feeling like there's any risk involved, and he's more comfortable being alone, more power to him. And just looking at him right here, I mean, I can't get inside his head, but he looks confident, focused, poised, calm, and ready to rock.
Seems like he's making the decision about whether or not to bring traction.
You're heavy. Venga.
And he's going to take the traction with him.
Great reporting, Jeff. That's awesome. You know, those last 1,000 feet in the Wasatch Basin at the top of Oscars, he might, throw those on. But again, it's like bring a raincoat and it might not rain. Bring the traction, you might not need it. So it's a smart move.
If this was a cage fight, this is the runner I would least like to be in the cage fight with. So
right there with you, Jeff. Right there with you.
Well,
serious determination in his eyes.
Dylan and Rich might find themselves in that cage here if Javier gets moving.
Yeah. He's
the
had
first mile.
He hasn't eaten anything solid though, right? Like he's just crushing the soup.
All right.
Javier.
Sounds like that's all she wrote. Vamos!
Vamos, vamos!
Vamos, Javi.
Going solo.
Javier heads off.
That's a man on a mission.
Departing Telluride.
Yo, cage fight.
17.
It's coming, dude.
So about
Tables would not want him to catch.
So spent about 90 seconds less than Debo did at that aid station.
But notably, both, I guess, Avery also was pretty quick through here, but the last three guys were all a lot quicker than our two leaders.
Interesting.
Okay, let's check in and see who's setting up for who. Who are y'all setting up for? Which athlete are y'all setting up for?
This is Annelise.
Annelise's crew.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Annelise's crew.
Courtney's crew.
We've got the Dow crew. How you doing?
Good.
You gonna run tonight?
Yeah, a little bit. Next section.
Heck yeah. All right.
Arlen and Courtney are both less than a mile out from Telluride.
We've got the Arlen Glick crew ready to go. And seems like those are the 3 crews in here right now. Arlen, Courtney, and Annelise, as well as this stellar crew, Zane, Russ, and the entire Telluride Aid Station crew.
Yeah.
That's Kevin, Courtney's husband, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ambrose is
He alternates between crewing and pacing duties for her from time to time.
Yep. Yeah. He just has to make sure he's in shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chapman's 10 for me. It's 7 miles from
Hillary Yang.
It's crazy.
There's Billy Yang.
Yeah, it's about to peak and just drop right off. Hit the top. Going downhill from there.
That's the unwritten story that no one expects, is when Kevin actually becomes the greatest ultra runner of all time. Yeah.
I think he'd settle for being the greatest ultra runner in his own house. Same difference, though, right?
They just said good luck becoming the greatest ultra runner in your own house.
Kevin, how was with that?
Okay, we're going to poke over and see if we see any lights. 2 lights. They sound like there might be walkers, though. Hobby joggers, casual night walkers. Some folks just like getting out for an amble.
What else would you do? Sleep deprivation training.
Yeah.
At 11:30 in Telluride, Colorado.
Yep. They are veering off. They are not Courtney DeWalter.
Repeat, that is not Courtney DeWalter. V Vega mentioning they should have live music at the aid station. We have to be careful about what music we pick up.
Yeah, do you guys want me to mute when the music
You're
is
fine.
audible?
You're fine. If we had anything louder, we might have to be careful.
Okay, I will do my best not to sing along. I did have to mute when Love Shack was playing because that tune just really rings my number.
HAW, at what point on the course going counterclockwise do runners start to smell the barn?
KT.
So that's still a ways off.
Oh, yeah. You get down off of Grant Swamp. And because you've got these 3 monster climbs from Telluride. The one they're doing right now, Oscars, Grant Swamp. You get to the backside of Grant Swamp.
That's the aid station captain. He said there was a group of 4 coming in. Dylan, Javier, Courtney, and Arlen. So 2 have gone through already. Waiting on Courtney and Arlen. They're probably going to be pretty close.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, we got a
eyes on
follow
Courtney.
cam on Courtney.
See when she hits the aid station. I don't think we have audio on that cam. We might have to switch to one in the station potentially.
But this is this bridge we've seen.
Yep.
She's moving well. And not favoring that left leg like she was earlier in the day.
Courtney going to hit Telluride 8 at about 17:29.
And I think that second cam in the inset is the other angle of Courtney coming in. Yep.
Oh, so that was Mike Ambrose that was pacing Courtney before this. I didn't catch that prior.
You know what you saw?
Oh, nice. That's amazing.
They're standing up on the trail.
That's so fun.
A lot of glitter going on.
Median spectators, can you please stay on the far side of the tent? We need to keep this area clear for our runners and our volunteers. Thank you.
Arlen.
Oh, I see.
Arlen's coming in just a minute.
Hey, I'm going to ask you guys all to back up. We have another runner coming. We'd like to keep the area as free as possible for our runners. Thank you.
Straight to the lakes.
And that's something, we want to cover the race, and we want to get as solid a visual coverage as possible, but we owe it to these runners to stay out of their way as well. We need to make sure that we're not taking away from their experience or their efforts as athletes. As Arlen hits the aid station at 17:31, roughly 2 minutes behind.
And Courtney's heading out.
Courtney, go get him.
Courtney heading out from aid station at 17:31. So a 2-minute stop in Telluride. So
Courtney is
Courtney
out.
means business.
That was the fastest of anyone so far.
Jeff, is she going solo for this leg?
Nope, Mike is with her.
Oh, Mike's with her.
Assuming
Okay.
he catches up
he's
with
got
her.
He's got to catch her.
And we're now going to pivot to Arlen Glick.
All right, media, can we please clear a gap? You guys can get
Trying to move to the side.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're
Arlen being crewed
looking good,
by
Butch.
his two sisters. As you can see, they're helping him put on some new, clean, dry clothes. And he's grabbing a bite to eat. Again, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from Arlen today. It's been amazing to see him show that he belongs in this race and he belongs in these mountains.
And I love the socks. Look at those bad boys.
Yeah.
Arlen, you're looking so good, man.
Yeah, as you can see, another one of the highest profile competitors in this race, Arlen Glick. Not his first time in the mountains, but his first time running Hardrock. Obviously, he ran Run Rabbit Run last year and acquitted himself very well in Steamboat Springs.
Yeah. And Western States 20 days ago.
That's true. That is true.
Along with Courtney DeWalter, Dan Barger, Pam Reed, John Fegier-Vasey, and a couple of others. We have 7 runners doing the Western States Hard Rock Double this year.
Yeah, once the wait list started shifting, we had to add a couple names.
You guys need bottles filled up? I can do that for you. Cool.
It looked like Arlen came in without a pacer. Is that
Nope,
no, Arlen had a pacer.
Butch is right here.
Yeah, Butch
Oh,
was
Butch
here.
is right there.
Chapman.
Okay, got it. Yeah, and he'll continue on, Jeff.
Hi. How are you?
Good, dude.
Let's go, buddy.
Looking good.
Dude's a world-class eater.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had dinner with him
he
the
can
other
eat,
day.
yeah.
He definitely can put
He
back
can
some
eat,
grub.
yeah.
This way. Arlen.
Let's go, Arlen. Let's go, Butch. Keep moving.
So Arlen spends about 4 minutes in Telluride Aid, which is still pretty quick at this point in the race. Anybody spending less than 7 or 8 minutes is really making an effort to get out of Telluride as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I don't think anyone got out of here as quickly as Courtney did.
Yeah.
Courtney was a flash. That was in and out. But Arlen definitely consumed more food than any of our runners up till this point.
Yeah, Debo spent 5.5 minutes. Javier spent 4 minutes. Courtney spent 2 minutes, and Arlen spent 4.
Grab a bunch of gels and some fresh bottles.
All right, I think we are on a little bit of a break from Telluride here. 16 minutes until Annelise or so. Okay, so still on call with Annelise as our next runner in.
Yeah, we've got a few people who have actually passed Kroger's Canteen. Annelise being the next one we expect to see. Paul Terranova, Brian Culmo, and Bronco Billy Jeff Browning. The next ones we expect to hit Kroger's Canteen at mile 67 would be Mark Hammond and Jesse Haynes. Annie Hughes, Chris Price, and Jose Cruz are part of the next chase pack heading up towards Kroger's. Claire Banwarth has passed.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, hard to put you on the spot.
Actually, strike that. Has not passed, but I believe is approaching governor. So, and rounding out the top 5 on the women's side, Kamino Miyazaki, probably about 1.5 miles, 2 miles back from Claire.
No, I was just thinking.
As you can see the top 10 there. You can see that Courtney is the only one to hit Telluride so far, but we do expect Annelise to be here shortly. Annie Hughes, Claire Banwarth, and Kamino Miyazaki. Kamino, sorry, I apologize.
All right, we heard from Matt that Aurelian is descending down to Chapman, so he's up and over Oscars. That tricky climb, that descent down to Chapman is a blazer, but it's pretty rocky at the top. But it's a nice, smooth descent. Not a lot of switchbacks. You can make up some time, and our man on the street, Jamil Khoury, is out there at Chapman and is going to get set up. So we weren't sure, but it looks like we're going to have some footage in Chapman.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
He was just here a few minutes ago.
I know. The guy's amazing. I don't know how he got there, but no. Just showed up on our little chat. Just got to Chapman and booted up the Starlink.
Well, we've got
Jamil Khoury.
Well, we've got a moment to pause in the action here at Telluride. I want to take a look and see the names that it looks like we've lost here at Hardrock. Bib 233, Powell Nazarowis. Bib 232, Steve McClung. Bib 197, Andy Raymer. Those are the only ones I can confirm. It does look potentially like we might have 1 or 2 more that missed cutoffs as well, but I can't confirm those, so I'm going to refrain from making the call on those.
And as Courtney has continued to make up time on the course record, she's right about on Diana Finkel's 2009 course record split for this direction. There were a couple faster times over the years from runners who ended up dropping after Telluride. So she's on it. She's probably on the bubble, especially given the snow up and over Oscars, but she's on it.
Gonna look at some of our, I guess, legends that are still in the field as far as I can tell. It looks like Blake Wood is about mile 38, Kirk Apt at mile 40. Let's see if we can find the Beckies.
The Betsies.
Or Betsy, sorry.
Yep.
Betsy Kohlmeyer, mile 42. Betsy Nye, let me see, mile 46.
Pam Reed?
Pam Reed is... Let me see if I can find her here. Pam Reed at mile 43.
Nice. Rick Hodges, 74 years old. Take a look at him.
Rick Hodges, mile 37.73.
All right. Very much.
Everybody's still moving. Mile 37 would mean he's on his way to Animas Forks.
Yep. And remember, he has until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to get to Ouray. So he's still got about 10 hours
to go a little over 20 miles.
A little over 20 miles, yeah.
Laura Withers asking what the course record is, and it depends on how you look at it. The race runs different directions, alternating each year. This year we are running counter-clockwise, which is typically happened in even years, at least in the recent history. I believe that the it's 2022, is it? Francois' number, and 21:45.50 is the record in this direction. The second best time in this direction was Dylan finishing behind him, went 22:45.50, so exactly an hour back. Now, Dylan is not on pace for sub 23 this year, and I don't really think anybody else really is either.
I'm thinking Aurelian is on like right around 23:15, something like that. And Courtney is scraping closer to 27.
Yeah, Courtney holds the overall record in the clockwise direction at 26:44 achieved last year. Diana Finkel still has the record heading counterclockwise at 27 hours, 18 minutes, 24 seconds. And if you think about it, in how this sport has progressed over the years, any sort of high-profile 100-miler where the record has lasted longer than 10 years is an eternity.
Yeah.
Those numbers just don't stick around anymore. There's very few of them. Anything like, Diana Finkel's 09 run, I believe, does Ann Trayson still have a...
Leadville,
yeah.
1994.
Those are numbers that...
Matt Carpenter, Leadville, 2005.
Yeah, very few of those.
There's not a lot of them, though.
No, not at all. Those numbers have just been coming down and getting faster. Obviously, what we saw Courtney do last month at Western States was one of the best runs in ultra running history by many measures. So, the records that we've seen that it held up and stood the test of time, they're really starting to come down, and you got to wonder when certain runners are going to start to take stabs at some of these numbers that have been sticking around for a long time. So, We'll take a look at the men's leaderboard as we have a moment. Aurelian Denan Payaz is currently in first. Do we have... Okay, so our top 10 men have all hit Governor, and we believe that Hammond has got to be close to Kroger's at this point. Okay, I'm getting word that Aurelian is starting his descent down to Chapman. Courtney, per our friend Matt Feldake, 1 minute up on Diana's 2009 split into Telluride, 4 minutes behind Sabrina's 2021 time, and 22 minutes behind Diana's 2013 time, where Diana did not finish that year.
Yeah, Hammond's got to be close. Everyone else is through. Terra Nova, Browning, all through Kroger's. Jesse Haynes seems to have slid a bit off the back since Ouray. Not the back, the top 10.
There are a lot of tags firing off near Ouray right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of where the meat of the race is at this point, at least among the first half. I do know that we have a fairly heavy lineup from about mile 38 forward to Ouray, so that's about a 20-mile stretch, but I would say that 75% of the field is somewhere in that 20-mile stretch.
I mentioned Aurelian descending down to Chapman. It's in contrast to the descent into Telluride, which sort of varies in its complexity. Once he gets past this sort of boulder field at the top, it's mostly like a double track road that gets into the trees pretty quickly, and then hits Chapman as in a nice smooth way. So I suspect Aurelian will make a pretty good time down there, and I know that we got word that Jamil is getting his Starlink fired up, and we'll hopefully get some eyes on Chapman in a little while. But that's pretty impressive time that Aurelian made over Oscar's Pass, and that's one of the three big final climbs. So 1 down, 2 to go for our men's leader.
Keeping an eye out on some other notable names that aren't in the front. A friend to the community, Howie Stern. Looks like Howie is at about mile 42, so making the progress he needs to get to Animus Forks here shortly.
Where's our good friend Brian Powell of I Run Far?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Has he hit Ouray yet?
Brian Powell, mile 55.4, just outside of Ouray.
Just about into Ouray.
Looks like possibly running alongside Michael Wardian.
A Beast Coaster and a former Beast Coaster. Sounds good.
Looks like there are some other strong names around there as well. Becky Bates has moved into 10th on the women's side. Very impressive showing by her. I believe Becky is one of the more senior members of the field this year. Yeah, Becky Bates is 61 and currently running in 10th place. So hats off to her for running an excellent race to this point. Speaking of other notable names, one we talked about, Dan Barger is currently leaving Ouray at this point, so he's making nice progress. Of course, Dan, one of our doublers.
Yep.
Actually, there's one that I have to say we probably dropped the ball in not recognizing him a little bit more, but we got to see how Chad Lassiter is doing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Chad Lassiter, for those unfamiliar, Chad ran Western States and is running Hardrock and also is on the U.S. 24-hour national team after having totaled 153 miles in 24 hours. So he'll be representing the U.S. later this year in Chinese Taipei, and he's 53 miles into Hardrock. So he is, about 4 or 5 miles out. As I looked at the tracker, I see he's barely ahead of Darcy Pecue. Another name, Darcy, for those who don't realize, has run this race 9 times. She's going for her 10th finish. Her results include 3 wins, 5 seconds, and a 4th.
Yeah.
So when you look at somebody like
Just
Darcy, currently running in 13th place, just history dictates that she's going to potentially make some moves. Who do we have here?
This is Annelise, I think, coming into Telluride.
Our second place female, Annelise. We'll see if we can get some eyes. Of course, Annelise led most of the first half of this race.
Jeff, if you can hear us, Annelise is just made the left-hand turn onto the main drag. She should be coming in to your aid station any minute. Yeah, she led for a lot of the first half.
Yeah.
Until Courtney overtook her shortly after Ouray.
Looking ahead, Aurelian is probably only about 2 miles out from Chapman, has actually started that descent.
Yeah, and he could make some good time. If he's still got his legs, he could make some good time on that.
Benoit has started the climb up that ridge, currently at about mile 77, and Avery Collins about, from the looks of things, about a little bit less than a mile back.
All right, let's see if we can get our field guys.
We've got a great shot of Annelise at Telluride. Do we have any audio from Telluride, or? Not for me. I won't be able to understand it, but perhaps those of our international audience members might enjoy hearing what is being said. Within reason, we're not sticking the microphone down in their face. We're not conducting interviews, but if we happen to overhear something over the course of her stop.
We don't have a very prompt Skylar.
Working on the audio. We'll
Okay.
see if we can get it up.
So I believe she hit the aid station at 17:52.
So where does that put her in relation to Courtney? About 23 minutes.
23 minutes back entering, yeah.
Yep.
And I'm sure that her crew knows exactly how quickly Courtney got out of the aid station. But at some point, if she were to depart earlier than she was prepared to, she is now running somebody else's race. So she's got to be careful in that regard.
And she took her time in Governors too. So I think this is her pattern, and she's going to stick to it. So again, Annelise, second place woman, 23 minutes off of leader Courtney Dauwalter, entering Telluride Aid Station at mile 72. 3 climbs to go.
Looks like she's currently been there for about 4 minutes, and her crew is getting her up.
Smiling.
And the shot in the lower corner, I believe, is Governor's. Oh, is that Chapman?
Looks like Jamil's up and running in Chapman. Thumbs up.
Well, as soon as we see Annelise out of the aid, it looks like at about 17:56. So about a 4-minute stop there at Telluride for the current second place woman. You have to wonder whether that was partially dictated due to what Courtney did getting in and out of the aid station. All right, we're flipping the script here, and now we are actually on new territory here on the course. We're at Chapman, mile 84. Jamil Curry himself is on the camera here. You can see a fair amount of people. This is the last true crew aid spot here on the course. Is that correct, AGW?
Yes.
Looks
last
like
crew spot. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So we'll be waiting for our leaders here and probably be sticking around for the next dozen names here, maybe in the next couple hours.
So Chapman is the bottom of the second major, or the first major climb of the final 3 Oscars. As I mentioned, it's rocky at first and smooth towards the bottom. As soon as they roll out of Chapman, it's about a 2.5-3 mile gradual climb, and then it just unfolds in front of you, the massive wall of Grant Swamp Pass.
Just a quick note on what we're seeing right now. Both shots are actually from Chapman. We have the Tony cam and the Jamil cam.
This is great. This is perfect Hardrock after dark. And you can see well below tree line.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
And Aurelian's family
with the flag
crew
and probably
off to
the
left.
horn.
They might not need to blow that horn.
Right.
And if they do blow it, Aurelien might not hear it. So for those who are just now tuning in, when Aurelien leaves an aid station, his crew sticks around and blows a horn when the next following runner hits that aid station. So we're going to keep an eye here at Chapman.
Here he is.
Oh, wow.
Here he is.
That was unexpectedly quick.
Just short of midnight. Let's see if we get some volume.
Aurelien, paced by Ludo Pomeray.
What an impressive section that was.
Yeah, very.
So 18 hours flat, give or take. 84 miles of hard rock.
Prenez une gourde là-bas, vide. Vous allez m'en donner une.
Michel, le gros, ça suffit ou t'en veux un autre? Je t'enlève ça dedans? Filet. Le vide? Allez. Oh putain.
I got to say, this crew has been crushing it all day.
Yeah.
It almost looks like you're seeing it, the same thing over and over again, shoving his pockets full of food, sipping soup and drinks.
And now Ludo getting the treatment as well. You can see they have enough crew to not only take care of Arlen, but Ludo Pomeray as well. Yeah, Richard, I think the course record for counterclockwise is out of reach here. It would take something unprecedented at this point, but it doesn't mean he's not having a great day. That is Jamil Curry filming Aurelian, sorry.
Yeah, it was amazing. Aurelian had a 30-second lead before he even got to the ski area, leaving Silverton. I mean, he went with a plan and is executing a plan.
Yep.
Quick question in the chat about, has someone won Western States and Hardrock in the same year? No. Courtney's on track to do it. Several people have gotten podiums in both in the same year, or won one and gotten second or third in the other. But
Jeff Browning most recently in 2018.
One Hardrock, third in Western States. Thanks for the translation. I'm eating.
Thank you very much. I remember somebody mentioning that this is the only sport where we focus on the eating breaks more than the actual action. Well, there is some truth to that, especially in Hardrock After Dark. That's really what a lot of it consists of, is having to cover this stuff.
Jennifer,
quick update. It actually might be coming on right now, but we have Michael outside of Telluride waiting on our next runner, who is Paul Terranova.
Oh. Well, it looks like Aurelian is actually just about to go because one of the crew members has grabbed the flag.
Yeah.
If they have an extra hand to be holding a flag, then he's probably ready to head out. We'll see if we can keep an eye on and see exactly when Aurelian departs Chapman. So we have
here's our other runner coming into Telluride. We're thinking it's Paul Terranova. Fireman Dan, not in the same year, winning Western States and Hardrock.
What was your best result at Hardrock in terms of placement?
5th place.
Okay.
In 2009. It was a good year. Diana Finkel was 3rd overall that year.
Wow.
And that's the course record that Courtney's chasing. Fastest time for Western States Hardrock double is held by Jeff Browning. And Courtney needs to run 26:48 or thereabouts to break that record.
And that's in play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Especially since she's sped up. She has sped up since Animus Forks.
Starla, the map is actually atop the chat. It's the link under the run next to the Run Steep Get High pinned comment.
Tu veux des M&M's?
So I'm going to keep an eye. We got Paul Terranova hitting Telluride Aid at about 18:05.
And Aurelian leaving Chapman after a 5-minute break.
So it looks like about 5.5 6 minutes for Aurelian at Chapman. And Paul Terranova coming in at 18:05.
As I mentioned, Aurelian now has a little bit of runnable stuff. He's in the Ophir area, and then sort of a gradual, about a 1.8 mile section, kind of double track, and then the trail narrows and steepens to the massive climb up Grant Swamp Pass.
We have more intel in our chat with regard to what Aurelian was saying. Do you want some M&Ms? No.
Thank you for all the French translators out there.
Absolutely. We'll have to find the budget for that next year. Maybe one of our course correspondents. Although Maël seems to have, some knowledge of French. So
yeah,
better than mine. His French is better than my English. So big fire at Chapman as we see Paul Terranova being tended to in Telluride in the big shot.
There we go.
From Telluride. Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, we got Paul Terranova, just came in with Zach Miller. Word has it they were flying down from Kroger. Some quick transitions here, change of pacer. And we should be expecting Brian any minute now as well. There's a good, solid chase group here with Paul, Brian, Jeff, and I think Mark Hammond's a little bit back on that. But so far, Paul's been in for about 2 minutes.
I told y'all, it's the old man train. Rocking it.
Well, like you said, Hammonds, Browning, and Haynes are not too far out from Telluride. We'll keep an eye out for them. Looks like Paul might be.
You got one pole. Wow, we got a wizard crewing or pacing here.
Like that light right there. Yep. You got it.
Cool, thank you. Annelise left 12 minutes ago.
A lot of love.
Out that way.
Nice work, buddy.
That's a quick aid station stop right there.
Yeah? Is he heading out?
Yeah, you bet.
Just drinking some Dunkin' Donuts, getting that creamy sugar goodness. Let's go, Paul.
Paul heading out
Send
at
it.
18:08, so a little over 3 minutes there at aid. Very quick. Only Courtney has been out of that aid station quicker.
Zach.
Yeah, he was serving on.
How's Virginia's?
Kroger?
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. It's really smelly.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
what I heard.
I mean, it's dicey. Like I didn't use the rope, so I let Paul use the rope. And I just stayed in the steps. But I had to be pretty cautious not to backslide because it's really steep and it's pretty firm. So you have to kind of take your speed.
And the set down, you were able to snap.
Oh, that was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's spicy at the very top. Yeah. Because it's really steep and loose. But then
Topher was saying there's some ball bearings, boulders.
you have to really pay attention to the top bit. But then once you get a half a mile down.
Yeah, he broke a pole. Descending on top first.
Who did?
Topher did.
Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah.
Zach, you said 8 minutes. You guys are back.
We were behind. We left the aid because I was checking the checkout times. We left the aid 8 minutes. Real fast.
Yeah.
We were 8 minutes behind him, and we caught him I don't know, maybe a quarter to half the way down, and then.
So Paul's moving well.
Oh yeah, super well.
Nice.
Yeah, he ran down like it was like yeah, he ran down like a young buck.
Like a young buck. Here you go. Take this stick. Do some magic.
Great job. Good to get some insight from Zach Miller, who was with Paul Terranova coming down off of Virginius from Kroger's, as we earlier got similar feedback from Topher Gaylord, who paced Dylan Bowman down the same stretch.
If you're not seeing Dylan on your map, it's because his name is actually hiding behind Courtney's until you zoom in really close. Basically, it's showing Javier, Courtney, and Dylan all about the mile 74 mark. However, Dylan's marker has not pinged in nearly 20 minutes.
Great.
How are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good.
You're a sweaty mess. What's going on?
Not much. I just got a surprise pacing game. So.
How did you get a surprise? How did you get that surprise?
I just showed up and then Coop told Billy to ask me if I would pace Paul from Telluride to here, or from Ouray to here.
Coop
I got
told Billy to ask me to pace.
His pacer failed.
How was your time in Alaska? How was Mount Marathon?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I strained my calf a little 2 days before the race. I don't know that it really slowed me down much in the race.
Yeah.
Because, it hurt on the road with the steep stuff. I didn't notice.
Yeah. Was it as wild? Is it just as nuts as everyone says it is?
When you watch the videos, it looks more dangerous on those videos.
All right.
They make it look really dangerous.
Yeah.
It's really not. I don't think it's really.
Oh, the music. Oh. Head away from the music too.
I don't think it's really that dangerous. Well, I mean, there is danger, but you can control your effort and your speed to be appropriate for the terrain. So, I mean, it is very impressive how fast those guys descend.
Yeah.
Without just really hurting themselves. But because the guy set the downhill record this year. It's I think it's 9 minutes from top to bottom. It's nuts. I mean, but yeah, it looks more dangerous in the videos.
Yeah.
But it is a very hard race because you can run decent time up. If you can't run down, you're just gonna get passed.
Yeah.
It's I basically figured it was if you're running down in 12 minutes, you're basically holding your own. If you're running down in under 12, you're picking up spots.
Yeah.
If you're running down in over 12, you're just getting caught.
Yeah, right.
You're getting caught potentially a lot.
Huh.
I was over 12, so I was getting caught. I was pretty pleased with my uphill, but my downhill did you do any exercise? But it's really cool. It is a really cool vibe.
Yeah.
It's a really cool vibe. Style.
Sweet.
We're just hearing Zach Miller's intel on Mount Marathon, which he did up in Alaska a week and a half ago.
Yeah. Whoa.
Sick. Seems like everybody was pacing. Topher came in with Debo. And
yeah, what's going on up front?
Well, there's huge gaps. So I think the only one is I'm freaking tired, so I can't remember anyone's name, but Avery, I predict will probably catch bold statement. Will catch. Thank you. Yeah. And other than that, I don't think anyone's catching.
They both look good. No. I mean, Avery definitely went strong, but yet he was just he slept a little bit more in here.
Was he the one that was hanging out at Kroger's for a while? They said there was They said one of the French girls was just like sitting up the treasure.
No, my guess would be Benoit.
Would have to be.
Early on's like on a mission.
Yeah.
But he's running really well.
Where's
Debo's was in fourth. I just said was because Javi just looked real strong.
Looks like we might be catching another runner heading down into town. In Telluride, actually two more. Brian Culmo and Jeff Browning are both approaching the descent into Telluride.
Javi's fifth, Courtney was sixth, Arlen was seventh.
Is there what's the gap between Courtney and Annelise?
Huge.
It's like 25 minutes. 25? So it changed a lot since she was leading.
I think so.
Courtney just hit 74 and a half.
Well, Annelise looked good too.
Yeah, Annelise is really good.
That makes sense. Courtney.
Jeff, you enjoying it?
I'm doing it.
What's the trip in the bed?
The day's been fun. Yeah, it's been super fun. Getting to hang with my elf. I mean, honestly,
Get him for you?
Oh, thank you. That's service. This I got finished.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That was great.
Again, we're on the Telluride Aid Station, awaiting the arrival of a couple more runners, including Jeff Browning. And we also have eyes on Chapman, where our lead runner, Aurelian, has gone through. And we're probably awaiting the arrival of Benoit sometime within the hour, I would guess.
Looks like we have a car or a pair of headlamps heading down the street here. Given that it's Telluride after midnight, probably
headlamps.
Probably headlamps. We'll just have to see who's attached to them.
Yeah.
Is that Brian?
Culmo, Salt Lake City. Been running well all day.
Pulling a scorpion.
Excellent follow cams through Telluride here all evening long.
There's a cop.
The soothing sounds of somebody else's feet hitting the pavement. I can't stand the sound of my own footsteps, but someone else's, oddly soothing.
Doing awesome.
We will track Brian's time when he hits the aid station, and it shouldn't be too very long before we see former winner make
Jeff
his
Browning
way into Telluride.
51-year-old Jeff Browning from Flagstaff, Arizona. Had a busy year of running already. Coldwater Rumble 100-miler. The 150-miler at Cocodona. Bighorn, a win at Bighorn last month.
Just follow the lights to the right.
hitting Aid at 18:20. Brian currently in the top 10. The 8th runner to hit Telluride. We expect our 9th male runner to hit Telluride here within a few minutes. Looks like Brian is doing the same thing Arlen did, exchanging out some drenched clothes for some dry ones.
Yeah, it's been hot all day, and they drop down not super low, but they're below 9,000 at Telluride.
Yeah,
under certainly below tree line. There's a little humidity with the river right there. It's not a cool Hardrock by any stretch. Vicious triplets. Nobody talks about Avery. Man, you missed the preview show. I picked him to win. I don't think he's going to, but I picked him.
Yeah, across the 6 members of our preview show, I believe we had 3 different picks.
Mm-hmm.
I think that 3 people had Aurelian, 2 had Dylan, and 1 had
and I had Avery. Yep. Brian's got some macerated feet, it looks like.
Someone in the chat asking what types of animals might runners contend with during the night section. There's a lot of them out there. Yeah. Deer are all over this region. I think I've seen a couple of moose out there. I know that there are a few more predatory animals out there as well. But this is some pretty wild territory.
Marmots, but I think they sleep at night.
Yeah, unless there are any sort of electrical wires to chew up, the marmots might just take a break.
Yeah. There's elk. There's a big elk herd that'll be after KT up on the last climb, and a lot of goats. Those aren't wild animals, but goat herders up on Green Mountain early in the course where Jamil and Tony were in Stony Pass, very popular goat herding places, especially in the summertime.
Yeah. Let's see how far out our next runners are from Telluride. Yeah, Jeff is got to be less than a half mile out from Telluride Aid.
Fireman Dan, yes, I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, working with Chris Warden. We are Hardrock After Dark.
Shout out to our people in the studio,
team.
Our production team keeping us alive, Bryce Brooks and Will Bruner. Thank you very much. You guys are keeping this going.
And our team out in the field.
Many people
in the field.
What's funny and pretty cool, from what I understand, there were people who were really interested in being a part of the coverage, but the opportunities were filled so quickly by some pretty zealous people. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, yep. We love doing this. It's a lot of fun. And it's great to be doing Hardrock for the first time. You know, the race has been covered, especially by iRunFar for the past decade or so.
They've done a great job.
And they're doing an excellent job today. Obviously, the ham radios, the open split timing, you know, this has been a part of the race for a long time. But this is really the first time there's live video coverage of Hardrock. Again, most of it is in and around the aid stations. But that was our goal in year one, and it seems to be working well. Yes, it's not without its glitches. It's not without its equipment challenges. It's an extremely remote area. I mean, having spent a fair bit of time in the San Juans, I can assure you it's remote. And as a result of that remoteness, there are always challenges with no matter how sophisticated your technology is.
So right now, the top of the men's leaderboard, Aurelian is about 19 miles from completing the 2023 Hardrock 100. Benoit currently in second place.
Here's Browning.
Oh, there's
He
Bronco
snuck in
Billy.
on us. So that's Jeff Browning in Telluride.
Making moves in a silent fashion.
Mm-hmm. Michael Timothy, yes. Courtney was 1 minute slower than the course record pace when she came through Telluride. So more or less right on course record pace. For the counter-clockwise direction, Diana Finkel's course record in 2009.
Jeff engaging in some foot care there.
I'm going to tell you right now that that's Desitin, the stuff you put on kids' bottoms. He loves that stuff.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Desitin. He's not going to get diaper rash.
Of course, Jeff has already had himself a great year so far, and another top 10 finish here at Hardrock would just serve to continue it. Ageless, timeless, 51 years old, and still not only winning races, or not only contending at races, but winning them.
Yeah, I mean, Sedona Canyons, the 125-mile companion event to Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Holy cow, he ran 25 and change for 125 miles. Tough stuff.
So further down on the men's side, we said Benoit's in second, Avery Collins in third, Dylan Bowman in fourth. His tracker finally pinged after about 35 minutes, and Dylan is in fourth. Just ahead of, probably by about 2 or 3 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter, who is fifth overall, first female, and Javier Dominguez, probably right around her, and Arlen Glick not too far back either. I still believe that Dylan, Courtney, Javier, and Arlen are all within a mile of each other, and that's at mile 75.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty packed field for this late in Hardrock.
Yeah, I think that we're just seeing races get more and more competitive over time, and the athletes are just taking it to another level constantly.
I commented earlier on Arlen Glick's eating. Browning's always been a first-class eater as well. He's got his diet down to a science, and he was eating some sort of a porridge type thing that he makes, and now he's getting some fluids, and I bet you he's going to be out of here within a minute. Yep, pack's going on.
Jeff is out at 18:30. So just a few minutes behind Brian Colmo at this point.
Can you tell if he's running solo?
I thought he ran in solo, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, he snuck in on us, remember?
That's right. That's right.
We just turned around, and there he was sitting in a chair.
Can we move this way, away from the music?
Or move away this way from the music, guys.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, guys, talk to me. What's going on? Oh, that's not.
Oh man, it is 12:31 a.m. Party is in full swing in Telluride right now. We got, I think, like 12 people through now, 2 women as well, and man, like everyone is looking fantastic. It's insane how good these runners are looking. Crews are dialed, everyone's dialed. We're just having a ball out here. I'm really excited for the night to come. It's only going to get busier, so yeah. Hope everyone out there is sleeping well. If you're still watching the live stream, why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep for me and my crew, but yeah, otherwise, signing off. Have fun in Silverton.
And to settle a little debate, we've got our 2 guys standing next to each other, and Jack is a solid 2 inches taller.
I'll even take the bucket hat.
Yeah, I think Jack might be 6'4".
I think my head is
I know. You need a mullet too, though.
Signing off here from Telluride.
Be well.
Alrighty, and just a quick update. As we wait for Benoit at Chapman Aid Station, we are going to go to a quick ad break, and we will be back to you shortly.
Drinking in a new experience. Chasing the sweetness of surprise. Getting one last drop of persistence. Enjoying a refreshing moment of peace. This is why we do it all. It's why we handpick the best fruits and squeeze them into pure, authentic juices. It's all we do for all you do. Natalie's.
Have you been there? Been tested? Been tried? Been true? Have you been in the spotlight? Been forgotten? Been places no one should go? Have you been waterproof? Cold-proof? Where the hell am I? And what did I get myself into this time proof? If you've been there, then you know. There's no such thing as solo. Wherever you've been, we've been. Wherever you go, we go. Every step, every wall, every climb, we always have your back.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
And we're back. It is about 35 minutes after midnight here locally in the San Juan Mountains of southwestern Colorado. I'm Chris Warden, joined by Andy Jones-Wilkins, and we are bringing Hardrock 100 coverage for the first time here on the Run Steep, Get High channel on YouTube. Thanks to everybody who has joined us all day. In my opinion, it's been a great success. Our coverage has been everything we can do to the best of our abilities. We've had a great time. We've covered and canvassed so much of this course that largely had been previously unrevealed to a lot of people out there. You really had to seek out information and views of the Hardrock 100 course prior to today.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, there were still photos. There were videos you could see that were made, and you could watch them a month later or the like. But this is really unique.
Yeah.
Live coverage right here from Chapman Aid Station.
Yeah, Chapman Aid is out there. So,
Oh, yeah.
The fact that we're getting something is especially impressive.
Boomer Trail Warrior 17. The descent into Chapman, absolutely. Really steep, especially off the top. It's known as Oscar's Pass. It's actually just an old mining road, but it is quite steep, and Aurelian made really quick work of it.
We're going to see who the next runners... Well, we have a good idea who our next runner into Chapman is going to be, and it should be Benoit Marmissolle, as he was about 15 minutes ago. He pinged about 2 3/4 miles shy. Behind Benoit, on the men's side, we're looking at Avery Collins, Dylan Bowman, Javier Dominguez, rounding out the top 5. We've got a leaderboard. I think it's pretty much up to date. Arlen Glick in 6th, Paul Terranova in 7th, Brian Culmo in 8th, Jeff Browning in 9th, and Mark Hammond in 10th. On the women's side, not surprised that Courtney DeWalter is having yet another amazing race. Courtney is obviously doing what we thought she could do when rested. Mm-hmm. And she is just 3 weeks off of setting a Western States record and leading this race. Annelise Rousset-Seguier is in 2nd. Annie Hughes in 3rd. Claire Banworth in 4th. Camino Miyazaki in 5th. Rounding out the top 10, Whitney Mickelson in 6th. Darla Askew in 7th. Emily Hanlon has moved up to 8th. Christina Bauer has slipped to 9th. And Becky Bates, 61-year-old Becky Bates in 10th place.
In the top 10.
At Hardrock 100 2023. That's amazing.
Hey, Chris, we've got over 1,500 people watching right now.
Yeah.
It's 12:40 Mountain Time here in Silverton. A lot of you are watching from Europe and Australia and New Zealand and other places where it's full-on Saturday right now. You could be doing all kinds of other things, and here you are watching this wonderful coverage from the beautiful San Juan Mountains in southwestern Colorado.
We're grateful for that, too.
Really are. And you know, Hardrock has become an international event. It's wonderful to see, you know, French runners in the top 2. Javier Dominguez, I think, is sitting in 5th.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got a French woman in second place. It's become an international event. It's become an international sport. So we are happy to be broadcasting not only across the country but around the world. And to all of you in Europe, Asia, Australia, New Zealand who are starting your day or in the midst of your day or even toward the end of your day, thanks for tuning in. And happy Bastille Day. I know it was yesterday, but happy Bastille Day to all of the French folks in the chat. I know you didn't get a Tour de France stage win. Michael Kwiatkowski stole the show, but it's looking like you're going to get a Hardrock win. So maybe that's the second best thing.
Well, international runners, Europeans in particular, have performed very well over the last decade. In fact,
Jeff Browning's the only American winner in the last 9 years.
There's a postscript there.
Or American male winner.
Yeah. So, you look the last time before Jeff Browning that there was an American winner was Hal Kerner back in 2012.
Yep.
That's a long time. Kilian Jornet with 4 straight wins, including the cross the finish line with Jason Schlarb, simultaneously where Kilian is in a sling. Was that was that year, right? The year.
No.
Okay.
He was slingless the year that he.
The picture with the sling was with Robert Andrulis.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, I got that confused. But also Francois Dehaene winning 2 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Time flies.
Who won last year? Kilian.
Yeah. Kilian at the finish line last year. Kilian came in just absolutely flying, sub 22 or whatever he ran. And I guess he had a contest to determine his pacer for the final stretch.
I got to stop. It looks like we have a horn blowing. That's the Aurelion's crew who's been with him all day. He just blew the horn, I think, because Benoit's coming in. Let's see if Jamil, can you hear us? Or Tony, can you hear us? There's the horn.
What's your number?
Okay, we are seeing Benoit Marmissolle come into the Chapman Aid Station, second overall. 12:43, so 18:43 elapsed. Still on sub 24 time. There was a time not long ago that people thought running sub 24 at Hardrock was impossible. It's been done half a dozen times at least.
Yeah.
See if we can get any of this audio. What's Chris? What is down? And those are people just working the fire at Chapman?
Yeah, I think so.
Both of these are in Chapman. Okay. Yeah. Chris, who was the Kilian from Cocodona?
Kilian
Court.
Who had a great race for the first 180 miles.
He did.
Things went really sideways for him in the second half, but he actually chalked it up to a learning experience. Who knows? We could see him here sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I could see that. Berlin, Germany, thanks for checking in. Oh, thanks, translator. Apparently, Benoit's asking for applesauce. Not a bad call, actually. Goes down smooth. Calories. Hey, translators in the chat, help us out.
You're wonderful.
I'm taking cakes, applesauce, Coke. Thank you, View Sage. And cookies. The guy likes his sweets. Hey, he's 84 miles into Hardrock. He can have whatever the hell he wants.
Exactly.
Let's see here.
See, my crew person, whenever I get one, just hands me stuff. They don't actually stuff the stuff into my pockets.
Excellent footage. Tony and Jamil are out in Chapman, middle of the night. This is really remote, as you can tell. Fire, smoke, and everything else. There's the horn.
Although I got to
You're
wonder.
right. Thank you. He might have said cakes, but meant cookies. Nonetheless, that was a quick aid station stop. He did not sit down.
Yeah, 1846, let's call it. So less than 3 minutes.
So what's his gap?
16 minutes, I think. Let me double check.
No,
that seems
to Aurelian. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's cookies. That was great. Thank you, chat. We knew we could help. We knew we could count on you. Again, as I mentioned with Aurelian when he was through here, he's going solo.
41 minutes.
41 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Down from 55.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aurelian left at 12:05 local time, and Benoit left at 12:46.
Okay, so gâteau can mean both cookies or cakes. Excellent. Aid Station Fireball, if you're still with us, could you do a little comparison of the first two male runners' splits from Telluride to Chapman? Thanks. We'll pay you later.
Telluride? Oh, I've got one of them.
You've got them?
Well, I've got one. Aurelian was
Don't do public math.
Public math. 2:39, it looks like.
No.
9:20, 11:59. Yeah, 2:39 for Aurelian, and Benoit 2:47.
Okay.
Moving very well, both of them, at this point in the race. You kind of have to wonder, though, at which point it has. Maybe we're at that point. Like maybe we have to look at it in that lens that Chapman at mile 82, if it's been 45 minutes since Aurelian was there and Benoit just left, that this is entirely Aurelian's race to lose. So with 18 miles to go, I never like to say it's a foregone conclusion, but at this point, we kind of have to operate under the impression that Aurelian is just about where he needs to be. My broadcast partner, AJW, said that this race, the runners can smell the barn at KT, which is mile 89. So we're probably a little bit out from that. Our next runner into Chapman should be Avery Collins, who wasn't too far back. Let me see how far back he was. Was about 20 minutes back from Benoit at the last check-in at Telluride. So Avery would be the next runner we expect, because there is a sizable gap after he left Telluride before Dylan Bowman left Telluride. Of course, Chapman is a pretty remote area, so we're just jazzed to get these images and these videos from both Jamil Curry and Tony the Drone Man. Normally the Drone Man. Tony Hill, yeah. I almost said Tony Gill, but Tony Gill is a radio producer in Chicago, Illinois. I've been around the media game way too long. We're monitoring the splits, and we'll see if there are any see if there are any runners that we can expect to hit. Do we still have active cameras at Telluride, or?
Not that I am seeing at the moment. It's a possibility that we have a runner in the field. Michael, I don't know if he's retired for the night or not, but we'll see if he pops back up. I will go ahead and put him on the main screen there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Avery has a sizable lead over that pack of 4 that came in close to one another at Telluride. Courtney, Arlen, Dylan, and Javier have all pinged within the last 5 minutes and are all within the same half-mile range or so. Avery was about a mile ahead of that pack, but hasn't pinged in 30 minutes. So unless he literally stopped entirely, he's probably going to be the next person that we see hit Chapman Aid. Hey, Bryce, do we have a static cam showing where the runners are going to be finishing? We can give a quick shot of that.
Chris, I'm glad you asked.
For those who are not familiar with how Hardrock works, there's really not a finish line. I'm sure that most of you watching, if you're watching in this country at 1 a.m, that you're going to know how it works. But we'll see if we can pull up that static cam.
While we're doing that, bees and things, Courtney's time is right on course record pace.
So
for this direction.
This is the finisher chute here at the Hardrock 100 in Silverton, Colorado. There is no finish line. The runners stop the clock by kissing the rock. What happens if there's a sprint finish? That could get really messy.
Yeah. Yeah, it could. And there are some people, for those of you who might wonder, you're not considered a hard rocker until you've done the race in both directions. And I distinctly remember coming into my second finish, which was in 2016, which is when I finished it in the clockwise direction. And I was coming down the chute, and a couple people were there, and they yelled, AJW, slip the rock the tongue. I had been running for 30-something hours, so I did.
Oh, my.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's Hardrock. I was running it for the second and likely final time. So I slipped the rock the tongue. For what it's worth,
it was worth it.
It was worth it. But yes, your finishing time does not, the clock does not stop until your lips touch the rock.
And getting into Hardrock is hard. It's a very difficult thing. And once you get in, it does get easier. You're at the whims of Lady Luck when it comes to the lottery. Look at Jamil Curry. Jamil had his first 5 finishes all go the same direction.
Yep.
And he has no DNFs. He just never had the opportunity to run the race back-to-back years. So it literally took him until his 6th try. Oh, looks like we have someone barking.
Is this our camera back in Chapman? I think it is.
Yeah, we're in chat. Can you guys hear me? We're in Chapman.
Yep.
I think it was a false alarm on Avery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you great. And by the way,
Awesome.
the camera coverage is great too. Thanks.
Yeah, that's solid video.
Hey, yeah, of course, guys. Yeah, it's a fun scene out here. They've got this in a little bit of a different position than normal. but they've got a fire going. I think it's the only fire on the course. Of course, the first two French runners, it's been very lively out here with the horns and everything as well.
And Chapman for the last several years has always had that sort of large tent, sort of geodesic dome looking tent.
Yep.
And
yeah, it has the tent. It's just normally it's in the meadow, which is down about a half mile further down that way.
So is this
so they still run the same
is
course.
it closer to the road?
Yeah, the road is here. I mean, I'm on the road right here. So this is the road they run down.
Yeah.
Road they run down, and then this is that sharp left turn right here. And they just found a way to squeeze all these tents in this little spot.
That's actually a much better place for the aid station than the old one in the meadow.
We'll pass your feedback along to the team.
AJW says he likes your new location. Are there a fair number of crews assembling there, or do you see Courtney's crew there yet, or?
I haven't, but I also don't know that I've gone looking.
Okay.
I was trying to chase those guys down a little bit, but there's a surprising number of cars and people here for, not a ton of people, but I know Avery's crew is definitely here. And so, yeah, they run down this and then they take this left turn over here.
Oh, this is great. Yeah. Well, and of course, this is the time of night where, especially if you have a front runner, you try and get an hour or two of sleep between Telluride and Chapman, and then when they get through Chapman, you haul ass back to Silverton and get maybe a couple more hours sleep, and then they come in. So, wow, that's great. This is good, Jamil. And Tony's out there with you too, right?
Yeah, he's here as well.
Yeah, that's great. All right, here we go. There's a fire. And a group of people gathered in the woods, in the mountains, in the middle of the night.
Yep. Do you want to tell us about your guys' aid station fair?
Yeah, so our theme is super soup. So this is a lot kind of just hanging out for breakfast. We got a bunch of soups going on. Creamy potato, chicken noodle, vegetable soup, miso soup.
Ooh, vegan creamy potato.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's like a soup bar. Oh, it froze right when we're getting all the soup tour. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, I've been starving for hours.
I went to town on Bryce's Pizza.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We do have pizza right over there.
And summer snacks.
We're back.
Here we go. Yeah.
Here we have
footage of the man himself. Every once in a while, the man behind the camera goes in front of the camera, or the other way around.
Surprise.
That's Tony.
Yeah. If we're doing wonders for Uber Eats and any sort of delivery
and in the
service
chat,
by showing off
everybody's
what's
like,
in the aid station.
Can I get some of that soup delivered? So, Chris, this is a really good example of how this particular project, Jamil's brainchild many years ago to live stream Hardrock, is unique. What we're seeing right now. I mean, this race takes pride in their aid station food more than
really
Let's see if we can hear this.
Huddled over signs of soup.
Inquiring minds want to know.
What was that? You guys asking questions?
Yeah.
We're just admiring the soup buffet out there.
Yeah. What was it called again? Super Soups. The Super Soups is what it is.
That's the theme of the aid station? Yeah.
Yeah, Super Soup. So I think I got cut off earlier, but they've got tons of different soup options here. So we got oatmeal. I guess that qualifies as a soup. I don't know. Grilled cheese, ramen. Okay, so let's get to the soups. We got ramen.
Vegetable soup. We have miso, miso soup, we have a chicken soup, and we have a vegan creamy potato.
Oh my gosh.
You could add ramen to your miso soup, or you could add more chicken noodles to your miso soup. There's options. Or rice to your miso soup.
So many options.
Well, if you've never wanted to run Hardrock, this is enough to convince you to do it.
Yeah, and the runners that are hitting this aid station late, this is going to help warm them up.
Oh, absolutely.
And also, I can testify to the healing powers of ramen at all hours of the night when you're out on an ultra course. It is amazing. You get the fat, you get the carbs, you get the salt, and after about 3, 4, 5 bowls, you're just maybe ready to head back out.
Jamil, that was great. Super soups. I love it.
Yeah, the super soup.
Yeah, that is a lot of people out there for Chapman.
It is.
It's a surprising number of people.
But the sport is growing exponentially. So I guess I shouldn't be as surprised to see this kind of turnout at Chapman.
Yeah, folks, I see the comments in the chat. Going all the way back to this morning with the breakfast burritos at Cunningham, the barbecue sandwiches at Animas Forks, the entire spread at Telluride, and now the super soups at Chapman. And by the way, Chapman, this aid station we're seeing right now, it's not just like on a highway. This stuff is all carted in. You can't just. This stuff just doesn't come out of nowhere. And the fact that they have a vegan option, a non-dairy option, a gluten-free option, an Asian option, just incredible. I've always loved this aid station. It's evolved since the first time I ran the race, when it was like one dude in his RV and a table and a couple bottles of Coke.
That wasn't an aid station, AJW. That was some guy out camping, and
but that was the year Carl Meltzer had to ran in and knocked on the door to wake the guy up because he was ahead of his splits or something. But
oh no,
it's good stuff. Good stuff. And we spend a fair bit of time with Aravaipa running, and they're known for their aid station. So I'm sure Jamil feels quite at home in a place like this.
He's taking notes. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, right.
He's going to head back to his crew and say, "Hey, I saw this."
I'm counting up the number of avocados over here.
Hey, Chris, I wanted to ask, we did some of our sentimental favorites, and since we have a little moment, how is Anthony Culpepper doing?
I'm glad you asked. Let's take a look.
I'm curious as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that Jamil's mom, Patty, was out helping him earlier today. Maybe still is, but
I think
he's got an all-star crew.
Yeah, he does. He does have an all-star crew. Yeah,
Patty and Peter Curry. Justin Luddick, I know that he's being paced by Dusty Olson.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear about Ludo though. They couldn't give somebody else to him.
So Anthony is roughly about mile 50 at this point.
Oh, okay.
So
on his way down to Ouray.
Yeah, and actually, I spoke with Patty about Anthony's day fairly early on.
Yeah.
And Anthony is doing it the way he needs to do it to get it finished. He got into Cunningham, I think it was about 3 to 5 minutes earlier than his faster end of his range that he wanted to hit the aid station. He didn't think, oh, well, I've got this banked, I can go. No, he waited. He paused. He sat down.
Used it to...
Even 10 miles into the race at Cunningham Gulch, Anthony insisted to himself. Nobody was telling him how to do it. Obviously, he's very experienced. This is going for his fourth finish. but he didn't rush.
Yeah.
He knows what it takes to finish this race, and I think he's going to do it.
That's great.
The way he's
That's
moving.
great. So right now he's through Engineer.
Yeah.
And on his way down to Ouray.
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, he's halfway through the race, and we are 19 hours in. He's got
29 hours.
29 hours to
So
finish the
who's
second
picking
half.
him? Do you know who's pacing him starting in Ouray? Did he have anybody pick him up at Annelise?
I'm not sure. I know he has multiple pacers. I just can't remember who
they
the other
are,
ones
yeah.
are at the moment. It'll come to me.
And then do me a favor and check in on Brian Powell, who was my sentimental pick, because I know, speaking of ahead of schedule, he was definitely ahead of schedule at Animas Forks and might have been ahead of schedule at Ouray.
Brian Powell, yeah, he's left Ouray.
So he's on his way up Camp Bird Road.
Yep, he's about
Is there
59.
Is there a fish count tracker on open split time?
Yeah, I do know he Jamil, I'm glad you asked. He did catch 2 in pretty quick succession up at Pole Creek, not surprisingly, but I think he's stuck on 2 right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
For those who might not have caught this, I caught it and I didn't believe it.
No,
we were at dinner.
It's a thing.
We went to dinner Thursday night, all of us, and he mentioned it, and I thought it was a joke. So what do you mean when you're talking about his catches here?
So my friend Brian Powell, the founder and former head of iRunFar.com, is an avid ultra runner and an even more avid fisherman, particularly a high mountain, high alpine fisherman, mostly in rivers, but he's not averse to lakes, but mostly in rivers. And in this particular part of the country, the southwestern Colorado, there's sort of the grand slam of trout fishing, where the 4 species, the cutthroat, the rainbow, the brown, and the brook, are in various rivers and various watersheds and various drainages. And so most people that are like that and are into that, they might go out for a fishing adventure and they'll want to catch one of each of those subspecies. So what Brian has set out to do here at Hardrock this year is to run Hardrock and catch one each of those subspecies. And I don't know the 2 he got up at Pole Creek. I suspect they were probably brook and brown. So he's going to try to have to get cutthroat and rainbow, which are more likely to get on the west side of the course anyway.
Okay.
The little twist on it is my son Logan, my 23-year-old son Logan, is pacing him right now. and he's paced people before, paced me a bunch of times, but he's going to experience the whole fishing thing as well. So that's the story.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me.
Yeah.
We got word Arlen's somewhere in the darkness.
His crew is pretty easy to find. They must be there, right?
They're somewhere here. I just overheard it.
Jamil, it's kind of like being, like at a dark high school bonfire party, right? People in the shadows and
passed out in the dirt, getting a little cat nap.
Well, we know that. Yes, via Sage, he does release them in order to like prove he caught them. He just takes a picture of him on his phone and then has it.
Yeah, he has more pictures of fish on his Instagram than anything else.
He has tons of pictures of fish.
Yeah.
So, hey, folks in the chat, let's hear what's up. I mean, this is great footage from Chapman. Again, this is mile 84. It looks like a high school a bonfire party. There's somebody with a saw. We know they've got super
they're cutting
soups
up
going.
something over there.
They're cutting up.
I don't know. They're cutting a fence up or something to make more fire.
You don't want to have to call the rescue crew. Look at that.
Yeah, I know that people are following the tracker, but right now I am going to reserve calling who is in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th overall because of the difference in pings that we've experienced. If you were to look at the tracker right now on a raw number, it would look like Courtney DeWalter's in 3rd, Javier Dominguez is in 4th. Their trackers pinged no more than 4 minutes ago. Avery Collins is showing us behind them, but his hasn't hit in 49 minutes. So I think that Avery is, well, potentially on the descent into Chapman Gulch. It could be possible that that Avery is, ahead of that pack of 4 that included Arlen, Glick, and Dylan Bowman as well. Dylan Bowman is showing at the back of that pack, but he hasn't pinged in 25 minutes either. And the distance between the front and the back of that group is maybe a mile.
Right.
So,
which is about what it was at Telluride.
Yeah.
And what you'd expect on a climb and a descent like this, unless somebody is having trouble. And at least we know of those 4. None of them were really in trouble.
No.
They were in various stages of kind of recovering from this, that, or the other thing. But, I wouldn't, we can't, technology is only as good as it is. And I think we've learned over the years that while we love these trackers and watch the blue dot there, someone just updated and slid all the way down the red line.
Yeah, that was Courtney's.
Yeah.
So Courtney's is working very well.
Right. She got the good tracker. Go figure.
A trout didn't eat Avery's pinger. A trout ate Brian Powell's pinger and took it all the way to the front of the pack. The way Brian's moving, Brian's on pace for like a 33, 34.
Yeah.
He was looking for the
sandbagging for a 39.
Totally.
Yeah.
Brian was making it sound like, if I can finish under 40 hours, I'll be thrilled. Yeah. Well, if he keeps moving the way he's moving, by the time he's 40 hours after the start of the race, he'll have bagged his limit.
Well, I'm afraid he's a little bit screwed with having my son Logan with him, because Logan's a competitor. Like the times Logan paced me at Western States, he'd be like, "You're gonna let this dude pass us? What the hell, Dad? Don't be an idiot. Let's hunt this guy down." So Brian might have gotten more than he bargained for by hiring Logan as his pacer. So we'll see. Should be a fun night for those guys, and even a fun part of the day tomorrow.
Jennifer has an interesting question, and I'm going to have to defer to you because I think I have an idea, but I don't really want to speak out of turn because I've never run Hardrock. But Jennifer asks, if a runner drops out, how do they pull out? Do they have to limp to the next aid station, or is there a way of signaling they need a rescue?
Well, if there's no way to signal they need a rescue.
Yeah.
So they have to get to they have to get to an aid station. So if they're incapacitated, Jennifer, like they break their leg, they have to then think through, and they'll probably get help from other runners to do this. Let's say it's a 5-mile stretch between aid stations and they break their leg 1 mile out. They're just going to have to figure out a way to get back that 1 mile. Or somebody will go back, a pacer for another runner themselves, somebody who will go back to that aid station and say, there's a runner out on the course, they broke their leg, they're 1 mile from here, they're comfortable, they're warm, but they're incapacitated, and then Race Medical would send a crew out, just like you would send a crew out if there needed to be a hasty rescue on a mountain trail like we have all the time in Phoenix on Camelback Mountain, and they would rescue that runner, get them back to an aid station, and drop them out. In the event that it's such a serious issue that they need an actual, say, airlifted rescue, certainly the race would do that, but I think they would probably try to get them back to the closest aid station first before calling out a rescue. Now, if a runner is lost and missing, then they will most certainly call out a search and rescue. But they wouldn't do that again until all reasonable means have been exhausted in trying to determine if that runner is really lost, if their tracker's screwed up, if they may have just gone off course and they can get back on course, if they're taking a nap. There's all kinds of things that could signal someone's in danger and not. And so that's really what it would take. But for first and foremost, it would be for the athlete to figure out where their closest point of withdrawal would be and how they can get there.
I got a question for you, AJW. You mentioned your son is a bit of an aggressive pacer.
I said he's really competitive.
Sorry, yeah. Aggressive. Probably.
He's aggressive too. Yeah.
I can relate. I get that. But do you think he's the same way with fishing, considering Byron's going to be spending some time doing that?
No, and that's actually a little fear I have. I think Logan will be like, "What the hell are we doing fishing? Let's finish this thing." Now, my younger son Tully, he's a huge trout fisherman, and he would just be like, "Hey, Ryan, let's just quit the race and fish for the rest of the day."
I'm just pretty blown away that he's doing that. I think it's awesome.
It's amazing. It's really cool. So I suspect that the section, where we see Jamil here at Chapman. The section between Telluride and Chapman won't have much for fishing. He might be able to get a cutthroat, but after Chapman, and especially after Grant Swamp, the whole Island Lake, Ice Lakes area, all that's probably where he'll do the bulk of his fishing, and it'll be tomorrow, and it'll probably warm up again, and he'll probably be able to hit those last two subspecies pretty well. So. AJW, how do I fish in the desert? No, I don't fish. I don't
take
fish.
This one.
My kids fish, but I know Chris fishes in the desert.
Well, I don't fish in the desert, but I fish very close to the desert. One of the nice things about living in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, is that we have the Mogollon Rim. A lot of lakes up there, and my favorite lake is this one. I'm not going to tell you my secret fishing hole.
Don't tell your secret.
But it's considered to be very difficult to get to if you're not like a trail runner or hiker. They say it takes a whole mile to get to the lake, and there's about 500-700 feet of drop to head down there. And it's a fairly decent-sized lake, but I've been there on holiday weekends. Nobody along the shore with an eye shot, and just cast and pull out decent size 14 to 16 inch rainbow trout.
Really?
Oh yeah. And it's gorgeous views. Absolutely love going up there. Now I've gone to what's probably the most popular lake on the rim is Woods Canyon Lake, which is where the Zane Grey 50 or 100K, I believe, ends now. It's fine, but unless you get there at 5:30 in the morning, you are maybe 15 feet from somebody else throwing lines.
Really?
There's just too many people. And the few times I've been there, we bagged our limit within, 2 or 3 hours, but you have to get there by 5:30, 6 at latest. Otherwise, it just becomes a big mess.
There you go. So that's how you fish in the desert.
Yeah, by getting out of the desert.
Right. Recon Run Crew PH. I think Courtney will break her own record. She does not have the record in this direction. Remember, they run Hardrock counter-clockwise and clockwise. Courtney does hold the clockwise course record. The counter-clockwise course record is held by Diana Finkel from 2009. Courtney is on that pace. I suspect when she gets to Chapman, she'll be a little bit ahead of that pace. But she's going to break Diana Finkel's record, not her own record. And for the question about basically kind of a estimated finish time for Aurelian, I'm thinking 23 to 23:30. So between 5 and 5:30 a.m. And then for Benoit, I think he's kind of right on the bubble for going sub 24. He made quick work of Chapman, and I think he's definitely on that bubble. So I think both of those could go under 24. I think Courtney is certainly in range for the 26:43 she needs for the Western States Hardrock double, beating Jeff Browning's combined time for those, and along the way getting the counter-clockwise course record, so that then she would have both, and maybe she would retire.
I'm trying to figure out who the final person who got off the wait list was.
Brian Pickett.
It was Brian Pickett. Okay. Yeah. That was the last one that I could find. Brian Ricketts.
Oh, sorry, Ricketts. I know a guy named Brian Pickett, so that's why I thought that.
And Brian Ricketts is somebody we're going to introduce ourselves to.
And everybody in the chat, thank you. We acknowledge the tracking challenges. I also think there's a particular tricky bit in this section between Telluride and Chapman. We've talked earlier about the Wasatch Basin and the area where Killian got lost a few years ago. It's a very, very complicated area, and I suspect some of these tracking issues might be simply due to the remote nature of the Wasatch Basin and that particular area. If you're watching the trackers, and if you go back and look at Aurelian's and Benoit's when they went through, when they started descending, making that proper steep descent that one of the commenters commented on earlier, it was clear the tracker was up to date and it was all going great, and it was pinging every 3 to 4 minutes like it should do. So don't be put off. These people, now it's very possible that they could wander off into the woods, but if they wandered off into the woods, their trackers would still ping.
Yes.
So you just need to take a step back from the tracker hysteria.
So Brian Ricketts is about 41.5 miles in, currently about 2 miles out from Animas Forks, which means he's heading down from
No,
Handy.
not yet. He's probably still going up to Engineer Pass.
No. He's actually in between Grouse Gulch and Animas Forks. I apologize. So he's along that road right there, correct?
Wait, what mile did you say?
Mile 41, 42.
Oh, he's not to Grouse Gulch yet.
No,
Grouse Gulch is 44.
He's just hit Grouse Gulch and is in
making
between.
his way to Animas Forks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Animas Forks, actually, this is something we're probably going to have to start to talk about. Animas Forks closes in a little over an hour at 2:30.
Animas Forks Cutoff is at 2:30.
Yeah. So
let's go to the overall.
Yeah. Runners have an hour and 7 minutes to get through Animas Forks. So I'm going to take a look at my tracker and see. Bryce, if you want, we can actually take the iPad and we'll see if we've got a number of active runners. So the snail is the, I guess, the minimum pace mark that runners have to hit. We've got a few runners ahead of it. Scott Ulmer, Jody Seminel, Tom Ralph, Kristen Kern. Kristen Kern has, I believe, 18 Hardrock finishes. Yep. Blake Wood going for his 23rd finish.
So what mile is he at?
He is at mile 40.5. So heading, actually, it looks like from American Basin down right now.
He's going to have to move.
Yeah, because getting down to the bottom of Grouse is not the end of the tail there.
Yeah.
But then again, he pinged 1 minute ago. So Matt Anderson.
Where's Kirk Apt?
Kristen Kern is at
Kirk Apt.
Oh, Kirk Apt. Kirk Apt. I'm going to have to pull him up on my other list.
Okay.
Let's see.
This is, I didn't think it would.
It looks like Kirk is actually at Animus.
Oh, he's in good shape.
He should be safe. Pam Reed is almost to Animus, maybe a quarter mile out, half mile out. So Pam should be fine.
She should be fine.
Yeah. I guess it's a little bit more than that because they have the things got moved around from the last time it went this direction.
Yeah.
Because last time the aid station was at Grouse Gulch. I forgot that.
In this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it still 230 though?
Yeah.
Even though it's a mile 1.2 further up the road?
Yeah.
Oof. Ooh, that's rough. They're going to have to cart a lot of people out of there.
It's showing Howie Stern. Okay, Howie's doing better because his tracker didn't ping for over 2 hours. So Howie should be okay, assuming he's still in the race. I haven't looked at a drop list recently, so.
Oh, that is a tough cutoff.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive. Whoops. Let's go back to that. Can we head back to Chapman, Bryce? Thank you. All right, you can see this is Chapman Aid, about mile 80 what did
84.
we say? 84?
84, yeah.
So we'll see if the runners are coming in. We've got a fire, as you can see.
I really wonder if the heat took a toll on these folks. 2:30 a.m. And how many people? I mean, it sounded like there's at least a dozen that are in danger of not getting there by 2:30 a.m.
That's what we're all about. Exactly.
Yeah, some weird things are going on with the tracker right now. Like, for instance, Aurelian is now saying it didn't ping for 2.5 hours. And is showing him as behind Arlen Glick. I'm going to try and reload.
So we can't trust the tracker.
But now I refreshed and it's showing him back ahead.
I just have to say that's while I understand the race organizers make the cutoffs to realistically get runners to the finish. 2:30 a.m. at Animus Forks, 44 miles in, especially given how hard it is to get runners out of there. If there's a dozen runners that are not allowed to continue, aid station closes down.
Yeah.
We're talking about a major, almost evacuation effort of runners who just aren't allowed to continue.
Well,
and maybe the heat took a toll that is not typical of this kind of race. But wow, I don't want to be the person making the call at 2:30 a.m. It's an hour, so realistically, you need to be within about 3.5 miles of Animus Forks now. So anybody who's 41 miles or less is probably not going to make it.
Ryan, no, Howie was not running with his camera. It's one of those fun discussions that has happened multiple times around town, is the fact that Howie Stern, legendary photographer, is running Hardrock this year. Howie and I were talking about this, and he said so many people have approached him to say, "Oh, you're running it this year? I just figured you'd be shooting it." And the joke about that is that even though Howie hasn't run the race since, I want to say, 2018, he has shot the race twice and run it 10 times. So he's far more of a runner than a photographer here in the San Juans when it comes to Hardrock. But it's made Howie chuckle about that because it shows. It's just another example of how much the sport has grown over the past few years.
Yeah.
That so many, most of my friends had no idea he had run the race 10 times.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, most of them know Howie as the guy taking their photos at Black Canyon, Cocodona, or other big events. And I know he's shot Hardrock a couple times, but yeah, like, you know, I didn't know until a couple years ago that Howie had such a robust running resume. I mean, between Hardrock and Angeles Crest, he's got like 25 finishes.
He has 10 ACs also.
Yeah. I mean, he's a hell of a runner. And people don't realize that, but I mean, Howie's known for his amazing photography and his awesome pets. And
well, he
runs
also
too.
did after he got his 10th finish here. He took a few years away. He there were some things he was went sideways with the board a little bit about the race and about, but made good on it and got back in the race this year. And I mean, I hope he's not one of these guys who has to be carted out of Animas Forks.
Yeah. Another question that came into the chat, James Myers asking what criteria to get into the lottery. You can actually go to the Hard Rock Race website and find out the details. There, you have to run a qualifier. And there are not many. There's 32 qualifiers. 16 of them are domestic. 16 of them are international. I believe I did the homework this week on this one. I believe there are 6 in Europe, 7 in Asia / Oceania, 2 in Canada. What is that up to? I feel like I might be missing 1 or 2. Oh, 1 in Mexico. And you have to finish one of those races within the allotted time to enter the Hard Rock Lottery. And at that point, your journey is just starting because it is a very difficult race to get into. They face a lot of restrictions in this region.
Just a quick update. Notice that Aurelian has crested Grand Swamp Pass.
Oh, my. He's moving.
Yep. And someone on the chat noticed that Benoit is closing a little bit on Aurelian, so it'll be good to see what Benoit's time over Grand Swamp is.
Benoit has closed the gap from a distance point, but that distance is Grand Swamp Pass. So if you take a look, Aurelian is at the top, and Benoit has to make it up that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess they are within about 1.5 miles of one another, but there's definitely a lot of contour lines that Benoit has to ascend. More live shots from Chapman Aid.
It'll be interesting to see how this 3rd, 4th, 5th place plays out with Avery, Debo, and Courtney.
Avery finally pinged and is showing at the lead of that pack as we kind of expected.
And so what does it look like he has to Chapman?
It looks like he's got maybe about 3 to Chapman.
Okay.
But upon closer review, it looks like Avery, Courtney, Javier, Dylan, and Arlen are all within about maybe a mile and a quarter of one another.
Okay.
That's a huge group of highly talented runners at this point in the race. Yeah, there's not many qualifiers, and there are no easy qualifiers.
No.
I personally don't think that there's an easy 100-mile race, but there are some that are absolutely easier than others. But yeah, if you're looking for a quote easy way into Hardrock, there just isn't one.
Yeah. And they do a good job. They have a couple of criteria. They want to make sure the climbs are long and steep. They want to make sure that the cutoffs are fair, but also rigid. I mean, Hardrock has a 48-hour qualifier. Most of the qualifiers for Hardrock are in the 33 to 38 range, with the exception of Cruel Jewel, which is 48-hour cutoff, and it is a beast in and of itself. So, I mean, if you can run any of those 32 qualifiers, you're at least, with the possible exception of if you have issues at altitude, because you could be from the East Coast and qualify at Grindstone and never go over 6,000 feet, and the altitude of Hardrock might affect you. But otherwise, if you have the body and the brains to survive one of those qualifiers, you could probably run Hardrock.
Okay.
That is if you can get in.
That's true.
Quick question for you, AJW. I am looking at the map on my computer here, and the contour lines, it was also mentioned in the chat, are really stacked. It looks very steep. Could you describe this descent into Chapman a little bit for us?
Yeah. So once the top of the pass at Wasatch Basin, so the top of Oscar's Pass, you crest that ridge and you contour a little bit to the southeast. And that's where you're on this old gravel mining road with big rocks and everything else. And then you can see to the east of it is this big gully. And so you're contouring down the gully, and then every so often the trail drops into the gully until it eventually drops completely in the gully and just slams all the way down. And that's where the tight contour lines are. Fortunately, when you get to the point where it drops completely into the gully, which is right there, you're under tree line. You can see where it turns from white to green on the map. You're under tree line. The surface is less rocky. It's more dirt, and you're just pummeling down. Then you can see it loosens up. It gets green again. Contour lines are further apart, and you can kind of roll into Chapman. But that second third, so the steep switchbacks off the top, and then that second third where it goes into the gully, back out, into the gully, back out. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just, and by the way, in the other direction, so when you're going up those contour lines, you're lucky to do 30-minute miles, through there. You're just leaning on your poles and, just driving right into it.
And that's early on.
Well, in this direction, It's mile 16.
Yeah. And I actually took a quick peek around the area, and it's kind of mind-blowing to know that ridge that you pass over, I was looking up at that the other day in awe from Columbine Lake, which is on the, just to the east of there.
Mm-hmm.
And that hike kicked my butt. And to know that you'd have to go over that imposing ridge to the west to even get to the ridge leading down into Chapman, whew, these runners are amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
And that river that you see to the east of the trail, that's like a raging waterfall coming off that section where the lines are really close together.
Okay.
Yeah. And then it becomes a river that just goes down and meets the other river. So yeah, it's legit. No doubt. And think of it, it's coming at mile 81, 82, 83.
It looks like our our big pack of runners from 3rd through 7th overall, that might be fairly accurate in terms of where they're at in relation to their approach to Chapman.
Do you think we could start referring to them as the Peloton?
or maybe the chase pack.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, for an ultra run, for a 100-mile mountain run, that almost is a pack.
Yeah.
Right? You got 5 runners within, I don't know, 3 miles.
No. Look, 77, 78.
They're within a mile.
Yeah. At this point in the race.
Assuming the trackers are right, they're all within a mile. Now
they've all pinged within the last 5 minutes.
So you see where you see where Courtney's name is.
Yeah.
And where her dot is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you got to worry about getting lost. That's the Wasatch Basin.
Okay.
That part to the east. So Avery's in the Wasatch Basin. He knows it. He's not going to get lost in there.
Yeah.
Courtney's probably close enough that she can see his light.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Javier's ever been up there. Maybe he has. But once you get over that ridge and then you have to come and sort of traverse, it's a real off camber. It sucks. It's off camber. It's snowy. Sometimes you want a pacer there just to you can hold their arm. You put them on the downhill side so in case you fall. It's it's pretty cool, but not at in the middle of the night when you've been going 78 miles.
Still impressed by what Arlen is doing today.
Oh yeah.
All of the questions about whether or not he could handle a true mountain race have been laid to rest here. Corey asking,
I can't remember. Has Avery? No, Courtney's name covered up Avery. So
Yeah.
none of them have, at least according to the tracker, have hit the ridge yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and at this point, those 5 trackers are playing a game of leapfrog. So until we see them in Chapman, and we're going to see them all in fairly short order, until we see them, we won't really know where they're at. But we're going to take some notes. And
Boomer Trail War 17 asks about the snow. So this is the winter that the San Juans had. Really slammed the western half of the course. So basically the second half. And particularly this section right here, Oscars Pass and Grant Swamp Pass, which is the next one. Putnam melts off a lot more quickly. So in terms of how much snow, I mean, they get to a point where within a mile of that ridge going into Wasatch Basin, it's all snow. They're just on snow. And then same thing coming off the other side. Now, some of those, when Bryce asked the question about the really steep parts with the close together contour lines, I mean, that is some of that snow is going to be melted off because it might have slid or it just melted. So you really where their trackers are right now is probably the worst of the snow, especially where Avery and Courtney are, which is over to the east side, which is where you got to be very, very mindful of the markers.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make sure you got your wits about you, and you don't want to rush through there.
And yeah, that descent is quite imposing at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is an exposed ridge at what, 13,400 feet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's I think it's the third highest on the whole course.
Well, I have a very good friend, one that says respect the mountains because they can kill you.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful and very mindful of doing things right. Thankfully, you don't get into this race by accident. Nobody who can't handle this race can get into it.
Right.
At least theoretically. I mean, maybe somebody could limp into a last second finish in a race, but the likelihood of somebody getting into this race who is incapable entirely, very remote. Mm-hmm. And these 5 here, they're showing that they're more than capable.
Yeah. I'm not sure where his source is. Devin Murphy in the chat is talking about Aurelian coming over that section that we've just been talking about, and his pacer, who's no slouch, Ludo Pomeray, said it was tough and that they were on all fours crawling. I mean, that is what it is. Hardrock saves this up to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these runners get down to Chapman and what condition they're in, because even then they're still not done.
Yeah, and let's be clear, it's been a while. I mean, Jamil and Tony are there. They're sitting around the fire. I hope they're enjoying some soup. But I mean, after I went over that pass, I'd want some soup. I'd be like, give me one of each. Thanks, Devin. Okay, so that was from I Run Far. That's great feedback.
So Chapman Aid is a 3,500-foot drop from the top of that ridge.
Yes.
And in a mile and a half, 2 miles, whew, that's absolutely amazing. Yeah, it looks like Courtney is hitting that ridge right now. Avery might have hit it a little bit ago. I guess that Courtney and Avery are very close to one another at this point. Javier not very far back. Arlen and Dylan approaching the basin right now.
Yeah, at the risk of thank you again, Devin, for steering us towards I Run Far. So they do have a reporter on Grant Swamp Pass. So it was Grant Swamp that Ludo was referring to, crawling on all fours up that, and they set the first tracks. So everybody talking about course records. We knew the second half of this course was going to be this, and it is. So
is that Scott Trier? Looks like him.
He's sleeping standing up.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
We got you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Check 1 2.
We hear you, Tony.
Plugged in. Check 1 2. Oh wait, there we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
This is Tony. Cool. Awesome. Sorry, I'm hearing myself now. I just wanted to say that we got Courtney's crews here, Avery's crews here. Everyone is arriving right now. And that's we just got some coffee, so we're doing a lot better now. We're gonna make it for this group to come in. There's gonna be a lot of people here in a very short order.
It's a long story.
Is Debo's crew there?
Car pulls up and the dude steps out. He's got a full helmet,
Tony, can you hear me? This is Andy. You mentioned Avery and Courtney's crew. Is
Bill was like in the middle
put
of
eyes on Debo's crew by any chance?
I looked right through him. I was like, Major Tom is here.
All right.
Do I bring you to things like this?
Definitely next level to get coverage from Chapman. I know many of you watching from far away might not be able to sort of realize it, but we've just been talking about the terrain that this aid station exists in, the mountain that they've just come over, man, just to have this footage from here. I think I see Arlen's crew sitting around the fire or standing around the fire. One of his sisters.
Yeah, I don't know if take my sport. We have guys. Yeah, it's kind of up the end tank. Yeah.
Sorry, I lost audio on you guys, but now I can hear you.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you mentioned Courtney's crew and Avery's crew. I wonder if you've seen Dylan's crew.
I have not seen Dylan's crew yet.
Okay. And then I did see just behind you, it looks like Avery's crew is there.
Yeah, it's nice.
We got Avery's crew.
Oh, sorry, Arlen's crew.
Arlen's crew, yes.
Yeah, okay. Got it. So, yeah, we might have a little flurry of activity into Chapman as they get over the ridge and make that big descent down to where you guys are.
Yeah, we're getting ready for it.
All right. Have you had any of the soup
Trying to get some
yet?
calories and caffeine.
Have you tried
No
some of
soup
the
yet.
soup?
Not yet.
Not yet? All right. Can't wait to hear about the soup.
No soup for you.
No soup for you.
We've got a question in the chat. What's the temperature there? Silverton says 45 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm assuming it's probably a little colder at Chapman. I believe it's a little bit higher in elevation.
It's puffy jacket weather.
Puffy jacket weather.
It looks like everyone's puffied up.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 feet higher there, so I would assume that it's got to be 35-ish, perhaps.
Doesn't feel that cold.
You're just weather tested, Tony.
Well, there's no wind, at least.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is down in the gulch. At least you've got the fire going strong. So everybody at least has that to help them stay warm as well.
It's very appreciated.
What a day. What a day.
Yeah, we're going to keep eyes on that front pack, but or on that big pack. It's not our front pack. We don't really have a front pack at this point. We have a front couple of guys.
Well, especially with the leader over Grand Swamp.
Yeah,
it's pretty quick. It's pretty quick work down to KT.
Yeah, Aurelian.
I mean, do we have somebody at KT? We can't possibly have somebody at KT, do we?
I would think so. Aurelian is already past Island Lake.
Yes, that's a quick descent to KT.
Yeah.
And then one more climb. Putnam Porcupine Ridge.
Yeah, it's like I know he's slowing down.
You can see Kevin over there in the melee.
Putnam brings them back above 12.5 one more time.
Yeah, one more
Good
time.
mercy. Thank you so much, AJW, for this course intel. It just reminds me how much more impressive this race appears to be every year.
It is incredible. Corey, getting you caught up. Courtney made the pass on Annelise on Camp Bird Road. We think we didn't have eyeballs on it, but they were pretty close together with Annelise a little bit ahead, leaving Ouray. And by the time they got to Governor Basin, Courtney had about 20 minutes on it. So it was on Camp Bird Road, which is often the crux of the race in this town. That or the climb to Kroger's.
Okay. Right, like so
Aurelian is basically about 13 miles to go to get back here to Silverton. Benoit closer to 16 and a half, but at this point, barring some sort of unforeseen circumstances, it looks like it is going to be Aurelian then Benoit back-to-back as your two lead runners here at the Hardrock 100.
And I'm thinking Aurelian low 23.
Oh my gosh.
Benoit continues to nail it right around 24. So we could be seeing them 3 hours. That 13 miles was no pitch.
Yeah, somebody was asking whether or not the chase pack would catch the top two guys. It's not enough time.
No, I think where there'll be action is in that chase pack.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. To see who the third male is.
Tracker, it looks like Courtney's now in that section we were talking about with the real tight, the real steep part.
Courtney and Avery have definitely entered it. Javier looks like he's about to. Arlen and Dylan maybe just a little bit further back. Yeah, for the most part, it seems like this is going to be the last chance for us to see some of these favorites before they actually make those last few miles heading into Silverton.
Yeah, although I almost regret to say this, but on our little text group, Jamil asked somebody if they were awake because the leader's going to be coming to KT soon.
Oh wow!
So Jamil might have somebody on the ground to KT, and he hasn't told us about it. I'm joking, sort of, but I mean KT, you can almost have cell coverage at KT.
I mean, I think,
and maybe that's it. Maybe he's got a guy with a cell phone and could just. I mean, I know I Run Far is going to have someone at KT, and they'll have someone at Putnam, at the ridge over Putnam, and then certainly at the South Mineral Crossing.
The furthest I'd go at this point is Rainbow. Go out to Rainbow and maybe feel somebody coming in for a few blocks, but
yeah.
I don't think I have any more than that in me. Plus, they're going to have that extra burst of adrenaline.
KT is a Starlink, Jamil says. So we will have boots on the ground in KT. Thanks, Jamil. And as we said, we probably have Aurelian within 30 minutes of KT.
Maybe I was seeing things. It was very dim. I could see.
There is a lot of hurry up and wait going on out there at Chapman Aid. Looks like there's been a little movement on the women's side. The top 5 still remain the same. Actually, the top 7 remain the same, as far as I can tell.
It's a moderate hobby of running.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be a certain level of 6. We just did the update.
Looks like we might have lost our video out there at Chapman. We'll see if we can get that back up. In the meantime, yeah, it's been amazing to watch Aurelian in the last 40 or so miles of this race impose his will. I mean, he's held the lead for most of the race, but from the point of Ouray, he really took it to another level.
Yeah. Yep. When you're done with it, it was surprisingly soft. But as far as I can tell,
So yeah, it looks like if I can. I can pull up splits here on the women's side. Yeah, our top 5 remain unchanged. Whitney Mickelson into 6th, Darla Askew in the 7th position. Emily Hanlon has moved up to 8th. Christina Bauer in 9th and Becky Bates in 10th. Further down a little bit, Darcy PQ in 13th, Betsy Nye in 15th, Amanda Grimes in 17th. And still out there, 4-time former champion Betsy Kallmeyer. Pam Reed going for the triple, still working on it, about halfway through the race at this point. So we've still got most of our women on course at this point. Looks like only a couple are confirmed to have withdrawn from the race. On the men's side, Aurelian Denan Payaz is leading. Benoit Marmissolle in 2nd. Avery Collins in 3rd. Dylan Bowman 4th. And Javier Dominguez in 5th. Arlen Glick, Paul Terranova, Brian Colmo, Jeff Browning, and Mark Hammond round out your top 10.
Fire tender now.
Kind of hard. It's like a balance. You know, you don't want the tide to die too much. At that time.
Here I am at breakfast in France, live streaming a campfire in Colorado. What a time to be alive. Thank you, Thomas. Indeed.
Looks like Benoit is either approaching or working his way up Grand Swamp Pass at this point. Currently in second place.
I don't know. Do you think social media's had a play? Them being able to get popular?
It's just perfect.
Yeah. So many more people are famous these
Is my microphone still on?
Yep, we can hear you.
It's just a one-way job, you know.
Excuse me, just for the U.S.
Where you live?
Bless you.
Okay. Yeah, my granddaughter's live in Salt Lake. They live in West Jordan. Yesterday, whatever it was.
Yeah, Thomas. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen or that it can't happen, but the notion of Benoit closing in is a pretty dicey one at this point. Benoit still has to climb one of the most brutal climbs left in the race, as well as make up what looks to be about 3 full miles in the process.
Well, and I don't think we have Benoit over.
No. Okay, so it's showing him at the bottom, and that was 14 minutes ago. So that means he's probably still working his way up there, maybe somewhere close to halfway. As you mentioned, even a good athlete is going to take, a 30-mile pace to get up there.
Yeah, well, we've just heard our leader was on all fours going up that thing.
Yeah.
6 months later, do a quick battery swap.
I mean, I Run Far has a reporter up there. We know that. And Aurelian got through there 27 minutes ago, and Benoit hasn't gotten there yet. So.
They'll recognize a portion of that up front.
There's always 1 or 2%.
Take 20%. And then
that would wake everybody up.
We'll take
that would definitely wake everybody up. Screaming and yelling.
Right.
We'll get that French guy's horn out here.
French guy's horn.
No, because he was showing me a picture of the bear that they saw right here.
Yeah.
They don't have problems. No, they got like Chamonix and they. So there's no bears in France? Oh, okay. There's bears in Germany, right? There's no bears in Europe?
So Aurelian is
he said Slovenia.
half mile out from KT,
That's not that far.
which is, you had said earlier, this is the point where the runner smells the barn.
Is that what they chose?
Where did they see it?
Oh, 3.5.
I couldn't get through the language barrier. Okay. And it was, and they kept playing here, which I don't know. Maybe they were just out for a training run.
Hey, East Coasters, you up yet?
And I kept saying here.
Come on now.
Here. I don't know if they meant like here, Colorado.
It's Hardrock.
It's about 4:09 a.m. over on the coast.
Up in New England, the sun's rising right now.
Tom saw the bear. He literally saw it.
Come on, Beast Coasters.
First 3.
No, it was a couple of minutes.
Oh, sorry, we don't take.
Is that a New Zealand term? Black a branch?
No, but I was like,
I just did check in with Jamil to see if his boots on the ground at KT are set up. At this point, we're unsure. We hope to have some visual from KT, but we may not. So again, we're in the middle of the night here. Resources are stretched across the San Juans. You know we have our team of Jamil and Tony at Chapman.
That's a 10-mile.
Our triple team has gone to bed because they had a long day at 3 different places.
Last I heard, Skylar's probably going to be waking up in just a little bit here.
Oh, Skylar's coming. Well, that'll be good. It's always fun to have Skylar in the house.
I did get a nap in during the afternoon at the Hot Springs Water Park in Ouray. My kid was in the pool doing his thing, and I just found a shady spot, put my head down. But what's funny is that the two groups of people around me were actually here for Hardrock and were watching and paying attention to the trackers and the live streams. So I only slept for a little bit because we ended up having conversations.
That makes one of us. I don't know. I'm going to have to negotiate with. Bryce.
Hey, Dan.
About maybe not. Maybe having a little bit later start to my shift tomorrow morning.
I think that's entirely reasonable.
Kevin Sheedy, thanks for jumping in, man. Heart goes out to you. I'm a huge Vermont 100 fan. Ran it 5 times.
That's Ouray right there.
And really, really sorry about what you guys have had to put up with in northern New England these last couple of days. So heart goes out to you, and hope you're enjoying our Hardrock coverage as a consolation prize for not being able to run Vermont, which would have started 10 minutes ago. The Vermont 100, if you don't know, is one of the classic, iconic American 100-mile races. Had to be canceled on Tuesday night, heartbreakingly, by race director Amy Rizicki due to just tragic, devastating floods in the state of Vermont. It would have started at 4 a.m. Eastern time. And I know all y'all will come back more strong, more powerful, more Yankee toughness, Beast Coast grit in 2024. Maybe I'll even make the trip out. I love Vermont.
As we mentioned, this is the Ouray Aid Station. It's about mile 58 here on the Hardrock course. They actually have a nice spread over there as well.
Oh, we're getting a good
as you can
view of
see,
that.
yeah.
And they have a 9 a.m. cutoff, so there's plenty of time to get from Animas Forks to there. We're about 18 minutes from that Animas Forks cutoff, which is 2:30, and still strikes me as odd that they would have 2:30 at Animas Forks and 9 at Ouray, but I'm sure they have their reasons.
Yeah, I noticed they had mac and cheese in a couple of these.
Oh, looky here.
Yeah.
Look at those.
Ramen, mac and cheese.
I would eat anything out of a crock pot. It's in a crock pot and it's yellow. I'll eat it. It's probably got cheese in it, or potatoes, or preferably both.
Looks like some more soup.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know we still had a team down in Ouray. This is great. Okay, I got word that KT is on. Thank you, Ishwar. And so it might be a little bit to get it going. Bryce is going to work on it. We are trying to track our leader.
Well, if it's on, Aurelian is literally probably hitting it right now.
All right.
There, yeah, that's it, because that's Ludo right there standing.
Oh, there we are. Okay, there's Ludo Pomeray.
So this is your
awesome.
Current leader.
Ishwar, way to crush it.
Yeah, this aid station is not ideal for getting signals, and so Starlink is our only option for getting this coverage. So at least we have that.
So again, this is KT It's the second to last aid station. It's mile 91. He will hit Putnam at 96.6. And it's a rather remote aid station. Its nickname, KT, is for Cam Traverse. Ulrich Cam is a 10-time Hardrock finisher. And noteworthy because Ully Cam walked the race. Every year, he walked every step. And there was a time when they were working on the course in the late 90s, and they needed to cut some miles in this portion of the course because they wanted to add some miles later. And Ole Cam, who'd been hiking these trails for decades, created an option where he said, we could just go across here. We could just traverse the side of this mountain. And it became known as Cam Traverse, now called KT, which is where our leader, Aurelian, is right now. Let's see if we can get any volume out of this at all.
We have it coming from somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was there or from
We might be getting
Tony.
the volume from Chapman, yeah. Aurelian made really good time from Chapman to KT. So he's got 9 miles to go. He's in single digits. He's eating
And
food.
we go to school in Los Angeles, and there's not a lot of great places to run unless you want to drive. Yeah, I was actually just.
Ryan Fry asking about the Vermont live stream next year.
Oh,
Trust me, I've asked about it, but I'm pretty low in the totem pole, so we'll see.
Looks like Tony might have a check-in for us. Tony.
All right, Tony, what's up?
It does get hot, and I'm.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
We go to USC.
Yeah, did get some soup. It's great.
right,
But
good.
I also
Thanks
talked to
for the
Kevin
soup.
for a bit.
So I'm like, I'll just save it.
And just talking to Kevin about Courtney and how she's doing, and he said she's just looking absolutely fantastic at Telluride. Everything turned around for her. She's in high spirits, really focused and attacking the course and just having a really good day or night at this point.
Dude, that's a great report. And yeah, I mean, Courtney, it's been a tale of 2 days because she was sort of having to come back at Annelise, a little bit worried at Ouray, back on her game at Governor's, and then boom. Oh, by the way, sorry, we're going to jump right in here. It looks like Aurelian is out of KT.
So
And making his way to the final climb, Putnam Porcupine Ridge, is what I was telling you about a little bit before, Chris. It's a kind of cross-country, wandering, winding section. He's got to go down. He's got to cross a creek, and then it's like, boom, pull out the poles and go.
Yep. And, of course, once he's through the wilderness, it's basically a hop, skip, and a jump across Mineral Creek and the Rainbow Trail, then into town, and there will be a celebration waiting for him.
Indeed. And I think, all right, so that's our that KT Starlink got up. There's Ishwar. Thank you, Ishwar. You
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
can't
thank
hear
you.
me. Yeah. That was great.
I took a little bit of a nap.
Just to give you all listeners and viewers, how the sausage is made. So about 20 minutes ago, our little WhatsApp group vibrated. Jamil said, "Ishwar, are you up?" About 5 minutes went by. Ishwar said, "Yeah, now I am." Then I jumped in when I found out from Chris that Aurelian was coming in. And I said, "Hey, Jamil, is KT up and running?" And he says, "It may not be." 5 more minutes passed, and Ishwar says, "KT is live." And Aurelian rolls in a minute later. Live streaming at its best.
Yep. Yeah, this is,
That
if you're
was
looking,
so awesome.
if you're looking for some sort of major, network, sports coverage, this ain't it. If you're wanting something that I believe epitomizes and encapsulates the spirit of the sport itself, I think that this is what you're looking for.
By the way,
looks like we're getting an upside down tour of the Ouray Aid Station as everybody is dancing on the ceiling a la Lionel Richie. Oh,
so
there we go.
After Aurelian left, Ishwar said, KT out. My job is done here. Mic drop. Oh,
we have
fantastic.
150 or so more runners he can hang out and wait for.
Yeah. I'm sure he just needs to get a little more sleep.
That's fair.
He got the leader.
Yeah, again, I've said it several times, but it's been a few hours since I said it. But Ouray is a great place to kind of set up your shop as a spectator. You don't have to be in the way to spectate it. There are tons of picnic tables nearby. You have the ability to see every runner come in and meet their crew. You know, I've watched the lead pack there several years now, going both directions. I stayed out there 1 year for basically like 16, 17 hours because I wanted to see a friend get through. Totally great experience. So yeah, Ouray is where there are some pretty stout runners in that aid station, at least the last time I looked at the tracker.
Rick Hodges, 0.4 miles from Animas, 10 minutes to get there, according to Boomer Trail Warrior 17. Boomer, thanks for being out there. I think Rick can do that. By the way, those 0.39 miles are all uphill.
Yeah.
He might just be able to get out of the aid station because again, the Ouray 9 a.m. I mean, he's got some time to do that, but I think that Rick's got a shot. 74-year-old.
Yeah. As of now, I'm showing.
And Ishwar's back. He's going to go live at KT in half an hour. We love you, Ishwar. Our man at KT. He's just going to get a little 30-minute power nap, come right back on.
The group at Animas Forks right now, chasing and fighting that cutoff, is
what do you got?
It's a list with a lot of familiar names.
And it's 7 minutes.
Yeah, Kristen Kern, Kirk App, Blake Wood, John Lehman. There's a lot of finishes there. So we'll see what happens. We won't have any definitive results until
I'm going to just say this.
They've been pulled.
I don't want to be the guy who has to drive that van with all those guys and gals in it out of Animas Forks because they got cut off at 2:30 a.m. I know I'm being opinionated at this point, but I think the 2:30 a.m. cut is too tight.
I cannot confirm, but it's looking like Kristen Kern and Kirk Apt are out. So
out as in made it through, or
as in they are
dropped.
They're dropped. Yeah, that
heartbreaker.
That extra couple miles this direction, 1.2, and it's a hard 1.2. I mean,
I hiked it today, just kind of casually. I hadn't seen the Animas Fork Loop and the new aid station location, and it's hard.
It is. It absolutely is, because it used to be when they spit you out into Grouse Gulch, you just had to cross the street and the dirt road. And you were there. And now you have to actually go up County 2 a little ways, which doesn't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, you probably climb about 300 feet in that 1.2 miles. So, that's unfortunate that some very familiar names are seeing their day draw to a close at Animas Forks.
All right, so we've got that up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So help me here. I haven't looked at this before. If a line is through their name, they're out.
That's my understanding, yes.
And you said Chris Kern and Kirk have already had that.
Yeah.
And Blake.
And it looks like a couple of runners who might be showing as behind the sweep. We'll know more in a few minutes here. We'll see if we can
If any of you are on the chat and you're interested in this as well, I mean, this is rough. I mean, some of these people have waited 10 years to be in this race, and they're going to be cut out at 46 miles with...
We got 2 headlamps. 2 headlamps at Chapman.
2 headlamps at Chapman.
All right, thank you.
This will be interesting.
We can hear you guys, so...
Looks like Annie Hughes has hit Telluride, our current 3rd place woman.
That's good. She apparently spent about 15 minutes at Kroger's.
What's your number? Sorry? 2, Courtney.
Courtney
Sounds
DeWalter.
like Courtney DeWalter has hit Chapman Aid.
So Courtney DeWalter is the 3rd runner into Chapman overall. Yep, that wasn't a misspeak. See if we can get any of this audio.
I think they're cheering from outside the building here as well. We'll see how long she hangs in here. I think she's been there about a minute 45 at this point.
And I'll say, just given the fact that the way she crushed this section, she's both in range of the counter-clockwise course record and the Western States Hardrock double overall record. It would take a rather spectacular wheels falling off for that not to happen. Yes, 3rd over Ryan Fry. Yes, 3rd overall, unless we missed somebody, and I don't think we did. 3rd overall, and that descent that we were talking about with the really tight contour lines.
Yep.
She saved her downhill legs for the end, obviously. And put Avery Collins, Dylan Bowman, Javier Dominguez behind her.
And here, they don't have any communication with...
I think so. I mean, we could probably ask Jamil once.
We are expecting at least 3 more runners here in the next few minutes here to actually hit Chapman Aid. Avery Collins, Arlen Glick, and Dylan Bowman.
And
Javier Dominguez, so 4 in no particular order.
Yeah.
And don't look now, but Annelise is actually approaching that descent.
All right.
And Paul Terranova is approaching the basin, so...
Great footage, guys. Thank you, Jamil and Tony. Look at Kevin doing the look at readjusting the headlamp.
Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing great. Yeah, you're doing great.
Want some mash?
Good job,
Heading out about 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes of aid station time there. Really not playing around. Courtney DeWalter departing Chapman Aid and, in a very brisk fashion.
And that looks like Kevin going with her now. Her husband, incredible guy. Yeah, that's Kevin. And again, as I mentioned, when our first two runners came through, Courtney's got some runnable terrain for about 1.5 miles, but the first runnable terrain for a while.
Yeah.
Still in the woods. And then, the sky sort of opens up. This road changes to single track. And then the climb up to Grant Swamp Pass, just kicks you in the face. Fortunately, it'll still be dark when she gets there, so she won't have to see it.
Well, we can hope, Ludwig, that her pacer can keep up, but frankly, I don't think she'll have any hesitation to drop him if she absolutely needs to. She may hear about it later, or he may hear about it later, but I don't think that that would be a huge issue if that were the case.
Yep, I once had the honor and the privilege of driving Kevin back to Placer High School at the Western States 100 when he was unceremoniously dropped by his darling wife on the Cal Street section of Western States. So it wouldn't be Kevin's first rodeo.
What section was that on
Cal Street, running from Forest Hill to the river.
Okay.
She crushed him. I mean, he came stumbling in the aid station about 15 minutes after she crossed the river. Hat pulled down real low. I was like, I know you. It was fun.
There's nothing
and
worse
they still
than,
laugh about it. So
than getting transport during a race and people recognizing you. It's not fun.
No.
Where are they? The rest of them? Are we going to go?
And we are back at Chapman Aid. As I mentioned, we're expecting at least 4 runners here in the next few minutes. All 4 men. Right now, the 3, 4, 5, 6, in no particular order because we're not quite sure what the order is yet.
That's about 3:30, right?
Javier Dominguez, Avery Collins, Arlen Glick, and Dylan Bowman.
Which means he'll be at Putnam. But we need. Well, the question is, who else do we have? We have Shad. He's going to be like, are we going to be at the river then? Should we just go straight to the river and wait for him? Or get you at the finish line and I go back out to the river? Something like that?
Yeah, there's so many people out at Chapman.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. I mean, it sounds like they all needed to be there at the same time because if they're all crewing these next 4 runners, then it makes sense. It could be, Dylan's crew, such as his wife Harmony and his father Jim, Arlen Glick's sisters, Avery Collins' partner, and Javier has a team as well here. So we'll see, but we'll keep tabs.
Yeah, question about Annie. She was holding steady as third woman. She's really battling stomach issues. I heard from I Run Far that she spent about 15 minutes at Kroger's, which is, a long time to spend up there, but kind of got herself together, and we learned that she recently got to Telluride.
Yeah.
So we have 3 women through Telluride.
The thing is, she has a very sizable lead on the next
fourth
couple
place.
of women back. Yeah. Camino Miyazaki and Claire Banwarth Claire Banwarth are both probably 10 miles back. So, or I'm sorry, no, more like about 5, but that is still sizable at this point in the race, as long as Annie's still moving. The question is she going to take another couple of breaks like she has been if she's really struggling from a stomach standpoint? We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, you can see there's quite a bit of talent there in the front large group, I guess you could say. That's about a 2-mile stretch that holds, 7-8 runners this late in the race. That is unusual.
Javi coming into Chapman. So as he was moving well out of Ouray,
yep.
He's not that far behind Courtney. 4th place overall, 3rd place man.
In at about 20:36.
No drop back. Drop back. Number 129.
I'm going to take a look on my end and see if I have clarification on which runners did not make the cutoff at Annelise Forks.
Yes,
There you go. There. Drop back. Yep. No pacer going out? No? Okay. Sorry. Here, I'll open it. Yeah, that's right. Like, now I got to watch it. You can definitely do it. You are right. Need water? Water good? Water? Good. 2 bowls? One broken. You got another one? No. You need traction on your shoes? I'm good. What? On the snow? Yeah, snow. Yeah, because I in the campus. Right? Yeah, it's tough. Water, holes, traction, drop back. No pacer. All right. Who needs a pacer, right? Yeah. Watermelon, banana. You want more soup? More soup? Yes.
Great coverage here.
Javier up and moving. About 18 miles to
You have
go
the backup?
from Chapman to the
Got two?
finish.
Oh, it's off right now. Got two.
Yep, and the iconic Grant Swamp ahead.
No. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I trust you. Yeah. What do we got out of here? Yeah, we got 3 to the top and 4 more down to KT. So 7 to KT and then 12 more. Yeah. Good. Come on. This way. Out this way.
All right. Javi Dominguez, 4th place, 3rd place male. Still without a pacer. About ready to make his assault on Grand Swamp Pass. A little bit of runnable stuff. And then the climb. Sandy, scree, rock. Incredible. Chris is taking a look at the 2:30 a.m. cutoff at Annelise.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to verify, but we'll see if we can figure out who has not made the cut.
And in the meantime, we have our 4th place runner through. Chapman at mile 82. He's got 3 miles up, 4 miles down. The iconic Grant Swamp Pass, then the nice run by Island Lake. He's fast enough he doesn't get to see it because it'll be dark. But it's beautiful. And then he hits KT. And from there, it's 12 more miles back to Silverton.
So, yeah, we're looking at some very familiar names, unfortunately, who look like their day has drawn to a close, including bib number 16, Kirk Apt, Chris Kern, bib number 161. Who else did we see there? A few other.
Did Blake Wood get dropped?
It looks like Blake Wood is still on course.
Okay.
Maybe just got out of Dodge before he had to, but it is
Roger Haney. Roger Haney looks like the last guy, right?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure because Roger Haney is showing as having not made it to Animus Forks.
Okay.
So we'll see if we can get clarification on the back of the pack and figure out whether those runners are continuing on or not. But
so again, cutoffs, intermediate cutoffs, especially hard cutoffs like this, are made to give runners a realistic chance of finishing and also prevent aid station personnel from staying out there beyond a reasonable amount of time. And this Animus Forks cutoff has been notoriously tight, 2:30 a.m. on Saturday. And at least it appears, unless the race organizers decide to change something, it appears that a large number will have missed that 2:30 a.m. cut at Animus Forks, and their day will end at 46.5 miles. We'll get confirmation and be sure to send it along to you when it becomes more official. In the meantime, we've got quite a few runners down that descent that we've been talking about earlier off of Oscar's Pass into Chapman.
And not everybody's tracker has updated, obviously, because we've seen both Javier and Courtney come through Chapman Aid, which is actually right down here. Looks like, is this... Okay, this is Chapman again. Somebody coming in, perhaps? If it is, it could be Arlen. Arlen or Avery.
It could be Arlen.
Yeah, face it right here.
Yep, that's Arlen
That's
right
Arlen.
there.
So not far behind Javi. Arlen Glick, 5th place overall, 4th place man. Into Chapman Gulch, mile 82.
Well, Javier just left, right?
Yep.
Like maybe about 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, 2-3 minutes ago.
So Javier spent 7 minutes there, and Arlen came in 9 back. So Arlen could, if he's very efficient in and out, as he likes to consider himself, an aid station virtuoso, of a manner of speaking, if he's out of there in 2 minutes, he might actually be able to catch Javier. But at this point now, looks like Arlen has moved himself into the top American slot right now.
Top American man.
Top American male, yeah. Yeah, he passed Avery Collins and Dylan Bowman somewhere on that descent, which, again, just speaks to the amazing day Arlen is having. And even those who are huge fans of his, such as myself, I was skeptical to a degree that he was going to be able to race Hardrock the way that he's raced other races. If you would have been told that Arlen would have a better day at Hardrock than Western States, I'd have said you're crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. A better day at Hardrock, I would have said no.
I mean,
again,
the race
as I said 10 miles ago at Telluride, the guy can eat. The guy can eat. And as everybody who's run these things long enough knows, ultra runs are pretty, especially 100-milers, are pretty much eating contests with a little running.
And shout out to his crew. His sister's crewing him here. I met them on Sunday last week, and they had yet to drive the course at that point.
Really?
So they had a crash course in the San Juans, including they had to figure out how to get to Sherman because they had agreed that they would crew him there. And there's no easy way to get to Sherman. You either drive, 5 hours around, or you drive over Cinnamon Pass, which is no fun.
Not fun.
No, yeah, Arlen's dialed in today, and I am so impressed.
So definitely a shake-up since Telluride. Aside from the first two runners.
Yeah.
Courtney Dauwalter came into Chapman in 3rd. Javier Dominguez in 4th. And now Arlen Glick in 5th. And Arlen, not just a couple of minutes after Javier left.
Javier left at 20:43.
Okay, so we're at 6 minutes right now.
Covered in shirt.
Sure. Thanks much.
We've been talking about
Okay.
Got a little audio here.
Hey, we seen if that goes.
Yeah?
Yeah? That was on the thing.
I know.
Do you want me to?
A lot of things haven't happened. I dropped the porcupine on the uphill. You did? I got a video.
What?
I got a video.
You were videoing?
I've been videoing everything.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I will do my best, Arlen.
Your stakes are really high.
All right here, and then my jacket, and then the keys in the right hand pocket. Wait, is this yours here? No. I think Raphael's going to be a little bit
Okay.
splashy. They didn't want to come up there. They didn't want to have it out there. But I saw your sisters jump through the river. Yeah, we had a really very good shower. We had a photo session. Are you okay? While you've been out.
So where the mic spectra?
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Great stuff, guys. The conversations between Arlen and his crew are
Oh, no, I know.
and our friend Ishwar on the ground at KT has let me know that Benoit is into KT. He's probably firing up the Starlink right now. See if we can get that KT camera.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Woo!
Let's go, boys.
All right, Arlen Glick.
Shit. Good work, good work.
Fifth place overall. Fourth place male. Out of here at 2:52 a.m. Just under 20 miles left to go. So that is the next person to hit Chapman Aid. We'll see if we can figure out who There's
is
a headlamp. Looks like a single headlamp.
I would expect the next runner in to be Avery Collins.
It's time. Do you want to get me saying goodbye? Okay, bye. Bye.
All right.
Bye from Chapman. It's been fun. We're going to drive over Ophir so we can catch the leaders coming in. So thanks, guys, for tuning in. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks a lot, Jamil. Thanks a lot, Tony. And we'll see you guys
Here we
when we
go.
get back to Silverton. Well, we're going to wrap things up for now. Okay. It's been a long day. It's been a fun day, but we are going to be back on. Oh, wait, hold on. What do we have going on here? Ishwar at KT.
Ah.
Ishwar, is that you? This is where we might expect to see Benoit.
Yeah, Benoit is coming. Just around the road, apparently. So maybe.
Yeah. Thanks to Jamil and Tony for heading out to Chapman. I didn't realize they were going to be out there and be out there for such a significant period of time.
It was great.
Looks like we're chasing a light out by KT Aid. Not too far out.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. Is the feed looking okay? Well, I mean, it's dark completely, but...
Yeah, I see. We've got audio now from out there.
Ishwar, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, we're just waiting on the runners. They should be here
All right.
any minute.
You see, you looks like you see that light coming.
No, that's just a car
Okay.
light. Yeah. I'm going to hand it off to another person here, and I'm going to check on the runners and be back with an update.
Okay.
Give me 2 minutes. Yeah. Do you mind just holding this? Thanks.
Just out for a lovely stroll in the backwoods of the San Juan Mountains. I've done that myself. Yeah, I didn't even realize we were going to have a film at KT, so I'm thoroughly impressed.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, I get the feeling Jamil just said, well, I know a guy. He has a Starlink.
Here we go.
All right.
Uh-oh.
All right, so I know this is just a black screen, but this is from KT Aid Station, mile 88 approximately, 88, 89.
And we can say with certainty this is not like Telluride where it might be somebody out walking their dog.
That's right.
If somebody is walking their dog out at KTA, then frankly, I don't want to run into them in the woods.
And by the way, this is after the insane descent off of Grant Swamp Pass.
Yeah.
After the Joel's Up
173.
Memorial, and there he is.
Trail here, station up there.
Yeah, station's up there.
Station up there, trail here.
Aid station's up there.
No. No. No.
Okay, right down.
He's skipping the aid station?
Entirely?
He's skipping the aid station.
This is the third aid
Yep.
station that is significant that he had skipped. He carries a heavy load of calories, from what I understand.
Oh, we saw him getting packed down.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you got a water filter, it's the year to do it.
Do you think he's just trying to evade us and our watchful eye?
That's impressive.
If he
I mean,
sees the media at an aid station, he tries to avoid it because he doesn't want his strategies to be open for the world to see.
Maybe, but he's got a big climb up Putnam Porcupine and
I hope he's ready.
A technical descent down to the Putnam aid station. So we shall see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're actually approaching the end of the 21st hour here at the Hardrock 100. And I think that's going to draw our broadcast day to a close, at least temporarily. We're going to be back real soon here, right, Bryce? Do we know what time we're going back on the air?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be an hour, but we'll definitely be catching the first finisher. So.
All right. So, yeah, that goes without saying. We are not going to miss the first finishers of the Hardrock 2023. I assume that we just need to go and wake Skylar up and bring him some coffee.
Yeah, lots of coffee. I think the plan is 4 a.m. So.
Okay. So we're talking about a 1 hour break.
After. Yeah.
And we will bring it back here in the Silverton High School Gymnasium.
Hey, great to be here, everybody. Thank you so much, and we'll see you later today and even tomorrow.
Be back in an hour.
All right. Cheers.